running, which should usually just take a second for it to figure itself out. There we go. And so we're going to be starting a brand new city, because one, I haven't played for absolutely ever, and then two, they did have a warning with the update that they did massively rework the entire economy of the game and all that stuff. And one of the things they warned you, they said, hey, if you open a city that already exists with the update, it will work, but the economy will absolutely pitch a fit while it levels itself out, and you're going to have a death wave. So that just tells me a whole lot of people going to die. And since I don't even remember what we were doing in the game or how to play or what is this game, why are we here? We need to go and figure out a new city. It'll probably make more sense to me trying to fix something I don't remember. So we've got to decide on what tile we're going to do, and they've got their various resources and all that here. Okay, so it looks like we got the 4 different resources. We've got our different paths to get in. They have whether the northern and southern hemisphere, which mostly just equates to when is winter, when is that. You've got your theme, so you have like European, North American. I thought there was another one. I thought there was Asian as well. Am I wrong? No, I guess North America and Europe are the only places in the world. That's my mistake. So trying to just decide on which tile we're gonna go for. There's definitely pros and cons between choosing tiles that have got a lot more terrain to them versus tiles that have a lot more like a lot more flat areas. They both have their pros and cons so far as making cities that look nice and do all that. I'm kind of leaning towards maybe doing the mountain village, because I think the terrain will be fun. I think that's just what we're going to go with. European style, northern hemisphere. The climate looks like it will get a decent amount below freezing, and then to the point of just a little bit on the warm side. It says 21% buildable area, but that's fine. You can like level off mountains and all that. We do have natural disasters turned on. I'm not turning on all the stuff that just opens everything up. Yeah, so you just have the 2. I think we'll leave the tutorials off. I know I'm going to struggle right at the beginning because I'm going to be remembering, but I don't feel like I want to go through the whole tutorials again. So now I need to come up with the name of the city, which is always the hardest part of the entire game, is just naming things, because naming things are hard. My brain is going Hillsdale just because of a book I read not too long ago that the name of the city was Hillsdale. Totally not forget how to build a city. Wait, you put me in charge? Oh, what is the name of... There's a ravine or something that's near the west coast. It's something like... If you ever follow where they did the discovery, like going out when they were mapping out from the... I made this. I can go with this. I made this. El Gosoberg? It's been a while since we've done the El Gosoberg. This I would visit. Yeah, there's been there was like you follow from where they left by the Mississippi River out to the west, and the names start like super positive and great at the beginning, like, oh, you know, Paradise Hills and all that stuff. And then you get just like you start getting towards the west coast, and it's you know, Lament Lagoon and all sorts of like really bummer names, and they were just over it. We have a town called Hope, followed by the town called Despair. Alright, so the things I remember is I'm going to definitely need stuff like, you know, water and all that. We've got our main connection to the highway out here. Let's pause the game. There's no reason to keep our economy running and pay for roads when no one's able to use them yet. So, with the area we got going on, oh, I was assuming that was out, but that looks like it's a lake over there. Yeah, that's gotta be out, right? Which way do you flow water? This is an important detail, because I'm going to be dumping waste in you. Okay. I guess it's just far enough out we can't see it. Rambo First Blood was filmed in Hope, so that's all it's got, really. You're in Vancouver? Hope does cut out of Rambo, though. That was, we went to a place in Ohio called Fancy Gap. Oh, what was it? It was a squad car from a series that was there. I think it was Andy Griffith. But they've got like one of the actual Andy Griffith cars, like from set and everything, as like their big claim to fame. Not that it was filmed there, that they had one of their cars. Right. And so the major highways don't get these to go underneath, so I'm just going to do that manually. I can't tell if you're snapping or not. Okay, they are connected. Cool. There is 100% an ASMR streamer that is on the 10th floor of a building close to you. Massive Twitch logo in the living room by the window. Nice. Alright, so we've got the water brought in. So now we need the sewage out, so we definitely put that upriver from here. No, obviously we don't. So we're going to go ahead and dump pollution into the river. It's just what we do here. We actually don't get much of choices yet in the game. Alright, so that'll be our good and bad water. Gotta do garden stuff? Yeah, have fun with that. I just planted some pineapple. The first one a raccoon took off with before there's even a plant there, so that was lovely. But here's hoping the next one. The next one makes out better. Alright, so we need our power plant. So we've got water supply there. You have a lettuce plant too, so yeah, greens are hard for us here in Florida. The heat just murders them. I grew a lot of peppers in the past. Alright, so the things we're going to need to establish is I need to first of all remember how the heck to play the game. So that's the pedestrian streets. Right, we can make pedestrian zones. So what I usually liked to do was I'd have my major roads that would go around the town. I think we need that side. That's the one. Make that a little bit longer. And usually what I like to do is try to have pedestrian roads when you're not on like the main avenues, just as a traffic mitigation strategy. So I'll do it this way. So I wanted to leave enough room between where I'm working and the and that intersection, because if you put stuff too close together, think of every time you have an intersection as something that like impedes traffic. So if you have more and more things that impede traffic, eventually it starts to like cause massive slowdowns because, you know, traffic bleeds from one intersection to the next and just causes all sorts of grief. Okay, so we've got that first one. Right now it's a grid. Grids aren't exciting, but it's been a while, so I'm just trying to refamiliarize myself with the game. And so I'm going to do is I'm not going to choose this whole area to be residential. I'm going to have this side of it's going to be residential, and this side will be commercial. And I'm going to deliberately not zone these far edges here. And the reason I'm not zoning those is I want them to attach to this side, not this side. I want these to be lanes that people can get through pretty easily. So we'll have that. So the next thing I'm going to need is I'm going to need power. And for that, I'm going to go ahead and make another road that comes off the other side of this roundabout. And I'm going to put it over here. And this one, there's no reason for me to make it pedestrian, because very genuinely when I'm dealing with this, we're going to be dealing with, you know, trucks moving coal and all that on here. I forgot how big you are. Okay, the good news is it does seem like the wind tends to move away from the rest of my city, so our air pollution should go the other way. Okay. Oh, I forgot to bring it out a little ways and then take it there. Alright. If I recall correctly, it does run power underneath there. Why is it still complaining about the connection? I'm blanking on something here. It's not happy with this power connection here, because I think we're jumping from a major pole to a minor pole. So I think I actually need to go here. And then see if we can't connect off of this. No, it won't let me do that. It has been a while. Transformer station? Okay, so I do need a transformer station. It's been a long time since I played, so remembering some of this is going to be what gets me. Need a converter? Yeah, transformer. Alright, that's fine. Then go ahead and plug the transformer right there. And take our major power pole. We can go boom, boom. Alright. And then that's connected to the road, so we should have power on this road for residential. This seems unnecessarily annoying. No, it's realistic that you end up having your giant power poles to go long runs inexpensively, but then you have to turn around and deal with the other stuff. Why are you saying you don't have water connection? You should. Yeah, it's connected. It probably just has to wait till the power turns on. That requires road access, which I did not remember. That's fine, we can fix that easy enough. We go ahead and make ourselves a little gravel road here. I don't want it to be rigid and square. So it's just a little gravel road that goes off of there. And you're complaining about the sewage pipe, which, like I said, I think we'll go ahead and, we'll see in here a second once I turn the power on. Yeah, once I turn the power on, this should all connect up, because we got the water line and the line there hooked up. That's hooked up to that mainstream. For whatever reason that flips, that's interesting. We've got our water all run here, so it should be good on all that. The other thing we need to do is get some industrial over here. But right now, we're not going to do much fancy with the industrial. I'm just going to grab that there. That'll be our industrial to start with, and we'll let our city now start functioning. So go ahead and get that, and the city will start popping up. Alright. Oh, that's still on there. So, I'm going to have a downtown area that is a bit of a grid city. Just because that's easiest to do when you've not played in a while, in my experience. Let's see, EU low density. Oh, waterfront. Gotcha. But we'll want to go in and do more there. Right now, we don't have any utilities or services or anything outside of power and water to deal with. Later on, that'll become a concern. We'll also go to the other side of the street and get some more commercial there. Alright. Okay, sorry about that. Okay. Let's try one of the other radio stations. Waterfront just seems to add pools. No.
Welcome to Denny's Denims, where we got every denim you can imagine. We got square dancing foxtrots and hide away at home dirty denims. Skirts and hats, belts and boots. We can cover you head to toe if that's what you like. Even got your dang old denim leg garters for the boys who love that.
Alright, was the page down? Yeah.
You ever wear a denim vest? I'll tell you, girl, you will have them swarming. You'll see. Come on down to Denny's Denims. I'll set you up. Don't ask for Denny.
I don't get why... Okay, it's messy, but whatever. I just needed to stop complaining. Alright, so we've got our houses building and all that. I did see they mentioned one of the things was you had the problem where everything just kind of appeared at once. That they did slow down the construction of buildings and all that a little bit to, one, make it seem a little bit more reasonable, and then two, you know, it makes it a little bit more authentic and all that. Yeah, it's only go part of the way. Yeah, we're gonna need to give that a minute to actually go. So we're gonna speed up time a little bit, let our first couple people start moving in, get all that stuff going on, see how things fare, and get all that going. But with these being pedestrian roads, other than people going to and from their houses, you know, to and from work, that kind of thing, it'll be mostly people walk around. The idea is you're not allowed to have through traffic, you're not allowed to have these kind of things. And so that's just kind of part of the design. I'll probably put like trees along the edges here or something to make it nice. But like this right now, it's kind of, when I say it's a city center, it's not like a major downtown, it's more like suburbia or whatever. Do we actually have access to trees already? Do we got some like cherry trees or something like that? No. Apple trees could be fun. Because we could always get like the classic palms, but eh. Yeah, so let's go here. We're gonna put down some trees. So we're gonna put down chestnut trees. Because this is always one of the things that, to me, felt like the things that would separate a city, like in City Skylines and Planet Coaster and Planet Zoo and all those. The things that changes the game from you've got this like bland rectangled out place to actually looking like some kind of meaningful location. It's just stuff like adding nature into it. Because when you look at a lot of these games without adding these, the ground starts to just look plastic after a while because it's just uniform texture the whole way through. So doing like little touches, like just adding a bunch of little trees in here, is a way to give a little extra. Alright, so we've created a tiny village. So we'll be able to buy a plot of land and we'll get some other stuff going on. I'll need to deal with that in a second. I'm already building trees, so it just needs to hold its horses. And then plus by adding trees, you make it available for if you were to go in later to do like lumberjacking kind of stuff. And then one of the other things the adding trees does is they give you stuff like, I don't know about say Skylines 2, but usually they do stuff like reduce noise pollution. There's a reason why in real life it's very common to have people bunch up a bunch of trees off the side of the road. It also breaks up the line of sight, that way you don't end up with like the concrete forest as it were. Okay, so let's bring the time back down. Alright, so the things we have unlocked is we've unlocked some more options for roads. We just have like a divided highway we got. We didn't get anything new on the smaller end, so not a whole lot to worry about there. Zoning-wise, we got medium density row housing. We also unlocked specialized industry, which it looks like we got a big agricultural area up here. Alright, we now also have a medical clinic. We have the medical clinic here on the way into the neighborhood. It's probably not a good place for it. We also have the cemetery. It would have been nice if it would have fit there. Actually, I wish I kind of, you know, didn't put the medical clinic there, but that's fine. We'll put the cemetery across the street from there, so we've got our basic medical. Now the thing we need to do is get our landfill set up. Of course, I would situate this in an area where I can't really fit it. That might work. So we will want to make our area for the landfill. And I don't want to go the full area we can cover with this, and the reason I don't want to do that is if I do, I run the risk of, Nope, right-click gets rid of it. I don't remember how to end it. I don't remember how to end it. I think it just canceled out of it. Okay, so let's try... Oh, I remember now. There we go. The way I was drawing it was the way that takes way more effort and doesn't get you the results you want. Where are you overlapping? I don't really understand where it's overlapping, but that's fine, whatever. Okay, so we can go ahead and pop down here. What I'm trying to do is give it a lot of space for the landfill. For down the road. All is landfill, absolutely. Existence is landfill. Man, that's gonna be expensive. So we added a recycling building on there. That's probably more than I should be dealing with right now. But by adding that building, we can start processing that. Pretty cool to the RimWorld pollution run. Yeah, I mean, you had to get there somehow. Alright, so one of the things I'm going to run into I have to be careful about is we'll do one more block of residential this way. After which, I'll plan for having another connecting road. And part of the reason... Oh, that's not what I wanted. Okay. Page up, get rid of that. Because one of the things we're going to run into ultimately here is that I am going to have the issue of, if I put the residential too many blocks block to block to block, I'll run into a problem where, you know, there's just, it's too far to get to work and all that. Yep, nice saw. And meanwhile... There's some type of, like, not anti-aliasing, some rendering thing I need to check for in a moment, where I'm specifically noticing with the trees, it kind of shimmers as I move them. That's fine, we'll leave that tree there. Having one or two, like, weird spaces is also kind of authentic, because, you know, you'll have over time, like, one of the trees gets some type of disease and doesn't make it, or someone hits it with their car, or whatever going on. Alright, so they're actually seeking out medium density housing. We can buy more land. Oh, right, this game, the grid is much smaller than in City Skylines 1, which is fine. I just forgot about it. So say 1, 2, and we'll do 3 for now. Alright, so we are going to need to move up to some medium density housing. Let's see, this weekend your niece is going to be coming over to see you in Papa Strider? Nice! Hope you have a good time. Alright, so what we'll probably do is go over this way. I'll make like another roundabout, and then I'll probably plan to make another area of housing, but instead of like going along with the same grid as this one, put a different grid that's going to go up to the shore and put the shore to use. Why does it keep saying we're not connected with water? Like, clearly it's working, no one's complaining. I'm just getting thrown by the fact it's saying it's not connected to the water pipe network. And I keep connecting it again. Sure. It's still saying it's not connected. I don't understand. Okay, so we've got the combined pipe. It is connected here. We can see it's connected. We're good. Oh, no, it's put the marker up here. I don't understand. I just want you to stop complaining. Yeah, but it shouldn't matter that I have the water pipe going by there. I know it only wants the sewage, but it shouldn't hurt anything to be like that. Okay. Whatever. Alright. Oh, right, this is the game where we have to unlock this stuff. Right, so we get 1 point, we can do stuff, and then parking is a big thing.
Welcome to Go Nuts Donuts, the best donuts in
Alright, we got water treatment, we got our medical, we can get our recycling center and all that. I think to start out with, we're going to get the better roundabouts, and do that whole thing. Alright, so let's take this main road over here that we've got here.
Welcome to Denny's Denims, where we got every denim you can imagine. We got square dance and foxtrots and hide 'em away at home dirty denims. Skirts and hats, belts and boots. We can cover you head to toe if that's what you like. Even got your dang old denim leg garters for the boys who love that denim real good.
Okay.
I'll tell you, girl, you will have 'em swarming.
So we have the large roundabout.
Denny's Denims. I'll set you up. Don't ask for Denny.
Yeah, so we're going to do a really large roundabout here. Because like I said, this is going to be kind of a city center rotation point that we'll be building off of. And let's try and make this one, when we start building off, a little bit less of a grid situation. So we're going to go ahead and take this out over here for the moment. Yeah, I'll end up trimming that down, but we'll worry about that later. Okay. So, again, we're going to go for the pedestrian roads. I very much like the pedestrian stuff. This time, we're going to put less into the grid city. And try and do a little bit of something with this. And I'll have the other separation over here. Alright. So we got a little neighborhood that's going to be tucked back here. So it's not quite gridded out. I don't think I want to go farther than that with it, though, because then we're going to have vehicles going really far to and from to get places. So this is going to be our medium density, and then we'll also put some low density on the water. So I have some low density here right on the water edge. That's fine. And then we're going to have a bunch of the medium density we're going to start bringing up over here. Okay. Probably still need to get the paint tool. Paint tool. Oh, I thought the paint tool I could make it bigger. It's been a while since I played Cities. And then most of the time I played Cities was the older version, say Skylines 1. So it's going to be a little bit of remembering how things work. Okay, so I've got all that. What are you complaining about? Condemned. So you have lack of labor. So we'll leave leave that alone for right now. Eventually, we're going to need some ways for people to get around a little bit easier. But we're going to go ahead and let that build up. I will allow this to be residential here. Residential there. And there. Okay, so it's demanding a lot of residential. We're running into a situation where we don't have employees yet. But we need to just wait for a city to get a little bit more population, then we can start doing stuff like building schools and all that. Oh, did I make the stacked housing? You know what? I'm actually okay with that. And then what I'll probably do, and this is something I used to do all the time in City Skylines 1. It has no bearing on anything that I recall. Is just where I'm at in the world. Yeah, so... Oh, that's way stronger than I want you to be. So we'll level you out again. So you're not doing anything. Alright, so let's level this out real fast. Okay. Now let's try this again with a little less cursed. So I need it to be very, very... Why does it feel like it does absolutely nothing, or it does way too much, way too fast? What I'm doing, though, is basically creating retention areas. City Skylines doesn't really matter, that's just not a mechanic in the game. But it's the thing that a lot of places in the world you do deal with, that you don't want water to just pile up in your neighborhood, so you create low-lying areas around your neighborhoods. There we go, that's a manageable rate. So you create, like, retention pond, retention ditches, that kind of thing. Honestly, let's just connect this to the river. And I'll need to correct where those houses are going up to it. I'll have to adjust it, but that's fine. Alright. Just have a little bit of water intrusion here. It doesn't need to go the whole way. Soften, that's the one I want. To get a lot of these rough edges out of here. Okay. But you end up doing lots of little stuff like that. And little things like that can make it nicer. This area here where it's a steep ledge on the back is probably not the best. But I'll see what I can do to make that look a little bit better. But those are the little touches you can put on cities to actually make them feel a little bit... Real's not the word I want to use. But, you know, make them a bit more authentic. Alive. Yeah. Stuff like that. It's just little things like adding trees, because if you just leave it to the house grid and everything, they feel fake. There we go. That way it slopes into it a little bit better. Anytime you play these games, one of the things to watch for is, like, what people do in real life. Oh, that's where the pipe is. That's why it's being weird about it. Right. So let's raise this area over here. So make it just like there's shallow spots and all that. That'll work out alright. Make it just be like a ledge. That'll be okay. But it's also something you can work on that doesn't cost you much money to do in the game while you wait for, like, your economy to do stuff and settle in and whatnot. Because we still have our houses building and all that. So it's one of those things where you kind of bounce back and forth from working a little bit on just trying to, like, grow your city, all that stuff. Then putting a little bit of time into, like, making your city look nicer and all that. Yeah, I shouldn't have got that close to the edge, it's fine. Kind of making it sort of a, like, not quite a canal, but something along those lines. All right. The city is incredibly noisy. Really? It's all pedestrian roads back here, and that's all pedestrian roads. Or just the main drag this way. Which, granted, I can imagine you'd be very frustrated parking all along the road everywhere you go to walk back to your neighborhood. But, you know, hey, that's not a me problem, that's a them problem. Okay, so we should be getting to the point where we level up again here soon. So we'll get that going. Alright. So you're kind of waiting for them to continue to build up the medium density housing. Get that all squared away. Got ourselves our like little spot here for some water intrusion. It'll be good times. Not even seeing what that supposedly does. Alright. So you can see stuff like our income and our expenses. Right now we don't have much control over our city. That's one of the things that the game does. You start out where you can only control a couple of the systems in the game. And then as time goes on, they open up more and more stuff so you can, get involved in more and more things to get it figured out. What was that icon? One thing I'm going to do real fast, though, is options. Graphics. There is something that is creating a shimmer, and I do not know what it is, and I do not like it, but it looks like we got most of the stuff turned off. I bet you it's this right here, which I probably need to not be in the game to change. I mostly notice it with the trees more than anything, that when I go drag it, there's like a shimmer behind the tree. It's not that big a deal. It's just one of those things that once you notice it, it's just, your eyes can't not notice it. Alright, so what should be happening is our population is going up on its own, so we're pretty good there. That's the reason I'm not really jumping on anything here. That, what happens is each time we go up a tier, we get a little bit more stuff. If you see it, you cannot unsee it. Yep. Oh, right, it's XP based, not population based now. Right, I forgot about that. So you get 4 more tiles of land. So Let's actually grab the shore and that there. We'll grab that. Because then I'll plan to extend to this side of the river as well. To have like a couple different districts or whatever. Okay, so what have we unlocked now? We have unlocked more specialized industry with like farming and all that. We can now get medium density housing, just like medium density housing in general. Nothing changed on commercial or industrial yet, which is fine. We can make the specialized industrial areas. But the big one we've got is we can build schools, which will really help out with our economy because as your people get educated, they get paid more, and that all helps. So we're going to go ahead and plunk down the school right there. And that'll be our elementary school, and we're also going to need a high school. I'll probably put the high school right next to the elementary school. It's a very common thing that you'll see in real life a lot, is you'll put your schools nearby each other. That way, you know, siblings can pick each other up on their way home from school. Usually, if you've got an area where you've got lots of kids living in the area, it's usually a breadth of ages and all that. Not always. Sometimes they're more scattered, because you usually need fewer high schools and elementary schools and that kind of stuff. I wonder if I could turn off the recycling building. I do not see... Deactivate it. I would like that building to be on, but it's costing me $15,000, and we're burning about $20,000 an hour, so that's a problem. And what else did you have here that you got markers for? Oh, I got 2 more points. Emergency battery station, gas power. We can get a water treatment plant. We can get the crematorium. That wouldn't be a bad idea to get in the near term. We can also get the college. So let's go for the crematorium and then the college. We're not ready to do much with those yet, but we'll want those. So what can we do to reduce our immediate taxes and all that? So taxes, first thing, let's try bumping up the taxes just the tiniest smidge. Services-wise, right now our big spender is electricity, which, you know, so be it. Yeah, no, geothermal is not a bad move. I like trying to get a lot of the other infrastructure. You can also pay... You also have to pay upkeep fees for purchased land. Best not to buy it until you need to build. Ah, I got you. That used to not be a thing, or at least not a thing that was particularly relevant in the old one. I was warned that the economy is much harder in this one. Yeah, so the service upkeep is our primary expenses here. It's really high. So, right now, our healthcare and deathcare is really ridiculously high, as is our, as is a lot of the stuff. It's a new patch. Yep. Oh, it's new in the patch. Gotcha. It does make sense. Yeah, so problem is our economy is not stable. That's our issue. We are really, really, really in the red. So we've got to figure out what we could do to get this sorted. I can certainly take a loan. I don't like taking loans if I don't have to. Obviously, if we're going to go into the negatives, that would make it so we can literally not do anything. But I've only got a couple tens of thousands more dollars before things turn into a pumpkin on me. One thing we can do in the interim before we get there, let's just go ahead and zone this for industrial over here as well. Give a little bit more space to expand that area. My hope is as our people start getting educated and getting elementary school educations, the income bracket they're in will move up and they will, you know, start moving into the medium density, which should help us. What do you mean? You're like, I never know if we'll get healthcare or not. We can handle 100 patients, and we're handling 2. So, you know, I feel like that's on you, friend. You can go to the hospital if you want to. You can leave your friends behind. Yeah, a bunch of that we'll get later. Alright. We basically just need to give the simulation a little bit of time to run, and that hopefully we're going to start seeing our income bracket moving up. There is a good chance I am going to have to take a loan to make things work. I'm trying to avoid making another grid area up here of residential. If I've got to, I've got to. It's fine. We don't really have enough of a population to support this. I'm going to have to. What am I doing? All right, let's just deal with it. I'll probably have to take the loan, but we'll see. Oh, I want that to be straight. Then go here, zone. Residential. Residential. Stanley Cup is pitting my your province against your state. Gotcha. I don't keep track of the Stanley Cup at all, so I don't know it all one way or the other. Okay, so we are negative. I don't remember. So City Skylines 1, when you go negative, every once in a while be like, hey, you're in trouble. Take this loan, but I'll disable your achievements. And the answer was always no, because if I don't get achievements, what's even the point? So we did expand a residential a little bit. And so we're gonna let that fill in those houses for a little bit here real fast. I am hoping we'll start seeing this improve. We have a lot of budget to fix, though. Stanley who? Saskatchewan doesn't even have a hockey team. Hey, Spirit Music, how's it going? For those that don't know, Spirit Music, another fantastic creator on the platform, does a lot of music on their channel, so definitely something to check out if you're looking for like the live concert kind of stuff. They could really, really help you out there. We're gonna have to cut some services. I don't want to, but we're gonna have to. But yeah, so definitely check them out if that's your jam. So I can reduce this to hurt the efficiency. I don't remember how that works in the game here, so we're going to go ahead and kill the efficiency of our most expensive stuff. And we can adjust it as needed there. So we've massively reduced the amount of our things. Now, with City Skylines, if I slap that down, it's not one of those things that instantly the cost goes down to nothing. It slowly shifts over to what your target is. Okay, so as you can see, we flew too close to the sun. I kind of figured that was going to happen, but right now I'm just trying to gauge what we need here. So services, so let's take the electricity, let's knock it to about 75, give or take. And the power's back on. So regardless, we still did reduce our power, which means we did reduce our fees. The issue we've got here is we're still running into the pain point of not enough money coming in. These houses we built are still getting filled in. I'm probably going to have to take a loan. I'm not happy about it, but I'm going to have to. And these are still filling in as our, you know, wealth and all that gets higher. All right. Fine. I'm gonna have to. So I'm gonna borrow the money. This is gonna be bad for us, though. So what we need to do now is we need to just get our economy stable. Because now I've got a debt. And if I do not get my economy stable and I just keep spending, you can get yourself a game over territory. But we gotta get there. Yeah, I am not... let's see, a new signature building is available. Pop Musician Mansion. Cool. We'll deal with that in a minute. Alright, so that gives us more residential. They added a monthly fee for each map tile you unlock. Has that been noticeable? I don't know. Like, it's definitely a thing. I don't know how bad it's been, because this is the first city I've done since the update, so I'm kind of getting a feel for it still. So I'm trying to remember with the Pop Musician Mansion. If I could remember where the heck that was. We just saw it a second ago. Oh, here. +2 well-being. And the neighbors didn't like it. Oh, someone who manages say like you. I'm missing how that worked. Okay, but yeah, so I haven't really gotten a feel for how significant the impact is on a bunch of these things. Let's start planning to get a zone here for the specialized industry. Which, it's interesting that... Oh, right, I'm thinking, say, Skylines 1, the way it works. In this one, what we do is we would go to our specialized industry. Alright, so we've got forestry. Okay, so we have a spot up there. I'm obviously not doing that. So right now the problem is all of our industry stuff I've literally built homes on. This other shore I've got place we can work. A real money fee for each map tile? Yeah. Well, not real money fee. No, like an in-game money fee. No, if City Skylines ever did it where it's like, oh, you have to spend $10 to buy more land in the game, that would be the last time I'd play the game. Alright, so I do want to get some industry over there. For the moment, I guess we're just expanding our industry up here. And we'll just go here for plain old industry. And expand that. Alright. Okay, so our medical is not keeping up now. So we go services to you. We're going to cut that to 75. And all that. You know, it's an in-game cost. I haven't particularly noticed it one way or the other. So that helps with well-being. That's more students. And that we're not going to want to inquire, like, we're not going to want to bring on extra expenses. Not until we've got our money stabilized. And people are still moving in, so we're going to go ahead and bump these up a little bit more. So if you buy land and say Skylines, and you own it, to whom do you pay the fee? We pay the state. We're the city, we pay the state. Alright, so we got the large village. So that has unlocked more specialization. We've got more ore mining and all that. We can worry about that. You now have a pupper and coffee? Nice. So do not buy the land is what I'm hearing. So we got 3 more points. I can't remember if you made money with parking. I vaguely remember that being a thing. We're not ready for a bunch of those. We do have the basic police and all that kind of stuff. The recycling center will be definitely something you'll want later on. You can charge money for parking. Yeah, I think that's what we ultimately want to do. We will eventually move into the geothermal and all that. Actually, we could do that right here. Because then we'll eventually replace our coal with geothermal. Can you choose to avoid the fee by choosing the European building style? We're actually in the European building style. But that stuff still happens. You still have, like, the city ends up thing. You can also set street side parking rates somewhere in there. Really? That's interesting. Alright. So we've got the firehouse, and we've got the police department. We are going to need those. But right now, our finances are not the happiest. So taking on even more city services while our finances aren't stable is a pretty big threat. I'll go one more deep on this side as well. For the residential, that's low density. We can get that all going. And then when that builds up, we're going to go ahead and do the same thing we did on the other side for like a little bit of aesthetics and all that. We're going to go into our trees. And I've been just choosing the chestnut trees because, you know, they look decent. They get to a decent size. And just something to, you know, break up the road building. Plus, in real life, you'd want to do this with a lot of them to just knock down the noise pollution, make it so people aren't, like, peeking into windows and all that, because you've got, like, a line of trees to break things up and all that. And we can go over here to this side. That was, when they added the walkable neighborhoods thing in City Skylines 1, that was one of my favorite changes to City Skylines 1. Because, for me in real life, while I don't live in one of those kind of neighborhoods where you can just kind of, you know, leave your house, walk around the corner, you know, there's food right there. I'm very much stuck in, like, the suburbia thing where you can't go anywhere without either taking a pretty lengthy bike ride or driving. I do know the times I've ended up needing to stay where I could do that. I was like, man, I really want to be in that. Just in the situation where you don't need a car for, like, most of your days. Like, it's only when you're going out to do something away from town that you need your car. Alright, so I've got that framed out. That'll be nice. We still have a really high demand for our low-income residential. Sorry, not low-income, low density. So where's the noise pollution? Like, I would imagine this main road would have noise pollution, and this road here. But going to the neighborhoods, their pedestrian neighborhoods, it shouldn't be that bad. And then, you know, the industrial park area over there certainly would be noisy. But these should be back far enough off that road that they shouldn't be getting noise stuff. Alright. School? Household wealth is wretched. Excellent. That's great. Okay, so we are improving. We are slowly getting our income more in parity with our costs. There's a noise pollution tab. Oh, right, it was up here is where everything was. I was trying to remember where we had all the information. So we have noise pollution here. Yes, that's all being fine. Yes, there's a little bit on those two houses. Everyone else is pretty much fine, though. Because all these are the commercial, they're making the noise. And then obviously the industrial park is gonna be what the industrial park is. Health-wise, everyone's kind of doing okay. They're all in the yellow. There should be no meaningful amount of tourism that we can speak of. Education, we're doing pretty much okay for the moment. We'll want to go ahead and get some high school in there at some point. Household wealth is abysmal, but moving on up. Yeah, so they're complaining. What we could do here is there's an easy solution. If you don't like where you live, that's easy. You don't live there anymore. Get out. No complaints will be tolerated. Okay. I remember you could attrition the intersections and change them. I'm trying to remember where you even do that. Oh, you know what? I bet you I haven't unlocked what I need to do that probably. Yeah, so it just gives you the traffic flow. Later on, I'll be able to change a lot of stuff. Really hope they fix the small housing issue. Yeah, so that's the big thing, is they reworked the entire way housing and all that works so far as that. And the joke is that they fired all the landlords because there was a whole thing around how that worked that made it like kind of non-tenable and all that. What's with all yellow cars? Are those cabs? Yeah, it would look like our city is run by taxis. That probably needs to be a roundabout. Because, yeah, if I make that a roundabout, it should unchoke that area because they won't have to wait. Because then they can turn right at the same time they're turning left. And same here and here. Alright, so that one I can't do because the graveyard's too close. That's fine. Alright. So it should improve over time. A big part of this is also it's a pedestrian area, so you notice all the people are walking. That this area is meant that you only take cars, like, in and out. Pedestrian crossings need a path over under. We'll probably have to do something like that. Probably wouldn't be a bad idea as well to get some type of pedestrian walkway going out here so you don't have to walk out and around. Right now I'm just trying to stabilize things. Our money is gradually improving. Now the downside is we've got this loan. We are slowly paying it off. But there's still an interest in more residential, so we're going to increase the taxes. That's just the way we're going to handle it, is that we keep increasing the taxes, eventually we'll be profitable. Oh, that's right! I totally forgot about the import-export side of how City Skylines 2. So, in City Skylines 2, businesses that have to import all their resources obviously would not make as much money, because they're paying a whole bunch of money to import all their goods to make goods to sell. And they do reflect that in the game. So what I'm going to need to do is, first of all, I see we've got someone who's not getting an ambulance fast enough. So we're going to go ahead and check our budget again. Yeah, so we might flub this one just because I'm used to how it was before and I need to adjust to not put in as many services earlier. Let's see, it might help to add a connecting road for the suburban area to the corner grid. Oh, cutting through here? No, generally I want to keep the inputs and outputs for neighborhoods kind of limited. One of the things you can get in your problem is if I, for example, connect this, I'll start dealing with through traffic issues going through my residential. And so there is a juggle to be had there. But the idea is I want this main road to go through, and then we have our roads that go out. And there's a whole idea between main artery feeders and all that, and I don't have it set up well here. Like, what I probably should have is have, like, the main drag, have another set of roads that goes back about one line, and then you have your residential behind it. So you have this main road is for the stuff just trying to get through the area. Then you drop back to the feeder roads that go back to, you know, the respective neighborhoods that are branched off here. You get the idea of what's going on there. So you want as few intersections along the main road as possible, and then these ones you'd have a couple more intersections, then you get to like the back area. I haven't set any of that up correctly though. It's been a long time, so I'm refamiliarizing myself. Alright, so we are churning through our money at an alarming rate. So we'll definitely need to get that going. So it looks like right now, coal is our major pain for importing. And that's going to be one of the big things. So we're going to want coal and we're going to want wheat. I don't believe I have anywhere nearby I can get at the coal yet. Yeah, because there's coal over here and over there. And over there, but all that's outside my city limits. Now, the wheat, on the other hand, I could build wheat over here. And that may be what we do. We may make the road cross over the bridge over here and have a wheat area. Let's see, in real life, there's almost definitely a desire path for people walking across the grass instead of all the way around the road. Yeah. So I'm going to put this about here, because I can put you here, and I should be able to fit another farm on the other side. So put that right there. Cool. That was weird. I placed it. Oh, I must have placed it. It must have procced as I was placing it. Okay, so we want this one. And so what I'm going to first do is grab our main highway here. And then off of here, we will put a flat there. You have a nice little gravel road that goes out to it. And then as far as you go, as soon as I can remember how to... There we go. As far as you go... We're going to set that up to take up as much of this space as we can. Then we start hitting the soil that's not particularly useful. Alright. Come on. There we go. Okay, and that'll be about as good as we're gonna get. And then later on, we'll put another farm over there. Scooch it just a little bit more. I'm just trying to cover the area that was all yellow for good soil for them to do wheat. But with that, we have this gargantuan wheat farm that's gonna be down here. It's way out of the way for whatever poor person has to work there, but, you know, that is not uncommon for agriculture to be way out in the middle of nowhere in the first place, so there's a reason why you usually have the people who work on the farms usually have their house either on or right next to the farms in the middle of nowhere. Alright. So that should help with the importing of all of the wheat going on. So we went from a deficit of like 15-something tons to a surplus of 33 tons. So that means we should be exporting a bunch, so we should actually be making some decent money. The coal I can't do anything about. We're importing a little bit of chemicals, but that's not something we're going to be able to do anything about. We got a little bit of importing of like IT services and that kind of stuff, but we're not prepared to handle any of that. But this does mean I've got one business here that we're going to start getting some kickback from. And we're just going to keep increasing the taxes till the desire to move in reduces. Just trying to stabilize what we already have, because if I keep expanding more and more like I've been doing, eventually I will hit a breaking point. What's that symbol? Is that crime? Crime scene? Well, I don't have a police department. I've been putting it off because it's another expense, and I also can't afford one, so we won't have one anytime soon. Yeah, so I think I properly screwed up this start. That's not an uncommon thing when you've not played a game like this in a long time, especially after a rework, that you'll either fall back into the old habits that were before the changes or whatever. So the mistakes I think I made is, first of all, buying up a whole bunch of tiles that I wasn't going to use. I did not catch that there was an expense related to that, which I could easily see what the tile upkeep. Yeah, so the tile upkeep, the amount we have here is about a fifth to a sixth of our total expenses right now. It wouldn't be enough to fix us to get rid of it. We do need some tiles. It's still our services that's killing us. And we've got a building on fire that I can't deal with because I don't have a fire department. Yeah, so pretty much where we're at is we're just hemorrhaging money because I've got services I can't afford. Because it used to be one of the things you'd try and do is to try and get your economy, like try and get your people to have better paying jobs faster. Which a big part of that was education and stuff like parks and that to increase your land value and yada yada yada. The other thing was, like, right at the beginning, going to this recycling center and spending the money to upgrade it before we had done anything else. That hurt us pretty bad. Because that was an expense, and then we were burning $15,000 we didn't need to be spending on that. So we've made a couple mistakes. I'm going to try to recover it, but there is a good chance we will have to, you know, take the L and do that. Yeah, so you burned down, that's fine. Because, like, it is something that I am watching our red bar, like, the gap between the red and the green is narrowing as our people are getting to higher income jobs, and we're increasing our taxes. I'm trying to remember where I could see my unemployment rates. I thought there was a place you could just straight up look at the statistics of the city. Where are we at with this? Yeah, so everyone's got a good network connection here. The industrial has mostly good network connection stuff here. And it's saying that our residential doesn't have good access to that area. I don't really care, honestly. Education. We have administration. We don't have anything going on there. We don't have any fire or police or anything yet. We hadn't gotten that far. Our garbage processing is not great. Our medical's doing okay. We could certainly use, like, getting that sorted out. Our citizens' happiness is going up. We'll get a payout if we can manage to get to the next higher village. That could help float us. Because we've now dipped over the -200 thing. And the part of that is also loan interest. Is taking a little bit of a chunk. Turn down the education budget? I mean, education-wise, yeah, we could give up a little bit on there. The thing is, that's not really percentage-wise that much. So lowering it down to 80% cut about $10,000 off of it. It's the electricity and the healthcare that are the things really hurting us. And actually, our monthly balance has gone down a little bit. Because as you can see, our growth is slowing. That as I've been increasing the taxes more and more, understandably, less and less people are moving in. Yeah. But we're still burning $9,000 an hour. And the happiness of our people is just dragging down now because for some reason they're really upset about high taxes. I can't figure out why. Might recover at the loan payoffs? Nah, so unfortunately I pushed my taxes too far. That we finally have them properly bristling at the taxes. Yeah, so I think I put myself in a bad way. So I could sit here and start turning off a bunch of services and just be like, alright, no medical, no this, no that, and leave just like the power and water on because you can't physically have people without it, and maybe be able to stabilize from there. But, I do think in this particular case, because I treated it the way it was before, I made mistakes that have put us in a bad economic situation. And for watching our monthly balance here, it's getting worse, not better. So we are now dropping in this, and that's probably just because I probably just pushed the taxes too far. Okay, so what this might end up being is one of those situations where we just need to mulligan it and move on, because we've already taken a $250,000 loan. I could sit here and crank that up. But every time I crank that up, that's more of a monthly payment. That's more of a hill I gotta climb over to make any progress. So I do feel like we have failed our economy. So we're just gonna do that again. Because I goofed. Hey, T-Chili, how's it going? And everything else there, fine. Economics are hard. And yes, I know economics is hard, not are hard, but we're going with that anyways. Okay, so mulligan, none of that happened. So what we're gonna go ahead and do here is, just like before, I am going to go ahead and start with the idea of separating the city out into an industrial area as well as a residential area. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So just exactly like before, I do need a power plant. In this particular case, we're going to ram down a coal plant right here. We're going to put a converter right here. Connect them up. And that takes care of that. For our water this time, so you're 15,000. And you are 5,000. So the water, the regular water connection is way cheaper than the other. And I think also, just like last time, I'm just gonna run a gravel road up here. That connects all of that. So we've got our power, we've got our water intake, and now we need our water output. And I'll go ahead and put that so everyone coming into our city can, before anything else, see our sewage. Let's see. Oh, the power plant needs a converter. Won't give power to the streets. No, it does not appear to be the case. Which is fine. The idea is you could have like a really long, giant power cable run that goes really far cost effectively, and then you put the transformer closer to the endpoint. In this case, we're along the main avenue with everyone else. So you just can have that. Alright. Now, I might take this one And instead of doing the walkable city, go with a more conventional city center. So far as like try to do the feeder roads and all that kind of thing. So if we were to do that, what we'd end up doing is we'd probably have a one-way road going out to the feeders. And you're only going to make it that far. And then this could be a two-lane road back here. And then we could have a two-lane road coming back out. And then we could have another feeder. And you make them small roundabouts. And the idea is simple. People coming in, they can either choose to go this way or keep on going through. And then the people going this way, they can choose to go out or keep on going through. And the only real conflict is people who want to cut across the middle. That's the only real bad one. This one, it's not a problem because we don't have a road back there. But that's the only real bad was people cutting across that way. But that should help with the traffic patterns a little bit on that area. Then the next thing we do is after we got all of this out here. So this would be your commercial center, by the way. So we'll go ahead and do it like these. And I don't want it along these roads, because these roads we don't want to back up. The rest is probably okay. I could also, you know what we could do? Let's try and be smart about this. Let's not let them build on this side. They got to go back into the neighborhood areas to deal with that. So for right now, that'll be all commercial out here. And then what happens from here is once we get back into these neighborhoods, then we'll try switching over to the pedestrian only. And honestly, this is where you'd probably have like the entrance to your neighborhood, community, whatever you want to call, that you'd have like your one way into the neighborhood, one way out to the neighborhood that you could move around however you want. We could honestly do that. Nah, I wanted to make it more walkable. That's fine. This should be fun watching this. You want to give this another chance? Yeah, no, I do feel like as long as they don't have the rug pulled out from underneath them, I actually do trust that Colossal Order will get City Skylines 2 in good shape. City Skylines 1, when it released, also was pretty rocky when it first came out. It had lots of problems. I think just the difference in the situation is City Skylines 2 came out in a world where there was no City Skylines 1 to hold it against. There wasn't that direct comparison you could have. But the issue being is it does exist in a world where, say, Skylines 1 exists. So it's kind of rough when you get the sequel and it feels like a step down. And that's not fair for me to say a step down, because they did add a lot of really good systems to this. A lot of quality of life. But so far as like the game stability and that, it had a lot of problems on release. Okay, so that could be the start of our city. So we'll let that start getting going. So we have kind of done the similar setup to what we had before. The big difference we have here is these back roads. So the idea is this is a main road that you just try and go through the city center on, that it's not a highway, but it kind of serves that purpose. And then you got one-way roads that if you want to go back to the neighborhood, you're going here. And then we'll go down far over here, we'll have that. So you have ways to like get in and out of the back areas that, for all intents and purposes, it's like there's an intersection here and here that only affects one side or the other. So it gives you a little bit of control. This still isn't ideal setup, but we've got that. The downside is it is grid city. What would normally happen is if you don't want a grid city, this part would be mostly the same, even if it curved or whatever, but you'd still have this conception be the same. And it's just instead of having the walkable area back here, you do the thing where you have like the suburbia of the winding roads with a bunch of houses along it. No, I like walkable cities, so that's why I'm kind of going that route. So let's go 1, 2, 3. And so those were out, so the next ones will be in. There's elevation going on? Yeah, it's an elevation difference, I think. That's fine. Oh, and those shouldn't be that way. Those should be... Where's upgrade? Where was upgrade on this one? I know they have an in-place upgrade. There we go. It's the swap button. And these should go... that way. No, that's wrong. They need to go that way. Okay. Did you consider using pathways to make it more walkable without needing the pedestrian streets that are expensive to upkeep? I mean, you can. I actually don't remember what the difference in cost of like the pedestrian roads and all that are. I'm also observing that this is not even on either side of the road, which is deeply upsetting. Actually, looking at our expenses, I don't think I don't think I can look at my expenses yet. Yeah, I know there's ways you could finagle the roads back and forth in this one. I'm not super worried about. Once we start getting buildings and trees and all that in there, it'll mask a lot of those types of mistakes. And then honestly, having everything perfectly even is not something you see much in the real world. Like, you'll have a bunch of stuff that, like, the roads start even, but then, you know, they have to expand, so then the sidewalk pushes out one side, or they have to, like, have a not even number of lanes. Alright, so let's just go in here while we wait for our city to build up a little bit. We can get our chestnut trees, because they cost almost nothing. I don't even think they have an upkeep to them. It's like doing this whole area will cost me a couple of $100 to a couple $1,000. I do like in this city Skylines versus the other one. The other one, when you put down the tree was just full grown and it plopped down like a full grown pine tree and all that, which is fine. I do like the idea here where you have to like plant them and then they grow over time and all that. It makes it way more interesting. Because then you get in those situations where you rebuilt an area, so some of the trees had to be, like, moved. So now you have the trees at kind of, like, different ages. Which, again, just makes it more authentic. There we go. All right. So we're still building all the houses to begin with. Oh, right, I didn't place the industrial at all. My bad, man. They're like, there's nowhere to work. Yeah. Jobs. Right. Those are things that people generally want to have. Or, I mean, I shouldn't say want to have. Those are things generally that need to be available for people to be economically sound. That's right. Jobs. Yeah, I'll go ahead and just smash this whole area down with industry to start with. Okay. It'll go more suburbia along, like, the coast itself or something like that. Like, more windy roads. We won't grid it out the whole way. Usually when you want to make cities look authentic, if they are the planned cities like this, where you have the grids, you'd end up having, like, one grid, then realistic they would, you know, maybe have a second grid here, and then you have, like, this weird transition.
Truly superfluous. Yes, masterful counterpart. You're listening to Second Moon Radio, the station of levitating
All right.
tastes. Don't touch that dial.
I also like the idea you have all this and only 36 people live here. Alright, tiny village. Cool. So we're not buying land until we need it this time, because there is a surcharge for that. I also realized last time I grabbed the hydroelectric instead of the geothermal. I'm not going to worry about the geothermal yet. That is what I want to get eventually. I almost always liked to get the roundabouts first, so you get more options there to make it better. Honestly, I'm gonna go for the parking structures. You don't have enough to... Oh, I only have 1 point. Roundabouts it is. Okay. So we've got that going on. We're starting to have demand for medium residential. We did get medical and the cemetery in place. I'm going to go with a strategy of mostly ignoring my problems until they become big enough that they're immediate problems. So we're going to start with this, because I also don't remember with this, I think the area you have stuff cover does increase its cost. So we're going to start with that. And do they exist in the US? Yes. Lots of places to. Especially when you go to a lot of so some of the older cities will actually put roundabouts in them because they don't have room to increase the size of the intersection and all that. And do that. But yeah, I know we have roundabouts here. They're nowhere near as common as you find over in Europe though. Like very genuinely. Okay. So I could put a farm down here. Probably put it like right there. It's not my favorite. Oh, that's facing the wrong way. So I could put this over here this time. And it may not be the worst move. And we can keep adjusting you. All right. Because I can't remember... So there's certain areas where you can have it where they have, like, only so much, like, usable space or whatever. So like forestry, where you can sit there and put it there and actually improve the soil or whatever over time, improve the area. I can't remember if agriculture is one of those. I feel like it should be, but I can't remember if it actually is. All right. Okay, so we've got a little farmland off the side there. That'll be some place for people to work. We'll want to be careful about where we put residential, so we could end up putting some of our city service stuff, like the hospital, down here, maybe. And that would be a way to alleviate some of that stuff. For the moment, we've got a lot of demand for both low and medium residential. So what I could see doing here is not worrying about the pedestrian thing going on here. We'll shift that over a little bit. Actually, let's aim for about halfway. I'm gonna go ahead and make, like, a suburb back here. Okay. And so just having like a weird shaped suburb kind of back here. That'll be for medium density, just like last time. Because the hope here is that we will be able to, oh right, these are the, medium density row housing. We can put the medium density row housing up here along the front. And then you'd have like the entrance into the suburb, and that'll be like regular medium density housing. Alright. And very quickly, the demand for medium density is just plummeting through the ground. And already, because we haven't spent money on getting a bunch of other services going, we're still kind of rough in the negatives. But it's nowhere near like the 300,000-400,000 we were dealing with before. I am going to have to still add those services, but I think it'll be one of those things that we will gradually add. Yeah, so actually, they still just want low density, that's fine. You can always rezone them later as our needs change. The every time you watch the Say Skylines stream, you're amused that they use a crane to build a one-story house. Yeah, like the giant crane here. Yeah, so you got kind of what's looking like townhouses out front. We'll have, like, your proper, like, suburbia back here. You got, like, this little gridded out area. I think I'll try and put a lot of the city services, like the graveyard, the hospital, we'll put those along here. That way, if this has noise pollution, it's not that big a deal. We can put the schools down here, maybe. Alright. We're getting there. I am going to still increase the taxes a little bit on that. And yeah, it seems to be doing pretty good so far. We don't have hardly any demand. We're getting a little bit of the medium density residential going on. But that's going to take a little bit of while to happen. Okay, so we do have someone has died in the city, so as much as I want to put off the medical, that now means I can't put it off anymore. So we've got medical needs now. But we're trying to delay building as much of that as possible, because as you can see, when I added that, that increased our medical cost by 50,000. So it is building up our cost pretty quickly. And I'm planning to try and keep the commercial in this area here. One thing I could do is move this road forward another set of blocks, get some more medium, and then we'll plan to do like a medium neighborhood back there. Since it seems like the medium demand is skyrocketing, and we're not seeing a bunch of the lower demand yet. So 1, 2, 3. We can grab the roads that go both ways. Oh, straight. So that's going that way. Hey, Baggy, how's it going? Alright, so we've got that going. So for right now, for the medium, I'm literally just going to go, hey, it's just all the way. All the medium you need. We'll end up having to cut back in here and put like another neighborhood back here, so we'll end up knocking down a couple of houses. But, you know, that is what it is for the time being. And probably do it on the other side, too. Because I'll worry about the city services over here in the short term and go from there. Alright. And so with that, we've knocked out all of our needs, so we just got to kind of wait for the city to continue to grow. Alright, so we've got someone who needs hospital, so unfortunately this does mean we are at the point where it's time for me to set up the medical center. So I think we're going to do... It's not enough room for it. I was going to have roads that go both way, like, both in and out kind of thing. But there really isn't room for it. You can have this road go back here. And over this way. And then place the hospital and that on these roads. And that's mostly that way I can try and keep them getting off this main highway and not having a bunch of vehicles pulling in and out onto these feeders as much as possible, because these would be higher traffic. So I'll have one intersection. I should have put it farther back so I could put like a roundabout there, but that's fine.
Will be experiencing rolling blackouts. We urge the public to remain calm during these breaks in service and to follow the
Rolling
guidelines on the
blackouts?
city's website on how to plan for these temporary events. This has been a local public service announcement.
Recent
We're-
spikes in
we're-
demand have led to temporary local shortages in the city's fresh water supply. The public should be aware that we are struggling to get the situation in hand. This has been a local
No, we're
public
not.
service announcement.
No, we're not. We are distinctly not struggling on power and water. Our power is fine. We're using 4 megawatts out of the 18.6 I'm making. And then the water, I'm producing 26 million gallons a month, and I'm consuming 6 of them.
Said that if anyone finds them, please don't steal.
Okay.
the car. I mean, the old hornbuckle mobile, please. Oh, good. Here they are. Well, never mind then. Thank you for listening to Second Moon.
A housing shortage is driving up prices in the area.
There's not a housing shortage either. You're just lying, game. Like, literally, there's no demand for housing because I have zoned all of this area for housing.
People trying to move.
Stop lying.
Humans are programmed to desire certain representations within ideological reward structures, which are entirely apart from the actual rewards enjoyed. For example, consider
Yeah, the economy is much more stable now. Yeah, I do have a very strong negative monthly balance, but we're doing a gradual rollout as I need services, opposed to just stamping them down real fast. And just giving the chance for the economy to stabilize and trying to move it up. I do have to be careful, because it is very easy to build a bunch more than I need. And that's what gets you in trouble, is because then you have to fund all those things. So, like, we avoided at the landfill where I accidentally last time built the recycling thing way before it was relevant. And it was costing me $15,000 a month plus the initial investment. I didn't have, you know, with our production stuff, the last time I where are we at? Oh, we don't actually have the production tab available yet. But with the production stuff, I didn't even realize my production, I was, you know, importing so much junk until things were farther along. Okay. But yeah, so we still got the medium housing going. We're right about to upscale to the next tire. We also didn't buy a bunch of tiles and then sit here getting like $30,000 worth of charges constantly for land I wasn't even using. One thing I do think I'll do is we'll make this road go way back here, and we'll hook that train up to our city at some point. Alright, so small village, parking areas, doing it. Because we could use that for bringing in money. We definitely want to get our schools going, at least at some level. We do have a bunch of parking options available. We do have more industries available that I can't really take advantage of yet. So what I am going to do is two things. First, we need the school. It's a bummer that the school is ever so slightly too wide to go in there. Because that's where I figure a good place to put the school is like right along the neighborhoods and all that. It may still be the place to put them. Because they could shove it back here into the... It wouldn't be the worst thing to put it back here. Let's do it. Because it has reach for all of that. It's out of the way enough it shouldn't be a problem. And only the students and people needing medical attention will go back into this neighborhood, so it shouldn't be super bad for traffic. That does increase our services cost, but that's one of those things that you want to get that early on because it is just the nature of you need your people to get educated to increase the amount of money they make to therefore get you higher taxes to therefore pay for the services that get them their educations. And on top of that, parking. So for right now, we'll try putting one small parking lot, and we'll see how that does for us. And then for this, we have the fee that it starts off with. But we'll see if that fills up. If it does fill up, we can go and start putting some larger parking in the area. People mentioned being able to charge for the parking on the roads themselves. I'm wondering if that's a thing we'll get later on, the ability to do that. Because I don't see this anywhere. Right, so this time we got a surplus. Let's see, ending street parking on the same roads helps a lot fill up parking lots. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to remember is, so we've got this. Oh, right, they have the whole thing where you go in here and you have your settings and all that. Right, and I would have in here somewhere that I could say, hey, I don't want you to have roadside parking. In your experiencing, providing parking is the issue. Managing the traffic for them is a lot of work. Not having solved that issue. So what I found personally was having all the parking on the sides of the road creating its own problem. By having a parking lot, which did give you a place where they bottlenecked with parking, it was kind of, you could at least control where the bottleneck was. So like right now this is actually bad because I'm right by an intersection. But like if I put the parking, say around here, it wouldn't be nearly as bad. But you get like that giant tower parking thing and you shove it back over here and it could usually help a little bit. Yeah, so we're not on the triple down arrow, we're at the double down arrow, so we are better off than we were the last time. We also haven't had to take the loan yet or anything like that. Things are going fine so far. Okay. And we still need to educate people more. But that's fine. That'll be a thing that comes along. I don't think often some random cars come into the city just to use parking. You got rid of road parking too. They just started parking really far away and walking. Pop Musician Mansion. We're not going to worry about that right now because that has its own upkeep. Yeah, do not for the life of me remember how you can control... Yeah, I thought there was in here somewhere Like, that's all the snap and all that. I thought there was a thing where you configured the road where you say, hey, I want this to have, like, a line of trees in the middle. I think it's stuff you unlock. But you could do stuff like put a median or have the sidewalks or all that. I'm thinking I just need to unlock it by getting the city larger. So you have more demand for medium residential, which we identified were going to be a thing later. You think it's one of the road option upgrades? Yeah, I just gotta... Oh, right. You're saying when I spend my points here. Right. So it would be... No, I don't see... Oh. No? I don't know. It's fine. We'll figure it out. We already spent our points, right? Yeah, we did already... Yeah, we already spent our points. Okay, so we've got medium residential that they want more of it. So same like before, I'm going to choose roughly in the middle. Just make ourselves a little neighborhood over here. Alright. So I wanted more medium density population, so we're just going to go ahead and here choose medium density, not stack housing this time. And start building that out all here. Pretty soon we're going to start running into issues where we're going to start hitting capacity on some of our stuff. And that'll be its own nightmare to deal with, because then you have to juggle, okay, well, is it better to expand the capacity of my network, you know, knowing I'm going to massively increase my expenses service-wise, or would it be better to not fill all that in and go with that? So the moment I built that, now it's like, no, we need more low density. So that's filling in this area, luckily. And this education should be helping us. Our population is skyrocketing. Our finances are in much better shape than the last time we played. They still have more to go. I'm going to bump up our taxes on the houses a little bit more. And that's fine for right now. I definitely want to add the high school as well. Oh, I forgot how big you are. You are huge. Look. I didn't think about that part. We'll figure it out in a minute. It might just honestly be knocking down some houses over here and putting the high school over here. Just, you have all the city and just like the one little farm that the city grew up around it. That happens so often. We're down to only one negative down arrow. We're gradually getting our finances sorted. Do I go for the high school? It'll be a massive increase in our expenses. But again, it'll increase a whole extra tier of education level, which means we get a whole extra tier of income and all that. Oh, I didn't realize the medium density was that big. It's fine. It'll be just a weird neighborhood is all. Yeah, so this time you'll notice our traffic is running buttery smooth. Like we get like little pockets here and there, but our traffic is running buttery smooth on this one because we do have those feeder roads. We do have the back and forth where it's just basically they take this main road because it's the fastest, just until they want to drop to this back road to hit whatever they're looking for, and then they just get there. Oh, and also, you should be a roundabout. So that's putting in better theory for the way you're running your roads. Let's see. The city is incredibly noisy. Honestly, it's not hitting... Oh, okay, I got one house here that's being hit. This one house here is being hit by it. That's fine. Yes, the good news is... we do have some people parking in the lot there, so that's helping a little bit. We'll end up expanding our parking in no time. And the number of students is gradually increasing. And we do have just straight upwards arrows so far as the amount of people moving in. I thought there was some place to very easily see people's employment and all that kind of stuff. Okay. So the citizen age being young and old, so we got most of our city is in the kind of on the older end of the spectrum. May you suggest something? Sure. I've played enough City Skylines in the past. Yeah, so our wealth is slowly climbing. We're still definitely on the lower end of the spectrum of wealth. But a big part of this is going to just be the fact that we're not educated and all that.
For our newer, less able listeners, first, we will be dancing through the al dente.
Yeah, so we have uneducated, poorly educated, and all that. We got our workplaces are over here.
Anti-pasto movement. So, without further ado, let's raise the curtain.
Okay.
A housing shortage is driving up prices in the area.
We're now a large village. So what's gonna happen here, chat, is we're gonna be on a quick break real fast. I hear that my wife has got home, so I'm gonna go run downstairs, welcome her home, all that stuff. It's a normal break I usually take during stream, that around this time I take about 5 minutes off stream, welcome my wife home, make some food happen real quick, and then we get back to it. We'll get back to more City Skylines after that. So in the meantime, I'm gonna step away for that break, and thank you again so much for tuning in, and I'll be right back. Yeah. So the only thing with connecting the walkways between the neighborhoods, that's fine. But there's no businesses back here. All the businesses are out here. So I'm not sure if those will get used very much. Alright, we'll be back in just a couple minutes. So thank you again for tuning in. Oh, but it could make sense to connect like that to a pedestrian walkway there. We'll see. I'll check it out in a minute. Alright, I'll be back.
It is a question of priorities.
What is that time span? But what would end up happening is, you know, you'd be a person who didn't really have a lot of prospects or opportunity where you were, and you could go someplace where there were prospects and opportunity. But what would happen is, for transportation and housing and lodging and everything else, you'd have to go to the company town, because the town, like the entire town, you'd have to. Why did I die?
A ticket has been submitted for medical assistance.
I don't know what happened. I got thrown forward and hit the, I was crushed. No. I'll just...
They had a family, children, a job that now needs to be reassigned.
Whoops. I missed with the whale. I'm sure they'll figure it out. Actually lifting that whole thing up? Oh, so I can... And timed. Now the problem was I was having to back up to hold it. When I would let up, it would pull me forward. So all I did is had to like swing the arm just enough to tip it up. So this would be the Kurzawa Tartak, which I assume is basically saying it's the train station. All right. And now I just have one more business up this way. I think it's a business. Or it's the border. Who really knows? And then they'll bring a conclusion to our tour, and we can go back to our farming needs. I think it's the border. I think it's the border. So, we're going to try and make a break for it. The wizards can't stop us. They don't know. We can make it. We can escape this world. Hurry. Don't let me down, John Deere four-wheeler. We can absolutely get out of here. Oh. At least the wizards were enough to put a "you can't go this way" sign. Alright. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. With that, that does conclude our tour. This has been a fantastic tour. I believe this tour, once I need to not be holding the button if I do that. But yeah, so it is. Why did I go to the moon? I don't understand. Why? I think I found a bug in the physics engine. What do you think, chat? I'm not sure what I hit, but I didn't just slam into the roof and get stuck here. Like we kind of glided up here. I have to find out. Yeah, no, that's a mod. There's no in vanilla Project Zomboid. There is no win condition. There is no vaccine. There is no cure. There is no happiness here. There's just death. There's death and tears. That's Project Zomboid vanilla.
What is going on?
A raid.
He installed the musical alarm.
Welcome to the nuclear reactor. Here we dance. We dance like there's no tomorrow. Dance with me. Dance.
Who needs sonar when we have beats? I mean, the accordion makes it.
I had no idea that this sub was rated for Euro power.
Well, it's not. No, that'll definitely overload the reactor vent when they kill us all.
I don't think I've had nearly enough drugs for this. That sounds like a you problem.
I'm sure that looks better in theirs, like headbanging.
Sweet morphine.
In the meantime, I see some nature and I don't like it. Look at nature's hubris being all over the place here. How dare nature? Okay, and relocate our position over here to have some cover. I think in all my time, that has been the single most effective orbital bombardment I've ever used. Considering there is nothing left. There is a pair of corpses left and everything else got wiped out. Did they revamp that? I remember orbital bombardment being a lot weaker, let alone mining out chunks of the mountain. That's bad. That's bad. That's bad. That's bad. That's really bad. That's really bad. Get up, get up, get up, get up. And we're safe. Whew. That's fine. We weren't moments away from death. Yeah, when I yelled. Yeah, you know, it'd be awfully. All right, you know what? Oh, right, and I am back. I was just updating Tomb. We're having AC problems. I think it's just our drain line's clogged, but I did a quick hit with it with the shop vac to try and get it sorted out, and as well as things that even at the time I did, it's like, okay, I got a little bit out of there, but it doesn't feel like I cleared the line. But I was out of time, so I couldn't keep at it. Just AC in Florida kind of things. All right, so look at that. They're almost even. I appreciate that they made the game harder. Because it was really, you could kind of even make like really trolly cities. And it'd be like, yeah, no, that's fine, your economy's okay. So I get that the game shouldn't be brutally hard to the point that if you're new to the game, you're really just gonna struggle. Like, I agree that that shouldn't be a thing. But at the same time, like, if it's so easy, it's no effort. That kind of also is a problem. So we could go for the geothermal. How are we doing on our power? Are we starting to push our limit? Because that's the big question. If we're starting to push our limit. Okay, so we are gonna actually need power in not super long. So it might be worth considering. What happened on the bridge? There was a traffic accident. So there was a car crash. Apparently on the bridge. Now the thing that makes me curious is supposedly that car, this car down here, I can't even go down to it. Supposedly that car is on fire. I'm gonna go on a limb here and say the car underneath the water is not on fire. I'm just going to ignore the statement that it's supposedly on fire and say, no, it's not. Alright. So, we do have a desire for more industrial in our town. And this side of town's probably going to get some bad traffic eventually. Maybe this electric car have battery fire? Right, but even if you have a car that has like a battery fire, it's submerged in water. For a fire to sustain, it needs more than just fuel. It needs more than just this. You could certainly have it where it's like you're having an electrical problem, it's shorted out and all these kinds of things, but it won't actively stay on fire submerged in water. It needs air. You can have certain chemical fires that they get the air from the chemicals that are burning. But still, you're not going to be underwater and then actively burning. Okay, so you still got plenty of stuff. Unless you mix it with an oxidizer. Right. There's certain chemicals that can burn. Submerge and all that. But it's unlikely for that to be the case here. So what I'm debating right now is, so, first of all, I actually do think we are going to go for the geothermal. Because my intention is, once this coal power plant isn't up to snuff anymore, once that percent's too high, let's see, well, lithium and H2O is fire underwater? I hadn't heard that one. Not saying it's necessarily wrong, but that'd be news to me. Alright, so what I'm gonna do here is we're not gonna build the geothermal yet. How much is the geothermal? Yeah, the geothermal I couldn't afford if I wanted to. I'm really fighting the temptation to just slap down the high school, because sure, it's gonna cost me money, but at the same time, cool. At the same time, if we put down a high school, it will increase the wealth of our people. We good reaction. Never did that in chem class. So lithium batteries weren't a thing that you could get when I was in chem class. I'm a little bit older than that. Not that lithium didn't exist, but we didn't. It wasn't like a common thing you'd run into with like lithium batteries and all that kind of nonsense. That wasn't a thing till later. We were still using nickel cadmium batteries were the new fandangled tech when I was in school. All right. So the things to build is I still need a fire department, I still need a police department, and I still need a high school. And that's what we're dealing with our limited budget. What are we putting down? And I'm feeling like the immediate thing that I should be considering is probably the high school. Yeah, because you're 22,000 a month, you are 10,000 a month. Okay, hang on. And then you're 19,000 a month. All right. So the fire department is relatively inexpensive if we're talking. What is that? Are we in the positives? Okay. We've done it, chat. We are financially viable. I also can't really tell what I'm overlapping here. Well, how big is the police department? So police department won't fit there anyways. Okay, so put the fire department there. So we now got some fire coverage. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to wait till we start to stabilize our finances again. And then we'll do all that. Does this mean you can get a raise, sir? No. Oh, actually, hang on. I got you a Night Dweller. I got your raise. Your raise is right here. Thank you, everyone. Thank Night Dweller. We have raised the taxes by 1%. We have given that raise that was requested. Yeah, I need to remove any oxygen to finish a lithium burn. Dweller gate. No one will ever know. So I wonder... This might actually work out. Because what I could see doing here is maybe... Can I fit the high school there? No, I keep underestimating how gargantuan that high school is. I was going to say I could put the high school here and then put a walking path there, but no, the high school in this game is like legit big. All right, so I have more desire for low density housing, but I am trying to move our income up more and more towards pushing for towards the medium and all that. Okay, we are now positive financially again. So we're gonna give that a moment to recover to being able to build the next thing. So I can build the police department, and I'll need to do that eventually. Which the police department will put back here is what I think we'll do. And we can build the police department. Now, the police department, if you want to think about it like this, by building more schools, you reduce the amount of crime from happening in the first place. Because, people are in better economic situations and yada, yada, yada. But some level of crime is going to happen no matter what you do. So I could also build the police department, which means I'm creating a situation where more crime will be occurring in the first place because I'm not giving people the needs for what they need to take care of to be able to be financially stable and all that in their lives, which force them to more likely to be desperate and look for crime. Or like to make money where they can, i.e. crime. So it's kind of the prevention or the cure, and I need both. But yeah. You'll never forget the day the taxes are raised because Night Dweller wanted a raise. Alright. And we're still on our initial tile of land here. I'm also, one of the reasons I keep raising the taxes on our residential is because that is one of the few levers you can pull to adjust demand. If you have like, okay, you want more people to move in, like more people want to move in your town than you can reasonably support, one thing is to make it more expensive, which will make it not thing. Well, if this is the US, it should be entirely reactionary, right? We do a bit more reactionary than we should. That said, it is unfair to say we don't do preventative stuff, but there's definitely some places in the US where we are really bad about doing stuff supportive of your community and instead just say, well, let's make it all the police's problem. And then the police become, you know, your main source of mental health care, i.e. prison, which isn't really a good strategy. But yeah. You know, there's the whole thing of, like, a gram of prevention is worth a pound of cure. But the thing is, I can't quite afford the high school yet. So I'm letting this stabilize. Oh, look at that monthly income. Would you look at that? That is absolutely wonderful. It is going down a little bit. But a lot of that seems to be around the service upkeep. Like, our revenue seems to be consistent, but our service upkeep is going up and down, which is just, you know, as we get into the summer, you have, like, more costs for air conditioning and all that. Yada, yada, yada. Alright. We're gonna go ahead and we want more industrial. And this will be the last row of industrial up here, because I'm going to want to connect that to the train station. Alright, how is our power doing? Our power is in the danger zone is where our power is doing. How is our water doing? Our water is fine. Our water is good, but our power is right on the edge of being a problem. And I believe I can expand this. No, there's not an upgrade for this. I was gonna say, I believe I could expand this to ever so slightly increase its power outage. Oh man, and you're so expensive. So the issue I have here is it would be really nice to switch over to geothermal, but geothermal is $750,000, and its monthly upkeep is $150,000, whereas what we're running is between $5,000 to $45,000. So our upkeep cost would literally, at best case scenario, triple. At worst case scenario, it would be 30 times. Needless to say, that bad. But I am on the limit of my power before we start suffering brownouts. And I could potentially toss in some wind turbines to try and offset it a little bit. And it wouldn't be the worst, but it also wouldn't really do well. Yeah. Yeah, wind speed too low. So I feel like where we're at, the wind isn't going to be a good solution, because we're in between mountains. This is a bad place to build wind turbines. There's not going to be much wind going through this area. It could potentially go up and through this way, but where these are right angles, it's unlikely. Alright, so our power grid is struggling. Now, I could potentially just go to our infrastructure spending and say, hey, electricity, I'm going to need you to kick it up a notch. So we're going to basically push our power plant to the absolute limit of what it can do. When this hits 100% capacity, we are properly screwed that I need a new power plant. The thing is, when you increase it that way, the dollar per power you get is really rough. So I've got a lot of traffic going in. Oh, right, because this is all medium density back here. Because when I was reading it medium density, I didn't think of it the way it was. So one thing that we could do to help this a little bit. And that'll help a little bit. That's not a fix. but it will give it a little bit of alleviation. So that's the big problem, is you're noticing all the backup is this medium density back here. And that's because when I was thinking medium density, I was thinking more like these townhouses here versus these giant buildings of 45 different apartments each and all that. So we are having the issue of traffic here because this isn't what we need. The other thing to do here is we'll round about that for now too. This is not a good solution. We're gonna have to change that neighborhood. I built it like you would these neighborhoods over here. It'd probably be okay if I had done this style of townhouses, but I did just the straight up mediums. So that's not good. And then we need to get rid of the roadside parking. Just need to remember how we do that. Because our main street here should not have parking on it. Oh, that's right, road services. Okay, yeah, so yeah, the trees, the sound barrier, the roadside parking, that's all under road services. Right. Okay, and we are about to level up again. So that's good news. Our power is still right on the fence. And then we have our industrial area starting to back out. That's not unexpected at all either. But that's the reason I'm hoping we'll be able to get the train hook up here, because then we can keep a lot of our industrial stuff back in our industrial stuff area. Now we can also start working at getting some public transportation to go from this main road here, take them over to the industrial where the work is. So you'd ride your car out, go to your parking spot, jump on your train, get to your train out there, or just walk. You know, walk 2-3 blocks to hit your train, your subway, whatever. But the point is, right now our finances are very stable, and we just leveled up. Okay, so we've got 4 points here. So power, this should be good for our power. The water treatment we're not worried about. The advanced road options is probably what I'm going to get.
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please
So we'll
exercise
do the
caution
college.
and try
We'll
to
do the
stop
advanced road
accidents
options.
until conditions improve.
And I've got 2 more points to
This is a
work
local
with.
public service announcement.
You're listening to Second Moon
We can
Radio
get the
with
train as a
Travis
potential.
Armstrong. And we're pervading some of the finest classical music on the air. Keep that dial right here.
All right.
We're live, and we're
And we can get the
very close
train.
about a traffic accident somewhere in the city.
And I'll get the crematorium for later.
Already been dispatched.
Okay, so we've got a ton of stuff that's opened up. We can now move up to low rent housing for lower income. We can also do low density offices,
Already know about it.
which is definitely a good move because that takes up the same area as industrial. And we now also have, we have oil under where one of our neighborhoods is. That feels too real. That feels a little bit too real for something that actually happened, where, you know, you've got the neighborhood and they're like, we found oil!
That's a wild.
And then
idea.
suddenly,
Trying to make people
you know,
Did you say panic? She said panic. The death rate is skyrocketing. We've got to get out of here.
You go, I'll stay and clear up the mess. We'll be back after this.
okay. Right, so we can have lighting. All right. Yeah, so you're gonna put the trees on the edge here and get rid of the parking on our main roads. So basically, the travel roads, I'm trying to not allow parking. That would be absolutely terrible for the poor people who lived here. But we're going to make parking structures to alleviate that, and as an additional form of income. But for right now, I need the cars not piling up along the roads, parking everywhere. Okay, we'll leave that little resto alone over there. And they can park back here in some of these areas. That's all fine for right now. We'll go from there. That's going to massively mess with their traffic patterns. Oh, we missed a couple spots. So just trying to clean up where we've got all these parking spaces here. So this lot's probably going to start maxing out really fast. I'll probably end up needing to introduce more parking as well. Ideally, we'd want to get some underground parking. What are you? Medium parking lot? I can't actually make out where the lot is on this. There's that one. And this one is just really not clear what part of you is the lot. Yeah, put a parking lot over there. And we'll start with that for right now. And you sleep well at night, Dweller. It's been good having you. Alright, so we'll go ahead and start clearing that up. We've got parking back here, but we're going to start moving with that. Eventually, I'm going to want to move to underground parking. But as you can see, we do have, you know, parking fees here. We also got more money for the college. We can build taxi depots and bus depots. And the train. Alright, so storing and maintenance of trains can be upgraded with extra tracks for maintenance, so that's train maintenance. But we don't have the various yards and all that. We got the taxes zipping around with everyone. We've also got parks are available now, as well as landmarks. And parks can be used to increase our land value. And we could do district creation. This is where we can start making policies for our city. As well as it lets you get certain information that's not available otherwise. You can place a train station after the depot? Yeah. Okay. I remember that now. Yeah. I forgot how much this really wants to snap to stuff. Alright, and so what I'm doing now is I'm drawing some districts. And this lets me do stuff like set different policies for the different districts. You can set, you know, hey, here's the type of businesses I want you to have here. I forgot how aggressive the snapping is with the districts, and you can turn it off. There we go. Yeah, so then I can go into an area like this and say, okay, we can see how many people are how many people live here, how many people work here, how the average wealth is. Are there local services assigned to this location, so you can like divvy out where things are. So it's really good for getting information and all that about how your districts are doing. And then there's also the thing where I could go in here and be able to assign certain stuff to that, certain policies to the local district areas. Alright, so we are dealing with a lot of through traffic going on there. How is our power doing? We're at 99% power usage. I really don't want to have to take a loan to build a power plant that I can't afford. But I can't really build anything else right now. And I also cannot turn up the, experience a tornado. Hi, tornado. How you doing over there? You just do your thing up in the mountains, I guess. If a district line is in the middle of the road, let's say any residential or commercial trucks were not allowed, would the trucks be able to drive on that road? Whichever road it's considered in that district. I don't remember if, like, the whole road has to be in it or if it's, like, touching it at all. But yeah, you could do that. So, alright. So I need to do stuff. Alright. I need to do stuff to start dealing with our power consumption. So we have the crime rate is basically 0, which is impressive because we do not have a police department. Our educated one, we are generally having our uneducated citizens is moving down, which is the goal. Yeah, no, our power is on its last limb, and that's what I gotta do, is I gotta figure out ways I can do with that. I'm wondering if the game has the idea of the electricity, if I increase the service fee, if it will push down the amount of consumption. Alright, so we're gonna increase the service fee to artificially push down consumption. Basically, we just announced that, hey, we're gonna be charging you even more for power. And everyone is like, alright, look man, I'm gonna adjust my AC. So I do have a crime scene. I do not have a police department. But as you can see, we're doing real well on our finances now. So it is time to get another building up services-wise. I'm going to go for that high school. It is going to be a bit of a pain because we'll be putting it right here, which is going to get rid of some houses. But that should increase our overall wealth, which should increase the land value, and a whole bunch of other stuff that we should have that ripple effect of improving our economy. There's also a thing that, if I remember correctly, when it comes to stuff like education and all that, the higher level of education people have. I keep seeing that thing pop over there, negative. Okay, so running into problems with power again, so clearly the only solution for that is taxes. Everyone knows that's the answer. Every time you have a problem is to raise taxes. We've got to get the power situated. Because our population's still growing and our power infrastructure can't handle it, but a power plant is hecking expensive. I need $750,000. But I'm also at that point where I need a police department. We needed the high school as well. We have demand for a whole lot of things, but if I build those things, that's going to put more strain on my power grid. So we're in that, you know, this would be the point that very genuinely you could justify a loan. Because you have a lot of needs that you are going to be able to support a lot of them financially, but you don't have the money right now. The problem is once I take the loan, then I gotta pay for a loan.
Thank you, the very last Lardine, for gifting a sub to Trilak.
Thank you, the very last Lardine, for gifting a sub for Trilak. Trilak, you now have yourself some nice advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. So thank you so much for that gifty sub. I really do appreciate that. The actually said, the high school jacked up the demand for medium housing, which is going to farther strain the power grid. Yep. There's a lot of juggling. This neighborhood is going to have to go. This neighborhood back here is going to have to change. I misread in my mind what medium density housing was, and I should know better. I was thinking it's more in line with this. And this is just too many houses for that road to support. I don't think there's a way I fix this road that isn't massively overhauling that area. That said, I'm not just going to bulldoze it because that will absolutely collapse our economy. But we are going to need to put some effort into trying to balance that out better. Where if we're going to have neighborhoods that go back here, they need to be not as dense as this. I do like the idea of eventually having a proper high-density city center, but this road can support it, that road cannot. And this road, to a certain extent, cannot. Alright, so the parking, unsurprisingly, is hitting capacity over here. Trying to see if it would tell me, like, versus its expense versus the revenue, if this is a net positive or negative. I imagine that is making us a little bit of money. Services and fees. We could probably check here. No, it's not telling me. I was curious if I could see, like, what amount of money I was making from parking. Yeah, and you're all backed up because this backfeeding road is here. What are you doing? Excuse me? Why are you crossing the road there? Like, what are you doing right now?
The city will be experiencing blackouts. We urge the public to remain calm during these breaks in service and to follow the
So the issue is they're just standing there. If this car goes and they can just cross, that'll be fine. Let's go to our advanced roads and we're gonna make it a light road. That should at least alleviate some of that. I don't like making the roads with lights. They do tend to bog down more. But right now, with it kind of just getting stuck and not knowing what to do.
This just in from traffic. If you're thinking
Did you see the Giants doing an announcement tomorrow in 10 hours? Yeah, the future of farming simulator. I actually know what the announcement is, but I'm not allowed to tell you. And that's not me trolling. I mean, genuinely, I'm not allowed to tell you. It's part of being a partner with them. They let us know before stuff's announced. They're like, don't you tell nobody. Get you. Get you. Not really. They don't threaten you. It's just, you do that and you're not a partner with them anymore.
Road maintenance services have already been dispatched, and traffic flow should return to normal. But if you're planning a quick
Farming simulator on the moon. No, it's Mars. Come on. Who wants to settle for the moon? The moon. Come on, it's only right there. Yeah, so it seems to be alleviating it some. I thought Mars was the next expansion. No. It's the next expansion is when we get the Mars potatoes. When it comes out, it's not going to have the Mars potatoes. That's a later edition. When you start, it'll be like Mars algae will be what you're farming. Honestly, I would play that game. I would play some like weird game where you start out on Mars and you're growing like Mars like algae stuff, like a seaweed kind of thing, and then you move up to being able to grow more conventional crops. That's honestly one of the things I would love to see a game. I don't think Farm Sim is the game to do it, but I would love to see a game that kind of approaches the farming simulator genre, where you do play as a sim, but you do start out with like the 10 horsepower nothing. Well, actually, even go farther back. Like you start out with like horse-drawn tills and all that kind of stuff, and you just kind of play through time. That there's some type of progression through it. I would enjoy that, to like watch where you start like at the beginning with like a horse-drawn till and you work up to the point where you're like, oh man, getting that 10 horsepower tractor. Ooh boy. Ooh boy. A bull plow? Yeah, exactly. Like get some like animal drawn stuff. You go to like collect your harvest. You have to go out there, pick it by hand. Like you get your giant like the scythe where it's got like, there's the big pole in the back, the one in front, you just sweep it. And then you have to go in and manually bundle it and throw it on the cart behind, your beast of burden. And then, you move thing there. As long as there's no slaves. Oh, no, absolutely. I wouldn't want to simulate that anyways. But, we'd want to go there. Okay, so we're up to that. Now, the catch here is we have managed to stabilize our power for now, but actually our usage is pretty okay. Since we started taxing the crap out of anyone who uses too much power, our usage has actually been pretty okay. We still do need to make the power happen, but I also have a problem where we're starting to get some crime happening here, and nothing to deal with it. So for as much as a gram of prevention is worth a pound of cure, sometimes you do also need the cure. You can do everything possible to reduce the number of colds and flu you get to almost nothing. But it's almost nothing. You still need the hospital for those rare cases that break through. Alright. But the good news is our financials are looking absolutely great. We are charging borderline criminal rates for our electricity to keep it down. We are fairly generously taxing our people. This is a swell town. And interestingly enough, our people are very neutral about their town experience. That they're very happy with the housing, and the wealth is good, and the amount of leisure time, and they're close to their schools and all that kind of stuff. And they're very upset about taxes. They're really upset about their taxes. Just the way I like them. We want them at peak upset where they're just as upset about the taxes they can be without actually leaving. The reality is, I'm trying to just keep the income rolling while we get our services on, like in real life. Yes. You continue to push the peasants until they revolt. The problem is you don't know where that line in the sand where they revolt is until they do that whole, you know, revolting and burning down buildings and that. There is a limit. They don't share it with you though. They don't let you know when you're getting close. All right. So this, you know, building the police department did eat into our monthly balance. That's totally fine. We are trying to just keep ahead of the crime and all that. All right. Yeah, this neighborhood is going to be the one to fix up. While we're waiting on that, let's go ahead and do more of our drawing of our districts. So I do feel like the main road here is kind of its own district. All right, look, snapping, get out of here. Okay, so what we could do now is fix that, and we're good. So we've got like that main drag is a district. We'll get our next district going, which will be back here. And that'll be this neighborhood. So that's another district. And now we got our last district over here. That 100%, that is 100% better than, say, Skylines 1 of the district tool. Oh, yeah, where it's just you took your paintbrush and you just kind of did, like, the tug of war being like, no, I want this side of the road. You had to, like, really try and precisely get it. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, for as much as people badmouth, say, Skylines 2 when it came out, it does have a lot of quality of life improvements. There was just a lot of other stuff that, you know, still needed a little bit of work. No, I don't want to make it our district there. Okay. And that's honestly close enough. Cool, so we've got our districts made. And like I said, you have the advantage of you can click on it. Okay, the wealth is poor in this neighborhood. In this one, it's wretched. In that one, it's wretched. In this one, it's wretched. In this one, it's poor. So we're moving on up. We're moving from wretched to poor. Excellent. Just what our community needed. So your mistake with this game was always been forgetting to put in districts early? Oh, yeah. Well, it used to be a thing in City Skylines 1 was you would, one of the things I would always do is I'd make my districts, and immediately, as soon as I could, I'd take one district and be like, you're now the eco district. And then go to the next one, and you do the rotation one neighborhood at a time to make them do the environmental thing. Because it just meant you needed less water, less power, and all that. Sure, you got less taxes out of them, but all that infrastructure you didn't have to build. Okay, so we're now officially going into the negatives. We are still gaining population, but our service costs have gone up enough, which is curious to me. All right, so we did add the fire or the police department. Looks like the police department is obnoxiously expensive. Go figure. So we're gonna increase the taxes a little bit on some of these. Because we're trying to just stabilize our money again. The other thing I'm potentially considering doing is, hey,
this is an emergency broadcast to all citizens. Increasing areas of forest are being engulfed by flames. The thick smoke rising from the fire makes the air dangerous to breathe. Citizens are advised to vacate any premises near the fires and remain at a safe distance until emergency services manage to get the fires under control.
Well, I don't have anyone who can put out a forest fire, so burn baby burn, I guess? Actually, did it already put itself out? I mean, that's fine with me too. And our finances are getting worse. So that's not particularly appealing. All right. So we're having more demand for commercial, and now it's gone. We've got more demand for residential. We're gonna bump that up to try and deal with that. I don't have any office to begin with. I can't really increase the utilization is down to 47%. Excuse me? All right. So we got problems here. So I don't really want to put, I could put the offices facing this side in the middle. So I think we could do that. So offices, we don't want to paint tool this. I want to make sure they only point them facing this way. And this will likely be overkill on the offices, and this will likely bring our power grid to its knees. But interestingly enough, our utilization dropped from 80% to 47%, mostly because we taxed the crap out of them. And that monthly balance is just getting worse and worse. All right. We have demand for more commercial. We're just struggling so much. Like, our economy was great and then suddenly caved. You know what I bet you it is? I bet you it's people aging out. I bet you, because of the speed we grew at the beginning with this area, I bet you we've hit the point that a bunch of them all hit being elderly at the same time. Yeah, so a bunch of these people are all getting to more advanced age at the same time.
Pending updates to our power grid, the city will be experiencing rolling blackouts. We urge the public to remain calm during these breaks in service and to follow the guidelines on the city's website on how to plan for these temporary events. This has been a local public service announcement.
Has anyone seen my keys? My keys. What?
We're in the air? Sorry about that. It's nothing important. I just lost my keys. I'm sure they'll turn up. They're for the brown sedan parked outside the radio station. Oh, wait. I probably shouldn't have said that. If anyone finds them, please don't steal my car. I mean,
all right, so we're just tweaking stuff.
Oh, good. Here they are. Well, never mind that.
Yeah, honestly, with as low as that is, we could probably get away with putting the power back down to here.
This just in from traffic. If you're thinking about hitting the streets, you can expect...
Okay, so that should reduce our costs a lot, because power is one of my main draws. So we're trying to get that sorted out. We should have, with our education helping out here, things should stabilize a bit. The good news is the industrial is very lucrative with our taxes. We still are having our population go up. As long as our population is still increasing and we're still having that going on, we should be improving our financial situation over time. We just need to get this back under control. I have been tempted to just turn off the police station again. But this is more than that. That's the thing that surprised me. It seems like we got a lot of our stuff at once. And this is not drawing in that much of the cost. Yeah, so it's $37,000 is what that's pulling in. And the amount we're in a deficit is way more than that. And the districts themselves, I don't believe, cost anything. Like, just labeling them. Alright. So, the high school is about 50% utilization, as is the other school. So I'm going to try cutting the education cost down a bit. We'll go to about 80% or so. I'm just trying to get our finances stabilized again where they were before. We are slowly getting that corrected. And the population is still going up, so that should, over time, solve our problem. But yeah, we gotta get that handled. So you're still at 500 or 55% utilization. So one thing that might actually help is as we penalize this, it does hurt our company efficiency. Okay, so that's as high as I can go and not penalize the company efficiency. Because we're still at only like 50-something utilization. That also got rid of one of the negatives from our stuff there. Our population is still going up. I just need you to fix that. Because I also don't think we were getting that much... I mean, we were getting okay money from that. But the company efficiency is those things that, you know, the more income they make, the more I get in taxes from them. So it's trading one money for the other. Alright. We are still steadily gaining XP. And the amount we're losing on average is going down over time. Like, it bounces up and down. Yeah, so the parking fees isn't significant one way or the other. The education fees, we actually make decent education fees. So that's good. Alright. So we're just trying to stabilize that. They're complaining about lack of entertainment, but I can't really do much to help them right now. One thing we could probably do to help is taxation. Lower the taxation on the offices so that they hopefully build more. Because we don't have any growth there, so that's fine. Come on, man, you're right. You're right there. You're right there to being stabilized again. How's our store? Trash is starting to build up. That's a concern. Our power is still fine. Alright. I don't really want to build another neighborhood, but I feel like I need to... Well, so we don't need medium density, so it's going to be low density is what we're going to build. I feel like I need to expand more to stabilize our power. So you're 153. Where people mention the upkeep costs of the road, it looks like the pedestrian road is actually cheaper to upkeep than the other roads. It's more expensive to build initially, but it's cheaper once it's built. Which makes sense. Vehicles driving on the road is what costs you all the money in real life. Alright, so get more households built in here. Now we need to go to this district's lines. And adjust it for... where we've expanded that. Rebuilds his whole city in pedestrian roads. Yeah, that was always the thing for, like, a lot of the area. I like doing that. What is that button? Oh, that's saving in progress. Okay. I just kept seeing that pop up. I'm like, what are you? They also want some high density, and I'm not really ready to go there.
This is an emergency broadcast to all citizens. The Fire and Rescue Service reports that fires are currently spreading in the nearby forest. The billowing clouds of smoke pose a serious health risk to anyone nearby. At this time, all citizens in the affected area are instructed to immediately move to a safe distance until the situation is under control.
Okay, and our parking lots are getting some movement. We'll definitely need more than that for the parking down the road. So our education is good. We are now officially losing population. We have finally reached the point that the population is going down. So what I'm going to do here is going to back off our residential taxes, which I hate doing because that's a lot of lost income now. Because I can't have it so we have more people leaving town than coming in. So that's what? +6. Lack of entertainment being one of the big things that's hurting us. And that's killing our finances. Alright, so... what I need to do... so entertainment is going to be in this area. So stuff like parks and all that. That's kind of what we got going for us. Parks should be relatively inexpensive. I'm gonna have to take a loan. I don't like it, but I'm gonna have to take a loan. We're gonna start the loan at 200,000. And we need to get some level of outdoor recreation. So the small plaza adds a lot of attractiveness, as does the campgrounds. The campgrounds are not that huge. We'll add a small plaza. How much did you enjoy Farming Simulator 22 compared to the older ones? I haven't played the older ones. Farming Simulator 22 was my very first farm sim game. So I unfortunately don't actually have the ability to answer that question. So what I'm thinking we do is this covers... so it's not large enough to cover that whole area. So we'll add a plaza right over here by the edge. Another one there. put one in the middle of that neighborhood. One in this neighborhood. And honestly, there's not enough houses down here to do that. Okay, so we've got some plazas we built, so that should help with the entertainment rating a little bit. Yeah, so our entertainment rating is no longer negative, so we've got more positives than negatives. So the big one being our high taxes are a big thing hurting everything. We've got abundance of leisure time and all sorts of stuff going on. Our finances are terrible. And so what I am hoping... Okay, so we do have... Our population is technically going up. The big issue we have is just the fact that our monthly balance money-wise is just absolutely burning. We do have people still getting educations and all that. We should be able to balance out the age distribution of the population a little bit. If we get just a couple more people into the neighborhood, well, just a little bit more XP, we'll hit Tiny Town. And once we hit Tiny Town, we'll get more stuff going on here that'll help out. We'll be able to make mixed zoning, which helps out a lot with your traffic. Alright, so our people are starting to get generally happy. There's an abundance of entertainment now, as opposed to a deficit of entertainment. We can go back into our taxes and say, yeah, you remember that tax cut we gave you? It's gone. Alright. Okay. And we're leaning our taxes to try and draw in more people thing. Do you consider eating as recreation? You can have recreation that is centered around eating. That is a thing. Like, if you go and do something like a hot pot or something like that, that could be a whole thing. You see how it is taxing poor people more? Yeah, that's been a thing in City Skylines for as long as you could do that. People who are more educated bring more money into your town, so you deliberately make choices to try and encourage more educated people to live in your town. It's not an ethical thing at all. Yeah, so this should start gradually building up the wealth. And making all that better. The big thing, so we are slowly improving our horrible negative balance. But it's not great. The other thing is production-wise, we have a very dire need for coal because of our power. Most of the other stuff I'm less worried about, but that coal is hurting us. You sound like the South Park bank manager, and it's gone. Yep. Less educated does not equal poor in theory. Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. The way City Skyline mechanic works, though, is by getting more education, you have more job opportunities. As you get more job opportunities, you end up being of higher wealth, and it's kind of like those things. Generally speaking, there is a very strong correlation between, income and education on the broader scope. You can have college degrees that are worth less than other college degrees, even though they cost more and are more educated and all that. But just in the broad sweeping, the overall more educated your population, the overall healthier your economy tends to be. And it isn't quote-unquote poor people bad. It's usually because you've created a situation where more people can get educated. So that opens up more opportunity. Alright, so we're just waiting for that last little bit of XP to push us to Tiny Town. And that should give us an influx of money, as well as more tools to our disposal.
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area.
Why is our money getting worse?
Please exercise caution if you must drive.
What is the thing that has changed? We built the police department and suddenly we're just bleeding money, but it's not we're bleeding the money by the amount of the police department.
Area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive, and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has
You're
been a
gonna fill
local
up soon,
public
aren't
service
you?
announcement.
You're getting there.
Second Moon Radio with your host, J. Thomas Hornbuckle. Tune in tomorrow for a second chance to hear the music of yesteryear.
The police is fine.
We're live, and we're
The administration is fine.
traffic accident.
Education, our high school is actually getting close to its capacity.
Road maintenance services have already been dispatched, and traffic flow should return to normal.
Our
But if
parks
you're
and
planning a
leisure is
trip
doing
out,
fine.
You might want to wait a little while
We
until
have
the
some
weather is
tourism attractiveness, but not much.
You already know about it. No use reminding you.
I can go ahead and get rid of the announcers. There is a thing down here where you can say no ads.
Live, and we're getting reports about a traffic accident.
Okay. The thing is, I don't know if the turning off the in-game ads, which is like, they're satirical ads, they're not actual ads. I don't know if the announcers count. If not, we can just turn on our own playlist here in a minute and just say forget it. So the good news is we're getting good money out of that. The bad news is our finances are just caving. We're right about to cross over. One more tick and we'll cross over to the next tier. Alright, so electricity. Yeah, so you're only at 41st. It's so weird that suddenly our utilization, which we are still in summer, just the utilization plummeted despite our population being up. So what's the plan for this town? Right now, it's to stabilize its finances because they bad. They real bad. The healthcare is our primary budget cost at the moment. And then followed by electricity. Let's try knocking that down a bunch. Okay, so we did hit Tiny Town. That gave us an influx of money, which is desperately needed. Okay, what the heck can we do to try and stabilize our situation? Let's look at our development stuff here. With our development stuff, I don't think we need more roadway stuff. The power, we've already got the geothermal unlocked, but it's way outside our budget. The hospitals and all that would be nice, but outside our budget. The university would be nice, but outside our budget. The fire and all that. The welfare one can reduce crimes by helping your low-income people. Right now, I don't have stable finances to begin with, so it doesn't matter. We could do the park maintenance. We have communication. So we can get the post office and telecoms. Which all that helps. The park maintenance will eventually be necessary. Large parks and all that will eventually be necessary. I think I'm honestly going to sit on the development points for right now, because I don't really know what I want to deal with on that one. Alright, so let's see what we've got for zoning. So we now have mixed zoning. I would like to move into mixed zoning. Mixed zoning will help us a lot. So for these areas that are not yet developed, I'm going to go ahead and put some mixed zoning in here. I will want to eventually switch most of this to mixed zoning for the medium density. But if I go and I just start replacing all of the buildings simultaneously, we're going to be in some serious trouble. So we're grabbing those empty lots, making them mixed zoning. We have communications, so we have boxes used by citizens to send out their mail, post office vehicles move through periodically. Telecommunications, we get the radio mast. Alright. Actually, the mailbox can cover that whole area. We'll put one down in this neighborhood. Because I want to say those have, like, no meaningful upkeep, but the post office itself does. Alright. And the monthly balance is improving. We just gotta find that equilibrium. Alright. In our production, we're gonna have to figure out the coal. Do I have a tile that I can draw coal from nearby somewhere? That is the question, because if I can find some coal nearby, it might be worth our time. So I've got the oil reserves directly underneath our neighborhood. There is ore over here. Yes, that's the nearest ore, so it's probably 3 tiles to get there, I would guess. Yeah, so it'd be 3 tiles to reach that ore, so I don't think we want to spend that right now. And it's the same there to get to that, it's 3 tiles, that's 3 tiles. That could be done in 2. And it's on the main drag for some oil. Those would all help. I do worry about adding even more tiles. Okay, so we're now down to a double down arrow as opposed to a triple down arrow. How is our power doing? Our power utilization is still honestly really good. I don't know what changed that suddenly all of our power utilization just plummeted. I think maybe it's just the education level going up in... Goodbye, suburbs. Hello, oil. I mean, we're joking about that, but that'll probably happen at some point. There probably will be a adjustment of the distribution of populations within the city that will result in more oil, like oil being a thing. Alright, so we need to stabilize stuff. That's going to be a problem, and I'm not ready to tackle that problem. The population's going up. This is just hovering here. I need to increase my number of people to more fully utilize what we've got here. And that'll be one thing that'll help. That was the most corporate thing you've heard in a while. Yeah, a little bit. Why did I decide to start streaming? So, for me, the thing for me, when it came to streaming, it wasn't a thing I decided I was going to stream. I had been playing GTA RP with some people, which is like the first time I'd actually done some like proper RP stuff. And some people were going to not be able to be in the city, but they were going to be able to be online for various reasons. And so I went and decided, just like, okay, well, I can, turn on a stream so that way you can see, like, my view of the city and all that. Because we kind of had learned that how the city felt, how we experienced it, all that kind of stuff, was not even similar based on who we ran into, our observations, and all that. So I had started streaming just, for a couple of friends that we were doing the whole RP thing and just kind of checking that out. And then I had started streaming and I just kept doing it, and eventually people who weren't among those friends started hanging out as well, and it just kind of built up from there. In hindsight, I should probably make these all pedestrian roads. We're changing our layout here. I'm not doing it this way. Getting most of our refund. This would be really dangerous if we do this. So we're gonna go with the pedestrian roads. Because there's demand for low and high density. And there's also demand, like, for the high density. I would like to do the high density, but I think right now we are not in a place where we can handle it. I think if I build the high density, what's going to happen is we're just immediately going to be overwhelmed when it comes to our power demands and all that. But if I put some more housing back here, it means our schools that we're currently paying good money for, who are nowhere near capacity, we can get a bit more students out of them. It doesn't really increase our costs any. And that'll help with a lot of that stuff. Okay, so the low density, we're currently good there. Meanwhile, I have been ignoring this for a while. While we wait for things to stabilize, I'll spend a little bit of money making the main road into town look a little bit nicer. Hey, Harry, how's it going? Because that's kind of one of those things that happens in these ones. I like when you can build the city really slowly. I'm having to grow a little bit faster than I necessarily want to, just to try and stabilize our finances. But I like growing the cities very gradually, because you can take the time to like give neighborhoods some like real character, give them like a little retention pond, you know, add like a little park to them, that kind of stuff. Versus what's happening right now is because I have to get the amount of money we're making to support our services up, because they have made the game harder, which I think they should have. For the record, I think making the game a bit more challenging.
This program to bring you a special news bulletin. The Fire and Rescue Service reports that fires are currently spreading in the nearby forest. The billowing clouds of smoke pose a serious health risk to anyone nearby. At this time, all citizens in the affected area are instructed to immediately move to a safe distance.
Yeah, so we're still hovering at roughly the same costs. And we're getting more people are getting educated here, so that's fine. We need to also build a new district back here. So cut that out and set you up there. And we can bring that over. Because it's in our neighborhood. Alright, so we're still poor, modest, wretched, 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 poor. So we have moved up to modest in this neighborhood. So we can do stuff here. Roadside parking fee. A fee is charged for parking on the roadside. The cost of parking can be adjusted on the slider. Okay, we are now charging to park on those roads. Excellent. Here. So anyone who's parking on the road, congratulations, you're paying for it. Okay, and meanwhile I need to go over here. For kind of our industrial area. And same thing, you're paying for parking. Alright. So we're starting to increase the charges of what we're doing. That'll be a little bit more income. Which is not the greatest. Let's see here. So we don't have hardly any demand for any of those zoning. Gonna take those both up a notch. Yeah, so it looks like our primary group in here is the educated, is our largest section. The educated and poorly educated, which makes sense. That's like your elementary, high school level education. Our roads are now officially making us money. We are a net positive on our roads. The electricity, we've been doing okay. Water and sewage, I have not been keeping an eye on, and that's kind of worries me. They're very fine. That's all good. We're still really hurting on our finances. We gotta get those services down. So we're cutting corners on some of these things. The parks and recreation, that's always a tricky one, because they are where a lot of your happiness comes from and your land values and all that, which means higher taxes. But at the same time, it is one of those things that... Oh, right, this affects your graduation chance, not how many students you can handle. I totally forgot about that. The other one was how many students you could handle. But hurting our graduation chances is going to ultimately hurt us because it's going to lower the wealth of our people, and that, you know, has the side effect of, you know, hurting everything else there. All right. So that's probably one of the things that's been slowly hurting us is, as we've been having people fail to graduate high school, it's been being a worse educated society and therefore hurting our finances farther. Alright, and they want high density housing. Yeah, so they're more than satisfied with the medium density we've already got. I'm going to regret doing this, aren't I? Oh, I can't actually zone at high density. I don't have that. So they want that which I cannot provide. Cool. Thanks, man. That's helpful. Alright, so our money is still just burning. Alright. It's so weird that our finances have gotten this bad suddenly, when really I didn't change much to increase our costs. And it's just been plummeting. And our population's been going up at the same time. Okay, so you're hitting capacity. So we're increasing the fees for parking. Because we added the police station, which only added about $50,000 to our bill. And then the moment we did that, we started just absolutely just nosediving. And so something changed with our economy that I'm missing. And it's not the loan. Experience a hailstorm. I'd rather not experience a hailstorm, please. I'm also not really seeing it. Okay. Sure. Alright. Yes, our population and happiness are increasing. Our taxes are very high. Look, man, I'm sorry, but our money is rough. How's our power going? 58%? Alright, well, we can cut more of our power budget then. I've been trying to stave off, like, cutting everything down way too much. So let's cut that down. That was too far. We're good there. The roads. That's not enough expense to matter. The water and sewer, how much water and sewer do we have? We're really good on our water and sewer, so let's cut the budget there. So water and sewer, we're gonna cut that down to like 70. I'm gonna go ahead and actually bump up the service fee for that as well. We cut a bunch of that. The education we don't want to reduce. We cut our police and fire a bunch. The transportation has no amount of money going towards it. We're trying our best to just stabilize our budget. Why isn't anyone picking up the garbage? They should be picking up the garbage. That's one of the few budgets I didn't touch. I'm also not seeing any icons here implying that garbage isn't getting picked up. Alright, so we're nowhere near the next level in our town, so we can't hold out for that. The underground parking will be something I'll want later. Park maintenance will be something we want later. Okay, and everything else, we got the cheap stuff. But I'm not gonna worry about the underground parking right now. Yeah, so you don't have a big bunch of angry icons all over the city this time. They want more commercial property. Which makes sense. We haven't expanded our commercial in a while. But my hope was that the commercial would start getting built out there. That's fine. If you have a desire for commercial, I am down to fulfill that desire because I need money and businesses is more money for me. So there's some more businesses for people to work at. Let's just keep trying to get this going. Come on, man. And it's still going right back down. So it is one of those things, is as we take away services, they will lower our land value as well. So our people are happy, but it's not doing us any good. Unreliable internet service, high water fees, unreliable healthcare, yada yada. Reliable mail service, which surprises me considering I don't have a post office. Sure. Alright. And again, lower the office taxes to try and get more offices to open. Let's also go in here and lower the commercial taxes to get more commercial going in. We are now having more demand for residential. But I just cannot correct it. Alright, we're gonna take the extreme measure on this, which is something we shouldn't be doing. So we shut down our police department, we've shut down our fire department, we have shut down our medical clinic, we're shutting down our cemetery. Basically, we're just going through our services that we can part with, and we're shutting them all down. For our parks, we're going to shut down our parks. We're going to go with the strategy of just cutting every single service we can cut, knowing our entire city is going to basically catch fire in a big way, but it might be a profitable fire. So, you know, there is that. We still have a park somewhere still has a budget. Okay, so we do have people who need the medical clinic right now. Where is that last park I'm missing? We're basically going to try and run as few services as lightly as possible. There's the other park. As few services lightly as possible to cut things. Like, what does the cemetery need someone to mow the lawn? Well, the idea is you send the hearses to get the people who are dead. And that's just what they do. Alright, and just the moment I turned on the hospital again, it started plummeting. I don't want to turn off the schools. We're gonna cut their budget down to nothing. I mean, the schools... Oh, that's interesting. How much that changes the budget. Okay, we are profitable again. So, what's going to happen... Well, we're adjusting to what needs to happen here. So what we're going to do here is you'll notice everyone is getting real angry. So we won't be able to sustain that forever. This is a very dense place. We're going to turn that park back on. So this is climbing. We'll turn on one of these parks. There's a lot of people that supports, and one of these parks. So we've got that going in. So we're going to watch our finances and let that stabilize a little bit more. And try and get the corrective thing. By cutting the education cost, though, that's giving us better finances now at the cost of tomorrow. But the goal here is to try and stabilize our finances. Why did that jump like 45,000 suddenly? That was weird. Okay. When people die, we'll deal with that. Alright, so with that, though... So I've got like 45,000 in the education budget, so let's... creep that up just a little bit. I'm trying to get the education as high as we can and still be financially stable. And we've gone too far. We're just trying to get our economy fixed up here. I want to get the education online because the education's the big one for helping your wealth in the future. The stuff like the police and the fire, as long as you don't have a problem, you can kind of turn them off. It's just the problem is when you...
Emergency broadcast to all citizens.
The fire and...
There, we don't need to listen to you. Man, and they told us it was going to be harder once the update came out, because that was the problem with the way it was before. What is your issue? Garbage piling up. What? Oh, garbage is piling up because this is basically full. I was seeing garbage piling up. I'm like, my inlet for water better not be garbage piling up. That'd be a problem. Okay, so we've increased the capacity of our dump. That's probably too close. Hang on, we need to change that. That's fine, whatever. All right. So we've increased the garbage dump's capacity because I can't have my water inlet turning off. I don't know if that increased the cost of operating it much, but that'll help a little bit. Lourdes won the Stanley Cup? Nice. I actually know very little about it. Gee, the tile upkeep wasn't really necessary? I don't think so. So that apparently muted the whole radio. I just wanted to mute the announcer. So that's kind of annoying, but that's okay. And we did get more parking structures because now we've got underground parking. So the advantage of underground parking is just this like little building here, and then they park everything down below. But we can't really do that. Alright. Okay, so we're starting to get a bit better on our values there. We're going to bring that up 10%. And we're going to stop there. Because what I am slowly doing... From this angle, your field is very, very rough map of Australia. Yeah, it'd be a flag... Or sorry, a flag. It'd be a map of Australia if you're talking like Half-Life 1 where someone made it on the wall, not using a texture but using 3D graphics. It would be N64 map of Australia. Alright, so we're slowly being able to bring our education up. That's what I'm trying to do, is I'm trying to stabilize the town. We've got everything fine. We're going to slowly creep the education budget back up till we get it where it should be. And then we're going to try and slowly creep up, like, getting the police and all that in order. We now have buildings on fire, so congratulations. The fire department, you just got yourselves a budget. Because I need you to exist. So we're going to let that settle and see if our finances recover. Because a big part of that is you do have a situation in the in the game where your population, like, they age up and down and all that, and they've done stuff to smooth it out. Because it used to be one of the jokes in City Skylines 1, so you all had to be careful because you had like the death waves, where suddenly everyone would die at like the same time, and it would just collapse your entire economy. And so you have to like ride it out. Alright, so we've got a negative because of unreliable internet service. Okay. Our finances seem to be stabilizing, so we're going to turn on the police department now because we've got a bunch of crimes happening around town. And that is absolutely obliterating our budget here, but that's okay. We're just trying to see that it remains stable and all that. Our population is slowly going down. We are actually getting demand for office space, so that's good news. They got more offices showing up, more commercials rolling in. You can probably take those offices, because we cut their taxes to be below everyone else. We're going to bounce them up to be around where everyone else is. Let's see, one of the best mods for City Skylines 1 was that randomized age people moved in. Meant you didn't get death waves. You had more realistic population age demographic. Yes, so they've apparently done a lot to accomplish that task in this update. That people have a wider range of ages they'll pass away and a wider range of ages they'll show up, that kind of thing. To try and balance that out. Okay, so we had the police department up, and we still are financially stable. I'm gonna want my profit to be a bit higher.
Emergency broadcast to all citizens.
The fire and rescue service reports that fires are currently spreading in the nearby forest. The billowing clouds of smoke pose a serious health risk to anyone nearby. At this time, all citizens in the affected area are instructed to immediately move to a safe distance until the situation is under control.
Yeah, so all our low-density areas out in the edges here, all of them are showing us having a rating of wretched for their local finances. What should happen with some of these is these should improve over time. So what'll end up happening is as the education gets higher and all that in some of these areas, they will gradually get better and better so far as their finances and all that. I'm willing to keep increasing the taxes on your parking. All right. So we are losing money now. Just a little bit. So with that, I'm sorry, police department, but you are back offline. And I'm sorry, fire department, your services are not needed. We can't afford you. You're part-timers. We need a volunteer program going on. That's what we need. We need a volunteer program going on so we can actually afford to have basic services. Geek. How are you doing? You're at 66% capacity. That's fine. There's a lot of demand for a lot of these things. We're nowhere near capacity on our schools, so that's good news. So what we're going to do... That's not quite the line I wanted you to take. We're going to continue to expand our residential just a little bit. Things are not lining up, and it's displeasing me. Alright, so what we're gonna do here is we're gonna just... Oh, that's mixed zoning. I want mixed zoning, but right now we don't have people who want the medium density. They either want, like, really high density, or they want really low density. And the really high density has me absolutely terrified because I do not believe I can support that financially. So my hope here is we'll get a bunch more low density popping in. We'll continue to push our schools. If I can get our schools near capacity, then that'll be pretty good. Man, 26% dropout rate for our high school. Oh boy. That is grim. 27% dropout rate from high school. And a 1% dropout rate of elementary school, which I find kind of curious because at least here in the US, there is no dropping out of elementary school. Like, unless you're counting, like, switching to homeschool as dropping out, which wouldn't really be fair to do that. Alright. I mean, to be fair, we have underfunded our schools. I'm trying to correct it. That's where all our spare money is going, is to just trying to bring up the budget for our schools little by little as much as we can. Oh, it's complaining about our mail service. There. Cool. No dropping out in the US, what do you mean? So, when you're talking about dropping out of school, that's the idea that you stop going to school entirely. That you're just like, you're done. And it is a thing that can happen in high school here in the US, because when you turn 18, you're an adult. You can technically choose to just stop going to school. But it's a very low percentage that actually do that. It's not that it doesn't happen, but you're talking maybe 1%? Like 0.5% maybe, something like that. It's pretty low. It'll vary area to area. There's some places where it's higher, and then there's some places where it basically, for all intents and purposes, doesn't exist. So that's the reason why when it's like high school dropouts, like, okay, you could technically have, you know, a 30% dropout. If that happened, though, you would have... It would be like national news of how bad your schools are doing. Like, it would be a very big deal. But the idea of dropping out of elementary school, it's like, well, no. Like, very genuinely, if you don't have your kids in school or getting, like, properly homeschooled where they do their things, and there's a whole argument about good, bad, and otherwise with homeschool. But, like, if you have them where you're not having them go to school, you can actually have your kids taken away from you for child custody services for child neglect. And again, we're not open to a can of worms of whether or not that should be a thing or whatever, but genuinely it is seen as a form of child neglect to not have them going to school. Now that said, we do have homeschool as an alternative option, and assuming the area that's on the up and up, kindergarten dropout, thug life at age 6. Yeah. But that's the reason why it's like 1%. I'm like, I didn't even think that was the thing that was possible, legally speaking. But like high school, this would be you would have, the school board wouldn't hold meetings out of fear for their well-being. The dropout rate is over 5%? Huh. I wouldn't have thought it would have been that high. Still, I imagine it's one of those things that like you'll have some areas where the distribution will be, you know, 0.1%, and then you'll go to another area where it's like 15-20%. Because I do know it's not an uncommon thing where you have Amish and Mennonites, that it's not unusual for them to get to adulthood and then exit school. Like that's a thing. So I can imagine there's some of that throws the average. But I would be curious in how that works. You wonder how homeschooling works? So generally speaking, it is a state-by-state thing on there, but there is a national level you're supposed to reach. And so the idea is how you choose to teach them during the semester. They don't usually care that much, but you are required to pass tests every, N amount of time that says your student is supposed to be able to do these things. And you are expected to meet those. The quality of those things in each state, though, varies, and some of them it's a pretty low bar. Like, it's pretty poorly done. Doesn't seem that high to you. People often continue their education later on or just start the career. Yeah, so for the record, even if we had here where we have like a 30-something% dropout rate in our high school in this place, what a lot of people will do is they'll drop out of high school, they'll start working a job, and then they will go back to get what is known as their GED, which is effectively getting a high school education outside/after high school. And I know a lot of people look down on that, but it is effectively the equivalent of a high school education. Because for a lot of people who drop out of high school, it's not even necessarily their capabilities as a student. They have a parent pass away, some, their house gets wrecked by, a natural disaster, so their life is an upheaval. Or it doesn't even need to be that. They could have a situation where there's a parent that needs to be constantly cared for. And so they drop out to do that. And then, when either the parent's health recovers or they're no longer around, whichever it ends up being, then they circle back to get their GD. Or they end up getting in a better financial situation where they can pay someone to care for their parent to allow them to get their education. It's not all just failures on the education system. Okay, so our crime is starting to go up again. So we're going to go ahead and do that. We are at the point we need hearses, so we got to get this turned back on, which has immediately collapsed our finances again. We're trying to stabilize this, and it's not going great. So I need to keep the police department out long enough for them to resolve these crimes, and the graveyard long enough for them to pick up the people who have passed away. Yeah, we don't need to dig too much into that, Darkshire, but there's certainly, kids do end up being with things, as well. But there's lots of reasons that people stop being in school. And we got all the people into there, so we're gonna cut that. Having worked in schools in the past, school just doesn't suit some students. We have our TAFE system where you can get your high school certificate, which is more student system. Yeah, no, I think there is a lot of stuff getting better about that too. That I very genuinely... Cool, so our finances did stabilize when we shut it. Very genuinely when it comes to the like the situation students are in, that the education system, this isn't even speaking about US education system, this is just speaking about kind of the default assessment-based learning education system, is actually very poorly suited for learning in general. It's great for taking metrics to see how students, like schools are doing and all that, but really, really difficult to create an actual healthy learning environment. Oh, come on, don't go in the negatives. You were just positive a moment ago. So the problem is I've got people moving out, and a big part of that is due to taxes and apparently our unreliable health coverage. I'm trying to get this solved, and you are still not being hit at all hard. And I'm pretty sure with our electricity, can I knock it down a couple of pegs? Yes, that brings up to 78% utilization. And our finances are just getting worse now again. And our roads suddenly flip from being a positive moneymaker to a negative question mark? But yeah, there's a whole bunch that goes in that. General education doesn't cater to individuals' learning styles. Right, so you don't have different modalities of teaching. Assessment-based learning is objectively one of the worst forms of learning, as by default, assessment-based learning is punishment-based learning. You don't do the thing, you get punished. And we've had that whole discussion on the channel. I have a background that involves education theory and all that. And it's just one of those things that, unfortunately, the difficulty is scaling. Scaling learning in modes that are better suited for successful education. Man, it's so hard to stabilize the economy now. Yeah, because I can't really cut the power any more than I already have. We'll start having brownouts. The water I could potentially cut a bit more, but I thought I basically hammered it into the floor. No, we could take it back a couple ticks. The death care budget, well, health and death care, we've already cut that, and it's enough that they're complaining about it. But we went from our city being, like, perfectly fine, like, financially stable, to just not. We're gonna start increasing some of these tax burdens we have for the people who are better off. Because it's doing that to attract people in. Honestly, we're gonna start adjusting that. Let's go back to... Okay, so it does move them all as a bracket. Alright. Yeah, our population is just caving now due to high taxes. So I need to get that under control. Would you stop showing me the happiness? I want to see what your numbers are. And then we have unreliable internet fees. We have high water fees. That's hurting them as well. And these will affect the attractiveness of your city. So basically, I keep trying to adjust things. Okay, so that's as high as I can go before they start penalizing their mood. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Teaching effectively is not a very scalable thing. You need individuals to take things. Like, the only way that scales is if parents have time and the ability to do so teaching. And unfortunately, the reality is not all parents are good teachers. And that should surprise no one. And I don't even mean that in a negative way. Not everyone is good at everything. Disconnect the city from the highway. Yeah, we're not doing... There's always ways you can abuse this game. These games, I should say, where you could do stuff like force people through tolls. There's always been abuses you can have. We're not doing any of that. Yeah, and then there is that. There's some parents who they didn't plan to be parents. They didn't want to be parents. They're in the situation they're in, which is really tragic. Man, it just gets worse and worse. All right, because I can't keep lowering the taxes too much. Lowering the taxes makes the city more attractive, but then it's also cutting into it more, and it puts more of a burden on our services. But we're now just hemorrhaging people. And the problem is, as we hemorrhage people, it's going to get worse and worse. And part of the reason we're hemorrhaging people is our crime rate's going up because we have no law enforcement.
Interrupt this program to bring you a special news bulletin.
The Fire and Rescue Service reports that
So I'm trying to, because I don't want to do another restart.
The billowing clouds of smoke pose
So we're trying to stabilize and correct what we've got here. It's already back to minus 147,000.
immediately move to a safe distance until the situation is under control.
Because normally with these kinds of things, what would end up happening is you get like into a patch where it's down. You just had to kind of ride it out. And then, you know, build a labyrinth and all that. So we could start importing some services. Not like sorry, I could start exporting some services. Well, there's a need for the fire department, which is another expense. So we're just skyrocketing right back up to 200,000. Difficulty mode could be a good thing. Well, my assumption is there's stuff I've got to figure out. Because we only got our one area that was our medium wealth. The medium density was the only one that started to get to some level of wealth. But the issue is only a subset of them. You know, only a subset of them were doing well. This will reduce the amount of stuff, but reduce people's free time. Yeah, so this is telling us there's almost no one uneducated in here. We're actually doing really well with our education levels here. We've got a pretty good amount of adults, not too many seniors. And we go out here and we look at our household distribution. In this particular case, again, we're actually doing pretty good in our population distribution. Because I'm looking to see if any of these neighborhoods are really struggling where, like, they're very heavy leaning towards children or elderly. Some new players struggle? Yeah, I'm not new to City Skylines, though. I played for a long time. It's just, it feels like the economy is definitely harder than it was before. And I'm trying to avoid the thing of just slamming all the services down to the ground and letting the city burn, but be profitable, but I think we're there. Yeah, so we're going to go ahead and actually tell that to be at 100%. And congratulations, town. You've done this to yourselves. You were not fiscally viable, and therefore, you get to have nothing nice. We are going full, absolutely letting the entire economy implode and just let everything go awful. There should be another park around here somewhere, right? Do we have all the parks? Okay, so the only thing we've still got running is our power, our water, and our garbage. Because their power, water, and garbage being the only things left on, those we physically require for the city to be allowed to have people in it. We are going to have a lot of problems, though. Alright, so I have to turn that back on to deal with these. We are going to run all of our services part-time. And our population is absolutely imploding. Oh man, we are losing 400 people an hour in game. They are just straight up leaving town. Which it's interesting they're leaving that aggressively. No, they're not dying because I'm not getting hearses. They're pissed off because they are people who are financially decently off. It's interesting, though, that I'm not getting a penalty here for happiness. It's because I cut all the schools and everything that they're just super upset. Yeah, and then there's crime is skyrocketing because now everyone's like they can't get any education. Yeah, so we've killed the city. I got into a financially unstable place and I can't bring it back. So schools have to stay on. Because it's just that cascades to reduced financial situation, crime, everything. And we've already taken a loan. I could take a much larger loan, but the problem is that's just going to be more of an interest burden. That we're just really in a bad place in our town's economy right now. So I do appreciate that it's harder. We're definitely going to need to learn the in and outs of the game and dealing with the economy and all that. Yeah, they'll let me take $1.1 million loan, but I definitely don't want to take that. Now, how do you check how the people are running away? That's the thing I'm not certain about. I would assume this would have told me here, that I've gone over here and you could look at the negatives and be like, okay, I mean, we have high tax rates, that's certainly a thing, but it definitely went when I turned off those handful of buildings. Just suddenly, it didn't went from fine to just imploding instantly. Keep that one on there. Okay, so it's starting to stem the tide. I think it's because how many of my people are here that they're of modest wealth here, that if I don't provide them the services they want at modest wealth, they nope out. Because we look at the number of people in the city, we have 1,500 residents there, while as our other neighborhoods have like 100 residents, or 200 or whatever. So very genuinely, yeah, so this neighborhood has about the same as our main road has. So with our total population, like 80-90% of our population is this neighborhood here and that one area on the road there. All these neighborhoods at the back basically have no meaningful contribution to the population. And then this one is poor, and this one is modest in wealth. So the modest ones have fairly high expectations by comparison. The problem is, even if I could turn around the growth of the town, we've killed our finances. We're so far in the red, I don't think it comes back. Like, there's not a way it could come back, because I've got a loan I've already got on myself, and I could charge that up. But I don't see recovery things. Yeah, I mean, we could try doing that. Hey, you want to see a fun little thing? Let's take some right now money. So the problem with what's going to happen with this that I'm going to run into, so I think the game's economy is working fine. I think it's very genuinely I'm building my services too fast for my population. Because we have a town of about it was about 5,000. We had a town of about 5,000 people. It had its own high school, middle school, police department, fire department, cemetery, not hospital, but like clinic. It has its own dump. It has its own coal power plant. So you get the idea. So I think they balance the economy, but they give you access to things well before you're ready to support all of them. Because I could be picky choosy and say, I'm going to like let the police department go and all that. Why is the power struggling as the houses disappear? Alright, so our finances, we need to up our power utilization a little bit. Power budget. It's just all the landlords leaving the city. So that instantly collapsed all of the desire for thing. The trick with cities has been to refrain from building things until you need them. Yeah, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Right, and for the record, I've played cities for a long time, and I haven't had nearly as much difficulty in the game until now. But it is one of those things that's very genuinely... The new version has changed a bunch of the economy, and they've made it harder, which I do think was necessary, because City Skylines is one of those games that was very easy to succeed in before. You had to kind of be pretty reckless to economically collapse your city. Now, there was stuff you could do where you could get, like, your traffic gridlocked, and that would take out your city in the late game, and early game was fine and all that. But, we've got all that going. And we're still just burning money. So I could change zoning, I just cannot build anything. I also find it amusing that we're still leveling up because technically our people are happy. Because the progression used to be attached to population. So you had to build like a giant megalopolis or whatever to unlock all the tech. Alright, so our population is slowly going up. Because that was one of the promises that this game had that the original didn't. Was the original you had to build your population to the moon to do everything. And this one they're like, no, you can build a much smaller city and, you know, make that work. You can still level up. You just got financially stable and held. Yeah, we're still struggling. Is the crime really that high? Where's our crime there? Where? There you go. They're like, the crime is too high. Oh, you know what it's saying? It's saying that we don't have good coverage because our police budget doesn't exist. Because we don't have money to give a police budget. You blame Night Dweller and their 400% rates. I know, right? How dare they? Yeah, so unfortunately we did have high density demand, but it was like enough demand for like 2 buildings. And then it fell off. And our population's going back down again already. Yeah, so it's just where we're at right now. I can't seem to bring it back. Yeah, no, they built the handful of buildings for the demand and then immediately imploded. What is the noise map? Let's see if I've got something that's obvious that maybe I've just been overlooking, because our noise map seems relatively fine. Because these are all offices, they're fine. None of our houses seem to have noise at them. Yeah, none of our houses seem to have much of a noise issue going on. That intersection's got a little bit. But the residential itself seems like it's okay. Oh, this one house here. That one house there has noise problems. So you go here and just unzone it. Yeah, no, that was the thing. I used to remember being able to very easily see where problems were. And we do have our stuff here. Yeah, parking, facility, and availability. Road condition is poor. Because I don't have the people who work on the roads at all. Our healthcare coverage is actually pretty okay. The garbage thing. The fire hazard area is through the roof because our fire department isn't open. The police department is under budget. Administration, we don't even have administration buildings going on right now. Our education, we do have our high school and elementary schools going okay. We didn't get to the point of public transportation being a thing. Oh, it's finally complaining about our lack of post offices and all that. We put the mailboxes there, and they're like, look, man, you need a post office. That's fair. We have no internet coverage. Our parks aren't really doing anything because they're all shut off. We don't have tourism. The residential is doing... Like, that's just showing where it is. Commercial is fine. So it's saying commercial suitability. That's fine. The industrial's fine. Offices are fine. The building levels are mostly terrible. We've got all those red buildings in there that are mostly terrible. We do have a bunch that are okay. The land value, we've got the buildings that add land value. They're all doing just okay. Company profitability. So they're a bit of a mixed bag. And that's going to be because we've jacked up our taxes pretty high. Missing out on that oil was a pretty big miss. That could have been good money. People are genuinely happy for the most part. The population... Our death rate is very low. Our moving away rate is very high. The household wealth is getting pretty okay in that neighborhood. The workforce availability seems fine. Air pollution is all outside of town. Ground pollution's outside of town. Noise pollution's not affecting things. Water pollution, we basically don't have anything relevant. And our population is still just imploding. That's what I'm not really understanding. We have this mass move out happening. What happens if I click on the population in the bottom? It gives me the thing. So we're having this mass move out that's happening. That's what's hurting us. Our unemployment rate is obnoxiously high. So let's see if this is a business problem. That if we go into our taxes and say, hey, let's lower our taxes on our businesses to encourage more business growth, if that helps anything. Maybe I've missed that we should have higher business demand, and our unemployment is scathing because of it. So, unemployment is going down, but that could be because people are moving out or whatever. Yeah, so the number of jobs are going up. And that is improving the current situation we have so far as a lot of this stuff. I wish it was easier to get to, like, seeing when you have, like, high unemployment. Where they have, like, all these other notifications going on. When your unemployment rate starts to get high, I wish there was some type of signal being like, hey, buddy, your unemployment's over 30%. Mayhaps look at that. Because it is cool that they have this, but they're all kind of hidden under these panels that you have to get to. I wish it was a little easier to see when there's a thing. Like, maybe have another section down here that's like, your, like right here, put like your employment rate there. I feel like that's a big enough issue to warrant it being so front and center. So it does look like the jobs are continuing to go up, which we did cut the taxes pretty heavily on businesses. Because I hadn't realized our unemployment had gone that far out of control. And that is slowly fixing our financial situation. So technically we might be able to recover this, as ridiculous as that is. If we do get to the point where we have some demand for commercial, I can rezone this to mixed commercial and all that. Yeah, you are slowly getting better. We're just kind of in the situation of just waiting stuff out. And this is with our services running, too. The only service we don't have running right now is our parks, and we don't have our fire department running. So if we can get this to stabilize, we can start to turn some of those things on and fix that. So it was unemployment that was getting us. We just, with the stat was a little buried, so we didn't notice it right away. And there is our power grid coming to head where it's not able to handle it, so we're gonna have to increase our electrical coverage. That's fine. If we're continuing to increase our income, we will be able to do that. Let's see, what Mark says, you just started City Skylines 1 since it was sat in your library and wanted to try your first city builder. Seeing your city has made me realize my whole city is just grids. Yeah, that's not an uncommon thing to be early on. So one thing is you'll end up wanting to avoid grids in the long term because grids end up being very traffic inefficient. But also, it does end up being kind of a pain thing that you run into. So I can't even import power in that if I wanted to right now, Chili, because I've got a current balance of negative $233,000 because I let my unemployment get away from me. So I physically couldn't run the power lines. There's also no details about the work availability, what business is needed, which there is too much. Yeah. You kind of like grids. So what I like doing is a mix. Oh, the police and fire, I believe you have a service or a policy you have to get now to turn that on. But yeah, no, it definitely feels like some of the information is a little too nested in this one. I want to say... Oh, I have it? That may be... Man, I gotta remember where the services are. Like, that's the kind of thing, is remembering where stuff is in this game has been a while. Your grid is slightly angled and you didn't realize it until it was too late. That's tough. Alright, so I would assume it would be under our finances stuff. Yeah, services... So, like, police and fire, I don't see a thing here. Budget tab, maybe? Yeah, I don't see where we turn it on. Like, I know it's available, but I feel like event journal. I feel like it's one of those things that we have to unlock something to do that. Let's just check the milestones and see what happens. So Boomtown, advanced pollution management, gated community, high density, combustion engine, city promotion, large city, huge city. Those just all give me bigger loan stuff. Alright, so you're gonna be here somewhere. Import city services. Where are you? So it's Grand City that we get import city services. But where are you? It might also be that maybe fire and police aren't one of them you can import. Okay, so we're pushing our limit on our power grid again. Okay, so don't see it there. We are turning a profit, chat. Okay, so the thing that got us is very, very slowly businesses started getting... Press on the left of the demand lines. Oh, right, there was... the little city icon. City policies, there we go. Alright, taxi minimum fare. Import city services. Okay. Pre-release programs. Prisoners are enrolled in education programs before they are released from prison. This helps integrate them back to society, or we can just... Oh, pre-release programs? I'm assuming that'll have a cost for us. It doesn't tell us it's going to have a cost, but... A minimum charge applied for each taxi ride. Hey, man. So you can basically force taxis to leave the thing. Alright, and our power grid is struggling again. So I think we're at the point with our power grid, it's time to just turn the power up to 100%. And suddenly, what? Oh my god. Oh my god, we're turning that back off. No. Eek. Yeah, we're not important, Jack. Dear goodness. Hey, look, we're profitable again. Ow! That was like $1 million a month in deficits. Maybe it needs a second? Maybe. There's no way that could be the actual amount. I do know they mentioned they made it way more expensive to import. We're already in bad shape. We can turn it on and let it settle. So let's see. So I've ticked it on. It says the immediate cost is going to be $775,000. Let's let the simulation cook and see if that changes. We're gonna let that cook for like a couple of in-game days or whatever, and just see what happens. Because we do have our own services locally. So we should be able to do something here. Yeah, so I don't know how long I want to let that run, because while it's running like that, our money is just bleeding super hard. And so far it hasn't budged a dime. I'm gonna go on the assumption that that's just locked in, and that's just what it is. All right, so I'm killing that. Holy crap! Get that out of here. Station is on overload. Ho 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 ho. Yeah, because it used to be you could just literally just not run your own stuff there and just import it all. And they definitely did away with that. Because, oh boy, that was bad. So we are making good money now. We are horribly in the negatives, but making decent money. So we do have demand for low density residential. So I am noticing with these, with how few people live here, this does hurt our money a bit to have these running, because it's $4,000 a month. But that said, I am going to turn them back on to try and fix our wealth. We can also turn on our fire, because everything's still turning a profit now. So what we can do is start going into some of our budgets and fixing some of our budgets, because that will allow us to gradually get a lot of this stuff fixed. So let's get you turned up, because that will affect the attractiveness of places. Alright, and how is our different systems looking? So our water system is right at its neck, and our power is once again a problem. Just max it out. We're going to bring you up to 100% because that's not a huge difference in cost. Alright, so we've kind of hit the limits of what we can do with there. And we're still profitable. And the high school dropout rate is going down a lot. So that's good news. And our population is increasing. That's good news as well. We still have plenty of jobs for people. They said they wanted to have a toggle for each type of service. Yeah, I may not have just had the UI for it. I'm curious why it almost felt like it was a flat rate, though. Like with the service trade, it almost felt like it was a flat rate across the board that regardless of the fact that I was providing some of my own, that they're just like, nope, 250,000. Just turning the switch on, 250,000. So I don't know if I just need the simulation to run longer or what the deal is with that. Let's see, either add something that affects it or maybe a percentage. It may be one of those things that it needs time to rest. That might actually have been a correct statement, but we also didn't see the results of, like, we didn't see it improve. And I am trying to slowly switch some of that over to being a mix of commercial and all that. Alright, and the good news is we are continuing to get more jobs and we're continuing to get more people. Let's see, it could also be a step change like 250,000 per tile and moves in increments. That could also be it. So that, like, turning it on the first time is really tough, but as you scale your city, it ends up because, like, honestly, if we actually think about this, let's consider if I shut down all of my city services and switched it entirely to city trade, it honestly would be pretty close to the similar. Because we were sitting at about 750,000 for all of those services provided. So very genuinely, you could do either or, but maybe it's just having both running at the same time was the issue. Okay, so all of these seem to be doing fine. Let's go back to our budget. I want to try and get everything where it should be for right now. Just balance it out. So get our fire budget up. Get our police budget up. Because that'll improve public safety and all that, which will make people happy. Okay. So the big issue is where I'm at now, I still can't build anything for a good long while. Because we went real hard into the negatives. So interestingly enough, with the way the game works, it almost feels like you're heavily incentivized to just kill the taxes on businesses to a very low amount, to draw in the business, to then, you know, be able to make profits off of that. And there is a certain amount of truth to that. Oh my god, please. I physically can't bring you any higher. Okay, so that's a problem. Because I can't build another power plant. Let's go here, and I want you to think long and hard about your power consumption. We're gonna get everyone to start nagging, so every single time you leave your light on, your neighbor comes over and be like, "Hey, Tom, you know we're running into a power problem right now. You really need to turn off that outdoor light." Okay, so we just need to try and keep our power together as long as possible. I mean, in real life, cities are living in billions of dollars debt. 300,000 that's nothing. This is fair. To keep in mind, our population is 5,000. There are neighborhoods with a higher population than our city. This is a couple of city blocks of a major city, is what our population is. Like, honestly, a city of 5,000, that is often, like, your very rural agricultural city is often around there. There are definitely ones that you get down to, like, 200 or so, but that is, like, where you have, you know, 2 or 3 city blocks, and then like farmland out there, that's a city of around 2,000 to 5,000. We're in that stretch. Yeah, 5,000 in city skylines is really like 50,000 real life. Yeah, you do not have an area in your city like this if you're not in at least the tens of thousands. Also, our money isn't dollars, it's some imaginary sense thing. Yes. Okay, but the good news is our money, our finances are gradually improving. So the moral of the story here was we had adjusted our taxes as we needed to, and the problem was we eventually did hit a problem where it was actually hurting our local businesses. And the issue was the game didn't really give me a good way to sort. What is that symbol? Weather damage. What? I guess we had hail. So the good news is our level on these houses are just getting better and better. Unreliable mail service. Look, friends, I can't add literally any services for you. I want to. I really do. But right now, I would love to give you internet and mail and that kind of stuff. But your city currently has negative 280,000. And I could take a loan, but then I gotta repay a loan. And we're financially stable. And I could borrow money to get there, but then the risk is if we become financially not stable again, and we have even more we need to pay on our loan. I do think we maybe we do need to get the post office going. And this is filling up fast, so I am going to have to get the recycling center. I'm going to have to take that loan, because this is going to max out soon, and when it does... it's bad. It's bad is what it is. So I hate taking loans in these games. Alright, so we're... Oh, that interest rate. Stop it. I hate it. Alright, so we're gonna take more than that. That interest rate, though... Oh my god, $70,000 interest. Oh, please. That does not feel good. Okay, so the first thing is... Apparently power is the first thing. So the problem I have right now is literally I'm going to need a second power plant. There's just no ifs, ands, or buts about it. I have to get a second power plant because that's maxed out. I physically cannot turn it up more, and we've already done just about everything I can to give me more time. Let's look at our options power plant wise. So we have the geothermal $750,000. Its upkeep is $225,000 a month. So that's equivalent to about 5 of my small coal plants. So we are just going to have to live with a small coal plant in our expansion. So we are going to expand that out. And I'm going to have to do this, which is going to explode the cost of running my city. It does give me a tiny little space I can put some more industry, though. And then I will need to bridge you over to the main power grid, which we can just go right on down here. Bring that over. Right. Oh, right. I forgot. You can bury power cables in this game. Okay, so with that, we can unpause for a moment. Let the simulation take a second. And I need to go into my services, go to electricity, and immediately drop that joker right back down to 100%. Because we're going to be buried under a landfill. Yep, it's fine. What could possibly go wrong? It's not like garbage is flammable or something. I don't want to take more loans, because every time you increase the loan, the interest rate goes up too. But the entire intent had been... Oh, it's hurting our finances so badly. I can't. If I take more loan, we're just gonna die. So we're gonna leave that the way it is. We're gonna leave the loan alone. So if I reduce what is borrowed... Okay, so I could take it down in increments. Alright, so that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna fast forward, and every time I can increment it down, we're gonna do that. Because every time we do that, it's gonna cut our interest rate. And every time we cut our interest rate, there'll be just that little bit more money we're making per segment of time. The thing that is going to absolutely kill us, though, is this landfill is going to be a problem. So we're going to try and just hold out for as long as we can on the landfill front. What am I doing? I could just make the landfill bigger. I do have to be careful because my water intake is near here. So I want to try to avoid accidentally pushing to the point that that's an issue. Okay, so we have increased our stored garbage capacity to almost double. So that's going to buy us a lot of time. We are going to be a little stuck on what we can do for the moment. The good news is we still gain XP, even if we're just sustaining the city. But the good news is we are positive money. We are paying off our loans slowly. And we're just going to do that. I also believe over time our loan interest will go down as well. Because you pay part of the principal, you pay part of the rest. No, that's right. This game doesn't work that way. You don't pay off the principal at all in this game. Literally, we just get stuck with interest forever. It's just not that kind of loan. So if I want the loan to go away, I have to pay it off. I can't just let it slowly pay off. Okay, we're getting a lot of traffic along this road, because it's all the ones trying to go here. The ideas are supposed to take this main road down here, and not block up the entire side road. So I'm trying to think of how I would want to address that. One way to address it would be to not have the road go the entire length. Would be one way to fix that. More roads. Or another thing would be to, like, I won't do it now, it's too late. Like, make this, you know, an over-underground highway kind of thing, the side areas. And have them feed off of that. Well, actually, no, it would be the other way. This would be like your raised road. It would have its exits onto this one. And deal with that. The other thing we could do is, can't you set the speed limit on these roads? Ooh, was that an option? Because if you set the speed limit on the side roads to be slower than the main road, people have a tendency to want to take the main road, because who wants to drive slow? Let's look at our advanced options here. No, that's not a thing. Oh, right, and at some point I'm going to want the road maintenance building as well. Limits are based on road size. Yeah, this is already a fairly small road, and this is a fairly large road. So one way I could fix this, that wouldn't cost me anything, is we could take this and replace. So those are in, those are out. Those are in, and those are out. Okay, that should help out a little bit. So it's either where people are getting on the road or where they're getting off the road. So we've completely changed the patterns of the highway, and that's just what's going to end up happening here. And I wonder if over here I could change this intersection. I can't tell if that worked or not. You wish was here too? So they've got most of the stuff you'd want anyways. Yeah, so now they're using the main drag here. I don't think that actually made it no turn on left. You keep crashing every time you push play after the update? I haven't heard anything one way or the other, but that'd be something you'd have to deal with it. One thing you could try doing is you could try, there's a no yield sign. Yeah, I see that. So what should happen is once those get caught up. So I said no left turn on this road, so I was expecting them to not turn left there. But I guess it doesn't apply with U-turns, because I put that there. I also don't know how to get rid of the no left turn. It doesn't seem to do any, like, I also don't see how I get rid of these. But it also doesn't seem to be doing anything one way or the other. The opposite click? I tried that. Yeah, no, I get that's a roundabout, so the no left turn probably just isn't applying. Just like you can't put a light on a roundabout, which isn't entirely true in real life. You can put lights on the entry to the roundabout so that people can load in. But yeah, so that's we changed the pattern. It should be figuring itself out over time. Can't be enforced in theory. Yeah. So the thing I was aiming to do is to try and have the vehicles coming in from one side or the other to get into this area versus both sides, and that didn't work. Because yeah, this is the way we go out, this way they drop back in here, and that way is the way they go out and drop back in. Yeah, so they're going here. Let's try adjusting these patterns again. We'll have that. Oh, we want those in. And those out again. Okay, so we had two of them in a row that were the same thing. That may have contributed a lot. We still have grass in winter. Yeah, to be fair, this is only barely a temperature you'd get snow. You're on that fence. Alright. Let's lower the interest rate just a bit more. All I'm trying to do is just chip away at that and lower the interest rates just a teeny bit by a teeny bit. And I just got to keep that going before either the cemetery or the garbage dump fills up. Our population is still continuing to increase, which is why we're starting to run into limits on a bunch of stuff. That's a whole thing. Hey, parking's full. Increase the price of parking. It'd be good to get more parking set up as well, but thing. Right, because it'd be, you know, above ground would be the 22 degrees, but the ground would most likely still be like 40-ish degrees. Okay, so you're all doing well. Things seem to be doing relatively fine. Let's take a look at advanced pollution management. So all these end up being things. It is interesting that we got those handful of, like, dense places. The city wants lower density. So that's not what I want. Let's go ahead and say lower density for all of this front area. And I'll leave the back area to be the higher density. Because we also now have our power grid can handle basically what I could throw at it for a good while. We doubled our power output. We're not fully utilizing it. If we're to check our power, I take that back. Wait. Why are you producing so much less? Okay, our power grid is actually being taxed pretty well. So we're happy to see you playing this. What's your opinion compared to 1? You've seen conflicting reviews. So I've played City Skylines 2 when it first came out, and I would definitely say the reviews are way harsher than they should have been, but it did have problems. This is the Economy 2.0 update, and there's definitely a lot of, definitely not, like, a lot of problems. Throttling to not overload the networks? I don't think so. So you have a capacity of 80 megawatts on our transformer, and we're only moving about just shy of 40. But yeah, so it's definitely City Skylines 1 is a lot better fleshed out so far as like the economy being stable and all that. This is the economy update, and they have made the game considerably harder than it used to be, which I appreciate, because City Skylines 2, when it first came out, you could just make like the silliest meme cities and still manage to keep above water. Yeah, and the mod scene is much better in City Skylines 1. To be fair, we've started seeing the mod scene get better for City Skylines 2. The big difference is the mod scene in City Skyline 1 is using the Steam's workshop, which I really appreciate, versus City Skylines 2 has its own thing. Heating is likely among your big power usage. Do you have distributed heat yet in 2? I don't think so. Let's see, just finished it crashes for you too? Well, that's sorry to hear. You know, obviously, if you've got mods turned on, try turning off all your mods. That's the straightforward one. You could try doing, like, the verifying the files or uninstalling, reinstalling kind of thing, see if that helps. If it's still crashing for you, I mean, I'm willing to bet there's probably posts going on about that right now. City Skylines 1 is pretty old, though, so you get that point. But people said they basically made DLC for 1 and chalked it up to a new game. That's what oh no, that I disagree with that. They've done some pretty substantial, you know, pretty substantial overhauls in 2. Most I would say for the better, but there was definitely some that had rough edges that they had to figure out. There is some stuff that is in City Skylines 1 that is not in 2. Some of the DLC they basically didn't bring forward, which I don't think was necessarily a mistake either. For example, the airport DLC, in my opinion, was one of the few times I've gotten a DLC that I'm like, no, this was actually bad. With City Skylines 1, the airport rework DLC was legitimately a bad DLC, as far as I'm concerned. But that was the only one I was like, no, that's actually bad. So we're getting pretty close to our next milestone. We are starting to recover our finances. Knock off another little bit thing. The game is so similar, it might as well be DLC. Yeah, it's a successor game. Did you expect an entirely new game? Yeah, no, but they changed. Like, they like... I like the way they changed the industry. If people remember the industry setup in City Skylines 1, almost no one really did much with it. It was almost like your own challenge mode was just to do the industry stuff in 1, because it would just paralyze your traffic. Sure, we consider the updated engine DLC, but honestly, there's not a lot that changes between sequels when it comes to city builders, unless you want to count the last SimCity, which is disaster. Yeah, no, they usually add new systems. Like they did, there was a lot of stuff that you needed mods to even kind of halfway do in this one. So like all the stuff, if we look under the advanced tech, all this here, that, I think the stoplights and stop signs you could do in the other one, but like all like the no left hand turn and all that, had tons of stuff there. Weird because the game actually ran well before for you, and then you deleted config files and saves. Still crashing. Oh, weird. Most likely you'll get a hot fix coming out soon. Alright, so we got 7 more points for development stuff. So you kind of have like a tech tree now, instead of just each tier you get stuff. So we are going to want the recycling center. That's going to be a pain point for us. We haven't quite built the college yet. The tram system would potentially be good. So would the subway. The park maintenance would be good. We can get highways and large roads. I'm not worried about that. The automated parking garage is an interesting one, but we don't need that right now. The hospital will be something we need later. The university will be something we need later. The welfare office, honestly, wouldn't be a bad move when crime starts to go up. What was City Hall even doing? Lowers loan interest rate as well as price of imported goods. Okay. So we are financially stable, fairly well off. We can build the welfare center, which is a bit pricey but would reduce crime. I'm not going to worry about that right now. We could also pay off a really large sum of our loan, which wouldn't be a bad move. As you get all those points you made, it's hard to rebuild the wheel for sure. But the way that it was explained was that it was identical to 1, just like, oh no, see that's the thing, is I would definitely not say it was identical to 1. Like it was similar to 1 in that it's a city builder. That is true. But it would definitely say they did enough to try and rework and rejigger things that it gave it a lot of opportunity to do new stuff. It just hadn't, like, the balance wasn't there yet. I do feel like there was definitely criticism, like, to be fair, there was definitely criticism to be made when it first dropped. Like, I'm not saying there wasn't. But there was definitely lots of pain points as well that were a bit over the top. Alright, chat, so what's going to happen here is I need to use the restroom real fast, so I'm going to quickly do that. But thank you again so much for tuning in, and I'll be back here in just a couple minutes. But I do appreciate you tuning in, and I'll be back here in just a couple minutes. Breaking news, Rual single-handedly cuts down the Amazon. Hey, that's what it gets for taking up so much of the planet. It's all like, I produce most of the air on the planet. Look, nature, no one asked you. What? What? We just straight up got a mage blood from I don't even know where. It was just some random unique we found. That thing's like... Well, at least we did enough damage, it's gonna die. No. No, no, no. What have you done? Why would you punch a warhead? You're alive. It's amazing that you are alive, but you are in fact alive. Literally everything in Storge just got exploded. Alright, and I am back. Alright, so we're letting the simulation keep churning, we're letting it cook. We are financially stable. Goodbye, snow. Alright. Yeah, so you have buildings being burned down because traffic is going. I mentioned earlier that this here is not good way because like I mistook this for being like townhouses, not giant. Imagine a snow dark mode. It's just like the world covers with ash. This is one reason they move mods. Rights to the mod to the game? I'm sorry, let's see. You find it tricky when it comes to mods. You don't know what paradoxes, terms, and conditions are when it comes to modding buildings. But for many developers, the ownership of mods remains with a mod maker. This means that incorporation functionality provided in mods into the core game can be complicated in regard to copyright and licensing. Sometimes the dev team will bring the mod creator on board, the staff member. So that's kind of the thing. When it comes to copyright with mods and all that, you can copyright stuff like if there's a specific implementation about that, but you really actually have very few rights when you mod a game. Like if you made a character, like if you made a mod that introduces this pirate character named Tom and yada yada yada, and then I made like in the main game a pirate character named Tom that is eerily similar, then yeah, I'm potentially walking myself into trouble. But if it's something like, okay, where I can, you know, pin lines and draw them between roads and all that, usually you don't have a leg to stand on with copyright and that kind of stuff. Software, it's really genuinely hard to do those kind of things. Alright, so we are hitting about stably what our town or city can handle population-wise right now. We are still making good money. We are surprisingly paying this loan off faster than I was expected. And part of that is every single time I'm getting a couple $10,000, I'm paying it off and knocking down that interest rate, which means I'm getting a couple $10,000 more the next cycle to then pay that $10,000 off. The classic, debt sucks, don't get it if you don't have to. Yeah, the only other thing you get yourself in trouble, and it wouldn't be mods, not unless they're like paid for mods or something, is you can get yourself in trouble if the code literally matches line for line, where it's very clearly you lifted the code. That gets you in trouble. But usually most of the time, no one's looking at the code when it comes to legal considerations. Because, you know, you'll put them as like, well, this is a trade secret, this is a this is a that, and they'll give lots of reasons to not share that information. Alright, so realistically, if we want to get more people here, we're going to have to increase the number of jobs, which is probably adds random notes in the code. Yeah. Oh no, and it's happened over time. It's happened where, and sometimes it's not even like little companies either. It'll be like Google or someone, and they'll get in trouble where they'll have like this big section of code that, you know, got lifted from someone else's project or whatever, And it's not that Google, Google's like, go steal that code. It's someone who was working for Google, couldn't figure it out and lifted someone's code, or saw someone had an idea and lifted that. Usually it's on an individual employee who's not doing the up and up. And I don't fault companies like Google when that happens. I do fault for how they react to it when they find out that they've done it, that someone's code got lifted. Because usually the answer is, what is a fair price to pay them out? Because it happened. You did lift their code. You owe them. But a lot of times they will fight it because they're trying to protect their reputation. And I honestly feel like it'd be even better for the reputation to be like, hey, we had an employee, they're fired, they stole code from someone else, it's been addressed, that person doesn't work here, we've done like training for their team and all that to tell them not to do it. And we, compensated the party that was harmed, what was fair, and that kind of stuff. But nah, usually they'll fight it. Alright. Knock it down a couple more percent. The good news is, as they're knocking it down, the interest rate is just getting lower and lower and lower. I'd actually grab the City Hall with the intention. What if it's stolen from an open source project? Open source projects still have rules around licensing, so you could still be in just as much trouble. The damages get harder to demonstrate there, but when you go to an open source project, it'll say, hey, I have the Apache license, which means you need to give me proper credit and do X, Y, and Z, and if you fail to do that, then that is a violation of your copyright and everything. You hear a lot of people do just copy-paste huge sections of code, then refactor it and often not change it enough. Yep, that happens. And a lot of time it's, again, perfectly innocent things that get out of thing. AGPL is scary. Too for big corporations. Oh yeah, no, there's a lot of times that you might want to implement someone else that's like got an open source thing, and you look at the licensing there and you go, even if I want to do this on the up and up, there's just too many ways this can go wrong. So what I want to do is I want to get trains set up here. So once we get our finances back in order, I want to hook up the trains, because that should let us get a bunch of this traffic off of the road that's for the industrial area. And so far our schools are holding up, but they are kind of at their limit of what they can handle. It would honestly also not be a bad idea to potentially get the college built. I don't know where I'm going to put it. Really? Really? Alright, well let's just go ahead and go to services here. Power. That didn't last long. Share of the city's income, monthly income spent on loan interest. Yes, we're spending about 1% of our money. What's up? Yeah, no, Streamlabs has had some dodgy stuff. That is actually a thing. All right, so let's go in here. I would like to see if we can't improve our transportation situation. All right, so you would be 150, 15,000. And then we'd do the cargo terminal here. Oh, you are way bigger than I thought you were. Does that stay? Nope, that goes outside the city limits. So I'd have to get rid of 1 block worth of that stuff. But getting the cargo terminal here would be really good, because then we can feed the industry park off it. I'm gonna have to buy tiles. We are hitting the limit of the tiles. We've been putting it off because there's a upkeep cost for the tiles now. That said, there was coal and all that up here that we could potentially exploit to reduce our power costs. And then what we could do is over here set up a passenger train to try and get that sorted out. But I'm looking to try and get the cargo out of here. Because the more I can get the cargo out of there and not on my roads, the better off we're going to be. We also need to get the recycling center done. Okay. And every one of those I'm paying off. We're now making almost 400,000 a month, you know, balance. So we're making really solid money now. Honestly, I thought we were pretty screwed to just getting to the point of disabling all funds in all buildings and just letting it slowly claw its way out, which I probably wouldn't do on stream because it'd take forever. But the good news is all that's going there. We've hit basically the capacity of what our housing can handle. Actually, we are getting some high-density places starting to be built, which is somewhat concerning because they're going to consume a lot of power. And right now, we're pretty close to our limit on power. And while I'd like to go to geothermal, it's $750,000, so that's not happening anytime soon. But this is one of the reasons I consider games like City Skylines as what I would call an ant farm game. That a lot of times you kind of set stuff up, you get it situated, and you go, okay, that's nice. And then you leave it alone and just let the simulation run for a while. And then you come back and you go, okay, I'm ready to do more. And you start up the next process, you get the idea. I find a lot of those games be really fun where you can, you know... It's great for me as someone with ADHD. It's great to be able to sit there, you can poke at your game for 10, 15 minutes, whatever it is, go work on something productive for half hour, 45 minutes, switch back to the game for 10, 15 minutes. And so you can kind of take advantage of it. It's kind of like sort of doing, there's what's known as the Pomodoro method of working on stuff, which the Pomodoro method is a very rigid method of you set a timer, you put a certain amount of time, and you adjust the amount to your own needs. But you set the amount of time, and then like you work for a little while, you do something fun for a little while, and you go back and forth. And obviously, if you're in a workflow, it is worth just like delaying the game time or whatever. But and it doesn't need to be games. It can be reading a book, listening to music, whatever. But it kind of these types of games work really well for that type of thing. That's used to be how I'd kind of deal with a lot of my. Oh, just no building there. Deal with some of my school stuff too. When I was a student, is I found way later on, like college, playing a lot of these games. Like the big one I played was EVE Online, because I'd have sometimes I was like doing PvP and super active and all that stuff, and there'd be other time that I'd do, agent missions, trade stuff, mining, that very genuinely you could just like hit autopilot and go. And we're just framing this out in chestnut trees while we wait for the money to roll in. Yeah, so things that need to happen soon is I need to get the recycling center online. Because they're producing trash so fast that I am going to overwhelm my my landfill soon, and that'll be a problem. Okay, and that's just slightly too close. But the Pomodoro is annoying for you because for his deep diving or nothing. If you're gonna you're not gonna stop. Yeah. Yeah, so that wasn't quite square, so that didn't work. Yeah, it's not a solution for everyone. That's the reason there's all sorts of different practices different people use. You gotta figure out what works for you. And for me, it depended on what I'm working on. If I was doing something that is really having problems being engaged with, so again, school homework on a subject you don't care about, Pomodoro worked really well for me. When it came to stuff like software development, I tended to really just enjoy my work. I really liked hard to troubleshoot problems, refactoring, that kind of work, which a lot of that stuff that honestly a lot of software devs don't enjoy. And so for me it worked out great. I already enjoyed that I could easily just sit there, get in the zone. That for me, the bigger problem was I would get into the zone and then I'd have to go to a meeting and then I'd start trying to get myself situated. But then, hey, I really need to eat lunch. And then I'd try and get myself situated. Oh, there's another meeting. That it became a problem. Yeah, I might not switch tonight. I was debating it. I'm having a good time with it. If I switch, I'd probably check out more Go-Go Town, which I could see doing that sometime in the future. I'm having a good time. We have people hanging out, seems to be enjoying it. I'm happy I finally get to play this, because when it first came out, I didn't get to play the game, which I've got a lot of time to say Skylines 1, but I didn't get to play it the first time because it was blue screening my computer when it first came out. Alright, let's check on this. Loans. Pay off another 80,000. So we almost are debt-free. I'm gonna let that run for a minute. I'm gonna eat a little bit more of my food. Yeah, I got my food. I'm already a good way through it, and I'm working on it. Alright, sorry about that. So, our unemployment rate is still relatively low at 5-ish%. We do have more jobs available, so I don't really need to be building more places for people to work. It is a matter of either getting more people into the city, or just managing to get them to where their jobs are. I just realized I don't have another drink. It's kind of cool that they added a mode where you can just build the city. And AI is managing the policy optionally, showing what the areas are built up, controlling the budget, and you just get to hang out and build stuff and see what happens. I was not aware that's a thing. The city needs more trees. So it's funny that's a meme on the channel so much as like trees are the enemies. Very much when I play City Skylines, I normally am pretty notorious about ramming trees, like these open spaces here. I will normally add what like looks like retention ponds and trees to them. Oh, if they did, if you're looking for that, there's games like, what is it, Transport Fever, I think. There's a couple games that it's about the logistics of roads and all that, and that the city just kind of evolves around it. That's kind of the big one. I actually I requested a key for one of those recently that people had asked me about playing a bunch of times. But it's still like a city builder. It's just you focus more on the logistics of the city as opposed to where you're residential, where you're this, where you're that. It's kind of the idea of you would place like, you know, your big agricultural area, you'd run the path to like get that to the next location. The trees are just located in cities, Skylines, from all the other games. Now they're unable to betray you here. Yeah. But I like to make all my areas have density of trees like that. Because it's always weird when you go to an area, like this is better than it used to be. City Skylines, the original, you'd have like, this would be your dense area of trees, and then this would all be like uniform ground. Do ponds work in this? They change how water works? Sorta. Have I ever tried OpenTTD? I have not, nor Simutrains. I have seen a lot of stuff about OpenTTD, and I've been asked to play it a bunch of times, but I have not actually played it myself. My God. Excuse me. I'm gonna need you to figure your stuff out here. This is not okay. Just cross the road. There's enough of you. Just go anyways. Like, the issue is this vehicle is not willing to pull out, and the traffic is constant. And just the AI doesn't know what to do with this. Build an overpass? Honestly, we should. The only thing that's going to make me salty, I've got this nice and framed out with some grown trees. And it's a bit of a bummer. You know what we can do? We can actually fix this. There's things we can do to help out with this. So let's go to our advanced road stuff. So what I want to do is get rid of your crosswalk on this part of the intersection. So you stop trying to cross there. Do not crosswalk any of that. Because that's the main inlet of the city. I don't want people going in and out there. There we go. That cleaned that right up. So you have a spot you can cross up here. So we're going to say no crossing there. Or there. So you cross here, and you cross here. That's all fine there. All right. And just the same. Do we have any? Yeah, so no crossing there. We do need them to be able to cross at least on one side of, probably both sides of this. Yeah, so they should stop crossing here in a moment. Now up here I've got room I can make overpasses in that. But it's all the pedestrian traffic that was blocking things. We don't need them crossing on this side of the road. Because they can cross on this side and go where they need to. That one's probably okay in the middle there. Alright, so let's sort that out. So it was pedestrian traffic was getting in the way of the roadways because they were all piling in at major intersections because that was just what was available. All right. And meanwhile, I haven't been paying attention to this, but we are almost debt-free. And what are you saying right now? Garbage is piling up. We have hit the limit. So you get the waste recycling unit, which reduces the ground pollution. Hazardous waste unit doesn't help us. Garbage truck depot doesn't help us. So I am gonna have to pick up the loan again to get the recycling center. Because we have hit the absolute limit of what that thing can hold. I don't think. Let's check our water pollution real fast. Sorry, our ground pollution. So ground pollution is okay so far. Curiously, it doesn't seem to be putting ground pollution around this area of it, which I find is a weird thing. Okay, that bought me just the tiniest bit more time. What will it cost me to build the recycling center? 880,000. I cannot afford that. I'm gonna need another landfill. Is what I'm gonna need. That's just it. I'm just gonna need another landfill. Because none of these upgrades reduced the amount of... Oh, so that one does actually increase its processing capacity. Because that's what we care about. So the one for $25,000 will increase the processing capacity just a little bit. Ah, that sucks. There's just barely not enough space to put this here. Well, actually... Distance too long. Because I could build that on there and increase our processing capacity. Processing capacity is how much trash we can get rid of. Like the rate in which pollution, or the rate in which we get rid of the garbage we store. But I'd have to buy the neighboring tile over here to do it, which is a 10,000 increase in costs. That's fine. Our loan's paid off. We are debt-free. All my money is now mine. Alright. So I need to deal with this somehow. Alright, let's let that run for a minute. But we're gonna need to get the pollution. So the trash is backed up. That's our first problem. It does process, but it's slow, it's painful. We're getting rid of about 94.8 tons per month. And we're definitely bringing in way more than that, considering we're already about to fill up this place more. Okay. That's it. We have filled up the area. We have filled up the area. There is no more room. Can't be done. We're gonna have to get a recycling center to start processing the garbage and all that. I'm gonna need a lot of money to do that. And that's the power grid finally coming to its maximum capacity, and I'm pretty sure we've maxed out your price. No. At least that's some good news. Because I've also got to get my power infrastructure. Bear with me, chat. I'm going to take 2 seconds. I'm going to just leave the game up. I'm just grabbing a drink. I'll be right back. It'll be like a couple seconds. Alright. So, we've got our money rolling in. We're doing relatively okay with it. We're hitting the $50,000. And the immediate concerns are trash and power. Trash being the higher concern, because that is a hard limit. With the power, we can juggle stuff and do little adjustments here and there, but once this full, it's full. My choices are I can buy this tile over here and put the hazard waste processing thing on here. How much was that? So the hazardous waste processing thing is... It can increase our capacity by 22 tons per month at $3,000 per month. Or we can go with the recycling center, and the recycling center handles 1,653 tons per month at 80,000. So that's a significantly increased volume. And how much were you? $22? I mean, there's a difference of almost 800 multiplier. Now the cost is significantly higher too. What was your cost? 3,000 versus the, was it like 80,000? So definitely the recycling center is the more efficient of the two, but can I justify that price right now? Because that's 80,000 per month. That's about a fifth of my total revenue right now. I do think it's worth doing. I would love to get the college as well. Another thing that could potentially help is if we check out our natural resources. Doesn't recycling produce export goods too? That is an excellent question. Do you produce export goods? Collects and sorts garbage and produce reusable materials which can be sold farther. Yes, it does. So it actually does bring in some level of income as well. I'm gonna probably have to take a loan to make this one happen, and I'm not excited about that. How big are you? Okay, so you're at least not a very big building. So that's some good news. Yeah, so it'd be $880,000 up here. We could plunk it down. And that would work there. That would create a lot of traffic back and forth here, but the idea is we'd slowly get the recycling center up, and eventually we'd start draining the landfill. The landfill is effectively a buffer. It can hold a ridiculous amount of waste, whereas the recycling center is literally to get rid of it. Current trends in population. Okay, so it's a death rate has gotten ahead. So we basically have an aging population. Now we're starting to have some people die of old age and that kind of stuff. That's fine. That is what it is. I'm trying to hold out until we could just buy the recycling center up front. And the reason I'm trying to hold out for that is if I take the loan for $800-something thousand, that's just, the interest payments are going to be brutal. If it gets to the point where our stored garbage is pretty close to getting ahead of it, how expensive are the squares? They're not that expensive. If I actually look at that, purchasing that is going to cost me $21,000, and then I have to pay $11,000 per month. So it's not particularly expensive, but it does add some cost. So I can certainly buy the tiles. But I kind of want to get that recycling center online. We'll start shutting down the garbage dump here. That'll open up this space for me to do something else with it. Might it be better to open the space over here? So the problem is if I open this one up here, I can toss the hazardous waste on top of here, which will give me about a 20-ish% increased processing ability. But I can't put the landfill on this side of the road because it wouldn't be connected. I'd have to like get rid of this road, put the landfill out below, and then I don't have places, so I'd have to route the road around there. It would be a doable thing, but it would not be ideal. How are we doing on water? Water's okay. Oh, for the recycling center? No, I can just put it up here. That I believe that'll be far enough away from the houses to not be a problem. If it is, then you know, that's bad. Because I can move it. You can go on the building and say, I would like to move this building. The garbage dump, I think we have to actually empty it first or something, you know, something like that. But that's fine. All right, and we still have a lot of jobs to fill. Does it tell me, like, what we're missing for those jobs?
Broadcast to all citizens.
Increasing areas of forest are being engulfed by flames. The thick
like, can I see here?
Dangerous to breathe. Citizens are advised
to decrease travel? Oh, I'm not worried about that. Long term, the recycling center is just going to take over for this entirely. Oh, I see what you're saying for over here. I mean, that's not a bad point. but we're probably gonna rearrange a lot of the city at some point. Yeah, I mean, that wouldn't be a bad... That's not a bad point about that. I could buy the extra tile, like just this one here, put the recycling center along here. Because honestly, the garbage trucks taking up this road doesn't matter. It's the intersections up here and all that that's the bottleneck. The other thing would be, like, let's look at where the natural resources are on the map. So we've got the oil here. We've got the ore up there. We've got a bunch down here. So it's 3 tiles to get up to that ore up there, which we could start grabbing coal to feed into our industry. Realistically, I'd want to be more than that. We'd go down this way and over. I could also see potentially grabbing these to set up my train stations. If we were to buy a tile, the one good news is there's a tile right here that I can grab this tile and put that here. That let me expand my industry. And I could honestly buy just these 2 tiles. Because if I buy these 2 tiles, it cost me $51,000, and it would increase our expense by 27. But then I have plenty of room to set up my shipping with the train. But then, of course, the other thing I gotta worry about is being able to buy it. So we'll wait till we're ready to buy. I'm gonna have to buy soon. We're gonna build it up here. Because that's gonna send me back almost 50,000-60,000. And I'm already gonna have to take a pretty uncomfortable loan of like $600,000 to build the recycling center. So I think it's a matter of money is going to be the dictator here. Okay. So I need 880,000. Alright, so that hurts a lot. Do I build it along here? I probably get away with just that tile. Go to our recycling center. And everyone hated that. That's fine. Alright. So it still leaves me with $120,000 for the loan. I'm going to immediately pay that back to lower our interest rates. So now I've got the recycling center running. That's going to bite into our monthly balance really hard. But what we're going to try to do is tell this, it's time for you to empty. And that should start moving the extra garbage into our recycling center, and we'll start building that up. And then we can get eventually rid of the recycling center in its entirety. Or not the recycling, the landfill in its entirety. Because honestly, the capacity of the recycling center is almost as much as that landfill. And then once this is empty, then we go ahead and just delete the building and then take that off our expenses list. And our hope now is to get more going on. Oh, hey, we have lots of demand for commercial. I can live with that. I mean, you've already got mixed zoning going on over there. I'm still not sure why that's not lined up with this side. Recycling center doesn't send a bit of trash back to the landfill? Not that I recall. If it does, it does. But I believe the way the game works is it just determines it all as garbage and processes it. Yeah, it's $200,000 a month to run that recycling center. So that is a lot. It would be realistic if it does. No, you are correct. There's just definitely some things that cannot be recycled. But that's just not how the game works. Yeah, so that ate into our money in a big way. Our power is not getting hit hard at all now. So we go to our budget on our services. Our power is more than fine. We can drop that back down to just 100%. Like racy cardboard? Yep. Yeah, and there's lots of plastics that are non-recyclable. Yeah, so little by little this is going down. That's good news. So the next thing I might consider then is if we could stabilize our power, we might go for the college next. The college is another very expensive building. It'll be $750,000 to build. But the advantage of the college is we will be increasing the wage of all of our people in our city over time as our education level goes up and all that. We can afford to support it. So that'll be one thing. But we're going to need to pay off our recycling center first. I do kind of like that your city doesn't just spin up and build really fast like it used to. Because it just felt like it's too fast. That may not be the best for streaming that it takes a little while to do all of it. But at the same... Oh, good. A building collapsed. That's fine. We didn't like Highland Street 115 anyways. It was stinky. Our feelings are neutral as we are actively on fire. Whoa, minus 15 for unreliable mailing service. Okay, okay, so the mailing service penalty is getting worse and worse. Alright, so we just changed our priorities. So I do need a post office. It's gonna cost me $250,000. I don't know where we're gonna put it. There's tech in development that could turn everything not metal into charcoal. Yeah. There's different ways you can chemically process a lot of garbage. And our traffic, as you can see, is backing up onto the highway. That'll probably get better as we get some of this situated. And we are processing a ton of this waste. The recycling center is not being challenged at all. That's good news. And it has support buildings that can be added to upgrade it. Yeah, so you can increase the amount of storage, you can increase the hazardous waste, which is the processing speed, garbage trucks, all that. But right now, we just want to get that sorted. There'll be less vehicles on the road once it's sorted. But for the time being, I've got obnoxious loans I can't afford. And I'm just trying to deal with those. And so they're really upset about the processed mail. I can potentially just not pay off the loan and build another one of the things, which may not be the worst. I want to put it over here with all the high plane. I wanted to put it all the way over here with the rest of that. I don't think that's a good idea. I think the proper idea would be to go along here, build the post office up here, like again, have this be an area that just provides infrastructure for my city. Yeah, so we'll save up money until we can get the $250,000. Never mind. If I were to take that extra loan, we're going up to basically $1 million. Okay, and we are not spending anything else until our loans are paid off. And that pushed us over into the we are losing money side of things. So what we could do for now to facilitate that is I could turn that off for a little while. Just shut down the garbage dump. Let our money goes up a little bit. Pay off some more. And all that. Because this isn't going anywhere. It's fine. It's actually making good progress in clearing that out. So the point is, we built enough that we are now struggling, and a big part of the reason we're struggling is because of how high the interest rates are on this. We're at 12.9%. So it's taking about 10% of my city's income and just eating it up as interest, where I'm just throwing that money into a fire and saying later. So we're getting that sorted. We're also seeing a dip in population. And that appears to be death rate versus birth rate. So it's not people moving away, it's people passing away from old age, that kind of stuff. All right. Yeah, so these houses where they were like, what's wrong? -15 due to unreliable mail service. That's what I'm trying to deal with, was like the massive negative on the buildings, because that should increase their wealth and all that. Alright, so looking at our mail service, we are starting to see on these main drags a bunch of the houses turning green as we are picking up their mail. It's going to take some doing to catch it up. But it's fine. Alright. It should also help the businesses as well. I don't like that more and more of you are dying. We have more need for commercial and all that. Yeah, like we're almost balanced in population. We're having just a few more die than are being born in a given month. So it is going down, but very slowly, and it should recoup after a little bit. Did see the month, didn't see if the month ticked over to see the exports. We can check. Yeah, so production-wise, we've got a bunch of stuff there. We got tons of surplus of material goods. And then immaterial goods, we're almost surplus across the board. So really it's the industry, and coal is our big one because of our power plants. Now, if we start to fix these up, we'll start having a lot better economics. What I am noticing is, even though I'm supposedly making money, I am noticing that that number still seems to be going down. Which is a smidge upsetting. Raise those taxes a tiny bit. We just got to keep an eye on here that as we tweaked the taxes, that we don't see these jobs depreciably drop. You're hoping to see how much the recycling center helps there? Yeah, I have no idea how meaningful it is one way or the other. Is there any services? Yeah, so we're making money on our roads now. The electricity is fine, the water is fine. All these other ones are fine. So my hope here is very quickly we'll start seeing some of this get better as the mail service does its thing. Starting to see some of those back houses going. I'm assuming it's just we have a backlog of mail, so it's going to the mailboxes and only a couple houses are getting cleaned up. It's just going to take a while. Yeah. So it's hefty to play catch up on the mail that's out there. What is bothering me is that. So let's go ahead and check our power. See if we can't bleed off a little bit more. So let's take our power budget. Knock it down just a couple pegs. The loan interest is what's killing us. Check our water budget. Knock it down a couple pegs. Garbage management I could probably knock down a bit. Yeah, that should give us enough. Alright, because I just need to stabilize things so we can start paying off our loans. Because they're out of control. And everyone should be doing relatively here. So unemployment is skyrocketing, so... Alright, hang on. Hang on, I understand. I understand, that's my bad. It's my fault. I turned up the taxes 1% on all my businesses. And they threw an absolute fit about it. Alright. Yeah, so the number of jobs should go up and our unemployment should go down. Is it catch-up or are they just overwhelmed by the inputs? They're just overwhelmed by, like... There's a bit of both, if we look at the mail. With the mail, so you can see more of it is turning green, but with this one, where this whole area is managed by that mailbox, when they get to the mailbox, they hit it like 1 or 2 houses gets green. It's gonna take a while to catch up. And it may not actually keep up with all of it, but we are improving the situation. There goes the army of mail trucks, all out to do their job. Why did you suddenly go extreme negative? Don't do that. Come on, the jobs are coming back. I need you all to come back. We are struggling with the money. And it's the loan payments that are killing us. Okay, so the population is trending up rapidly. This is slowly correcting itself. It's basically as we get these more jobs and they get filled, we should start to see that come back. We also, again, are still having a lot of people passing away from old age and all that. That we're stuck waiting on that. Okay, so it's dropped from a triple down arrow to a double down arrow. Yeah, so all the neighborhoods except the dense population is getting sorted. Our processing is in excess of that, so we should start to see that to get better, so that should bring more people in as well. Okay, so you cost an arm and a leg to run, so what we're going to actually do is I'm going to turn that back on, we're going to turn this off. And we're going to let this run for a while, we're going to tell it to stop emptying. So that should massively reduce our costs for the moment. And we're going to start paying down our loan, and we'll just toggle back and forth as that. Hey, Maddie. Welcome in. Alright, so we're going to let our finances recover for a minute. And just, we got to knock down those loans. Yeah, we got too many people dying of old age. You're not getting full, are you? No, we're good. We are good. We're fine. Yeah, so we actually are able to process more mail than we are receiving. It's just playing catch-up. Because it seems like one trip to the mailbox doesn't even get a full building's worth of stuff. Yeah, versus these ones over here. They're basically happy about everything except the... I mean, they have a lack of entertainment there. We still have no internet connection that's worthwhile in our town. Our money is continuing to stabilize. We just gotta wait for it to play catch up. And every dime we can knock off that loan will help us a lot. Because the fact they're paying $125,000 a month in loan interest, not even payment, just straight up the interest by itself. That was the reason I was like, I really shouldn't. But we did. Our production and all that is stable. We just gotta ride this out. And a tile upkeep added to... Yeah, so it's just 10% of our entire expenses is loan interest. We'll get there. Alright. We still have people who... We're in the slow trend of people passing away from old age and being replaced with kids. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So it does seem like the death waves thing still is a thing that happens in the game. It's just not as extreme as it used to be. It used to be a thing that you would just suddenly look and this whole area of your city would die simultaneously because they would, you know, they would all turn 80, 90, 100 years old at the same time. So it's just taking a little while to stabilize. I do think this is better because it's less of an extreme flip, like where suddenly you go from I'm positive to suddenly making $1 million negative, but it does seem like it still exists to some extent. Our unemployment is hovering around 10%, which is interesting with how many jobs are available. It could be the jobs are too far away, or the skill set, like education level, is just wrong. The good news is, despite the fact that we have more people dying of old age than new people who are being born, we are at a net positive because of immigration, that we have people moving into our city. It's one of the reasons why immigration is actually kind of really your friend. Is it's a good way to cover those things, versus if we were depending entirely on our own population replacing itself, our economy would be absolutely catching fire and going down in a blaze. Why are you complaining about crime? Our crime shouldn't be that much different. Crime. I wish that didn't white out everything. They could have chosen, like, honestly, the background being darked out would be just as good. Yeah, no, the entire city, it's like, nah, you've got full coverage, it's good. I currently have a singular person in prison, so we're good. What about immigrants taking your jobs? So that's the thing here, is when we look at this, there's an availability of jobs of 600. So, you know, there's that whole thing. We physically have jobs that are vacant. I know the whole meme around it, which my answer with that kind of thing is be mad at the employers. Don't be mad at someone else who's trying to do what's good for their lives and all that. Be mad at the person who's willing to underpay you, who's willing to ship your job out to someone to pay them under table, and is literally breaking laws. Be mad at them. Alright, Chili, you sleep well. Thank you for hanging out. Because one of those two people is committing, you know, a fairly serious crime. The other one, maybe not. And one of them is doing it because they're greedy, and the other one is doing it because they don't want to die. These two are not equals. Be mad at the employers applies to 99% of employment problems. You are correct. That all answers lead to you are correct. Alright, so the good news is our people like us a little bit more. They're still upset about the traffic, unreliable internet service, and high taxes. But that's okay. Our population is recovering. We are slowly paying this off. And it'll be one of those things at the moment we start getting positive money, I am just every spare dime is going to go paying down that loan. So, very interestingly, taking loans in this game feels kind of like what it is to take loans in real life, in that when you go into that kind of debt, it ends up being one of those things. One more sub and you get 100, Jake? Well, thank you. I have been keeping an eye on it, but yeah, no, that'd be awesome to get 600 subs on YouTube. But I appreciate that. But yeah, it's one of those things that, like, it very often benefits you that every dime you can spare where you still have enough of a buffer in case something goes wrong to just immediately just try and pay that down to get your interest down as fast as you can. Hi. You going to sleepy sleep?
No.
Okay.
But I love you and I wanted to give a change.
You also sound tired.
I was asleep. I fell asleep.
And you're not going to sleep?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I was playing Minecraft and I fell asleep. And I must have pushed the forward arrow and I drowned myself.
Do you now have to figure out where the edge of your map is? Aw, poor wifey. Mm-hmm.
Hi, Darth Strider. I'm so dumb.
For context of why that's actually a big deal, Tomb has been, I don't know how many years in the save. It's been a lot. We're talking like 8+ years on a save. That has been just leveling the entire planet flat. It's just what she likes to do in her free time. So drowning in that means she has no idea how far away it's been made flat. And I don't know if she's like circled back in her path or just goes in a straight line or anything like when I say straight line, like clearing the area. But it means she needs to figure out where she was. It also means she dropped her stuff, and she had actually acquired a handful of okay-ish things by just loading enough of the map, as opposed to, you know, going down and getting that. So it doesn't seem like we're paying that off, but we are slowly paying this down. We were at minus 45, but as you can see, my loan interest here is terrible. What services are killing us, by the way? The electricity is hurting us pretty bad. How is our electricity doing? We could afford to give up a little bit more on our electricity costs. Okay. I'm just trying to get this knocked down. Do you know what cows are yet? Oh, her? She still gets it wrong. Everyone knows Coral Island has photorealistic cows. It's Farm Sim whose cows who are strange and unnatural. This is obviously being very, very, very satirical, and sarcastic and all those things. Coral Island's cows are like these balloon cute like creatures, but it's just a meme. All right, so we're making almost $200,000 monthly profit. I cannot wait till we have at least some net positive income so I can start paying that down. That loan is killing us. I should not have done it. It's fine. We're in it. Economics are hard. Do you want payments with that interest? Well, yeah, that would be the thing. Like most of the time in real life when you take a loan, some percentage of it goes against your principal, even if it's a small percentage over time. And there's lots of loans that's not true and all that. I would want this to work like a loan in real life, where I could turn around and be like, all right, what percentage of this is principal? So at least every single time I'm doing this payment, it's just taking the edge off the principal, because the more you knock down the principal, the less total you actually owe, the less interest you're charged. And that's the whole reason why, like, especially early on, if you're dealing with like a car or a house loan, it's worth, if you can afford to throw an extra payment on it, you throw that extra payment on it, and it will save you literally thousands and thousands of dollars in the long run in interest that does not accrue. It's the same reason why, like, with credit cards, you always want to pay them down as much as possible, because the less principal you have gaining interest, the less interest you have to pay, the more of your future money goes against the principal, which then, you know, it has a cascading effect. All right. And I'm going to wait until it tells me it's going to take like an actual percent off. When it gives me 0.1% off, that's that much more I'm going to save. Come on. I'm curious, like, I wish you could see, there we go. Alright, so we've taken a little bit off, so we were at 127,000 earlier, we're now down to 123,000. All that little bit's gonna help, that every month we're gonna cut that down more and more. It's gonna take some effort to knock that down. The good news is we are still leveling, we are still unlocking new technologies because it's not based on your population strictly anymore. We'll say like 5,000. Every time we hit 5,000, we'll knock it down a little bit. Until it properly starts to drop off. Because right now, 8.2% of all of my profit is going into interest. Sorry, not profit. Revenue. Revenue is going into interest, not profit. Which is so much worse. It's so much worse for 8% of your revenue to get eaten than profit. Profit is like, after all your expenditures, what do you have left? Revenue is before all of your expenditures, what do you have left? Okay. And how are you doing? So you're not full yet, so that's good news. So everything's still, we're just kind of holding pattern right now, just trying to keep everything fine. Once we stabilize these loans and get them out of here, we'll be in much better shape. And the good news is the more of the loan I pay off, the faster I can pay off the future loan. And all that stuff. Yeah, so we're down to only 7.8% of my revenue is going there. And that's partially because I'm increasing my revenue. So we're just getting this knocked down. Man, taking $1 million at 12% interest rate. That is vile. That is really vile. That is a really, really awful interest rate for that sum of money. Oh yeah, we can also go there. So we can see that I've already skimmed off another $5,000 a month that I'm paying. And with that, that's another $1,000 a month off. I think that's why there's a city hall. Yeah, so that was the thing, is I got the city hall and I was like, okay, I'll put down the city hall. I can use that to reduce my loan interest. And I was like, oh, but I'm gonna have to take a loan to get the interest reduced. And I was like, well, I probably shouldn't do that. But I hadn't anticipated needing to take this extra loan to deal with our garbage problem. Which that still helped us. We ran it for a while. We knocked this down to less than half of what it was before we had to turn it back off. That still took us from an immediate everything is on fire problem to being able to put that off a little while longer. And I'm trying to get this knocked down because sooner or later we're going to start getting back into winter. All of our costs are going to go back up for cooling everything off and whatnot. Just little by little. That's another $3,000 a month we knocked it down. We're just making it happen. And how is our population distribution? So we still have 600 jobs. 10% of jobs aren't filled. So theoretically, if every one of these people got a job, we'd have just about the right amount of people. That's, you know, job mismatch kind of thing. Like someone has a skill in like IT and they need someone who could, you know, work retail, or like you need an engineer, but instead you've got, you know, someone who knows how to work CNC machines. In this game, they don't go that level. They go, are you educated undereducated, you know, fairly educated, highly educated, really highly educated, that kind of thing. That's another couple $1,000s. Can you look at the last 3 comments? You think you get the kick out of them? Oh yeah, no, sorry, I didn't say anything. My apologies. Yeah, no, I'm familiar with the shirt that says sarcasm, but it's in the elements. I've seen lots of excellent shirts made that way, where it'll be like they spell out something using the periodic tables representation and stuff. All right, couple $1,000 more a month knocked off. And you've already paid off almost 100,000 of our loan. And it's just going to speed up more and more. Especially with our population continuing to go up. That's just going to help us more as well, because that means we're also increasing our revenue just in general. The downside is sooner or later we're going to start running into pain points where we're going to start hitting the limits of our services. And that's the reason I'm like, no, I need to get this paid off ASAP, because if I have to get another loan, then we're in deep trouble. Do you mind? We don't have time for a tornado. If I can just have you go away. No, you. Over there. Get out. You're not welcome here. Could you kindly go the heck the other way? The only good news, if it does hit us, all of my expensive infrastructure stuff is over here and over there. So if it does go through here, it's just knocking down buildings. And the only loss will be life. And I mean, that's not that big a deal. What? What? It could hurt our economy otherwise. What? You almost made you run off the road? Okay. I assume you mean in Sunnyside and not in real life. Right. Because I would definitely be like, hey, you know what? Maybe don't watch streams while driving. Alright, there's another knockdown. We're about to drop under $100,000 monthly cost, so that'll be nice. We're also about to get a big payout from leveling up our town to the next milestone. Or I won't get a big payout. Wait. Oh yeah, you do get a big payout. Yeah, so get a $175,000 payout when we hit the next level. Which apparently then we can get gated communities. The only people living or working within the district are allowed. Okay. Not that I would imagine that would matter much, because like if I make this into a gated community, no one has a reason to go through there. I only imagine that's if for example, we made this a gated community, then I had another road over here, then I could see that making sense, because then, you know, they can't use it like a drive-through area. Cool. Dropped ourselves another couple $1,000. All right, so we are getting that loan paid off. We're getting there. How are you holding up? You're holding up just fine and dandy. And the population is still going up. Our unemployment rate is going up, despite the jobs being okay. That tells us our education level is starting to be a problem, which is going to require a college. And the college is, I think it was, what was it, 750,000? Cool, thank you. 750,000. So first thing I'm doing with all that influx of money is boom, loan, get out of here. Dropping a whole 1.5%. We cut our loan payment into less than half. So we're making an extra almost $50,000, you know, each cycle, whatever you want to go now. And from here, we just basically continue to get higher density and all that. That's fine. So development, we got ourselves 7 more points we can use. The power grid is fine. Water treatment will need stuff there. The hospital will need stuff there. I'm going to grab the university. I have a feeling we're going to need that in not too long. I still got 5 more points to use. Let's get the fire station and the police headquarters. Actually, what does the central bank do? It doesn't matter. I can't afford it. And the reason I'm going to grab those is we are going to be needing those in not too long. And we'll get the park maintenance because they only have 1 point left. Because they're going to start hitting the limits of what our very small fire station and police station can handle. Okay, so we have our university. That's cool. We've got our fire headquarters. We got our police headquarters. Park-wise, what did we get? The park maintenance. We'll want that as well. I also need to get the road maintenance because our roads are in terrible shape as well. How is our mail doing, by the way? Would you look at that? It's all green, finally. It just took some time, well, other than the mail post itself. It took some time to sort itself out, but all the mail is sorted. So that makes everyone a little bit happier. Because now we have reliable mail service as the biggest thing our people love. Our people are living in all sorts of stuff. They've got parks, they've got schools, they've got education, but you know what? Our mail is on time. That is the single most important thing in our community. Our mail is on time. I question how important that is, but you know, good on you, I guess. All right. Yeah, so our profit is getting really solid. So that's nothing but good news. That'll help us pay off our loans really fast. So I think the next move, once we get that done, is I do think we are going to try and go for that university. Or sorry, college, not university. Those are two different things. We might go for that college as our next move. Because taxes need to be mailed. But why would the community want that? It would be in their interest to be like, hey man, your taxes, you said, you know, hey, like, you were gonna send it certified. I didn't get it, man. I'm down to pay, but you gotta let me know how much I owe. I don't ask much. I just need to know how much I owe, man. I got you. That's not how it works. If you don't pay your taxes, you get screwed. Okay.
And rescue service reports that fires are currently spreading in the nearby forest. The billowing clouds of smoke pose a serious health risk to anyone.
All right. So we are...
All citizens in the affected area are instructed to immediately move to a safe distance until the situation is under control.
All right, so it's saying the city is incredibly noisy. Let's see if we can isolate who is complaining and murder them. I mean, take their complaints seriously. So it seems like this intersection right here seems to be a noise complaint issue. And now when we don't have any residential in range, so... Sorry, that came out of nowhere. It's fine. So this intersection seems to be Grand Central Station of noise complaints. So what we're going to do is the only thing that makes sense is if you complain, you are now no longer welcome to live there. Because they also have more medium density back here anyways. It'll clear up some area immediately around the intersection that we can make walkways and stuff there. But you see, taxes have to be paid no matter what. Without the mail system, the IRS is going to go after everyone. I'm not driving a check to their office. Yeah. And everyone's complaining about their lack of reliable internet coverage. Oh man, we cannot take loans that heavy again. Alright. So the good news is we're just knocking it down more and more and more. And every little bit that's giving us of that 34,000 is that much going on. So we could attempt to get the radio mass set up. And I believe, is that the one that gives us transit mobile data and all that? That does give us some internet signal. Not enough, honestly. I'd have to build 2 or 3 of them. I could build like 1 in this community. Oh, it requires a road as well. So that'd be one of those ones to get on the other stuff. How is our fire and all that coverage going? So mail, we're good. Police, we're solid. Fire, we're solid. Recycling is fine. Medical is starting to get to kind of the limit of what it can handle, but it's okay. Water is fine. Electricity is fine. Traffic, that main road is understandably choked. Company profitability, we got a bunch of our commercial companies around here in the middle are struggling, and some of our industrial is struggling back there. People are generally really happy. Age distribution. Unemployment is starting to go up. We're not getting enough new jobs. We don't have enough jobs for our people here. Why aren't you zoned? Okay, so the problem we have right now is our people need new places to work. The population is continuing to climb, which I appreciate. But we haven't done anything to grow the opportunities of jobs in the area. And just unfortunately, as the population grows and you don't get new jobs, there's a problem. So I'm going to have to expand that, which the easiest way would be just move this road out farther, put some more offices or whatever around it. They do seem to want industrial jobs, though. Honestly, another thing I can do is I can just easily make some more roads this way. My fear is if I start doing that, we're going to start pushing our power grid to the limit, and then I'll have to buy another power plant before I want to. And then also we're running into problems here of just the gridlock that is all of our cars because our population keeps going up. I need you to not all pile in there. Let's see, do employees in America have to pay the IRS tax money themselves, or do the employers separate that money when you're paid? The answer is yes, to both. The way it works is we have what's called tax withholding. So we fill out a document to our employer, we say, hey, here is my estimated taxes for tax withholding, and then the employer holds that tax for the IRS and all that. And then what ends up happening is at the end of the year, we have to do what we call filing our taxes, where we go, okay, I accidentally paid the IRS too much money. Give some of that back. Or, wait a second, I didn't give you enough money. Have a little bit more. But we have to file it, and if you get it wrong and you don't do it, you get in trouble. Which is where the whole joke is, you know, hey, you know, you need to pay your taxes. Okay, well, how much? Guess. Well, what happens if I guess it wrong? Oh, you go to jail. It's an exaggeration. It usually doesn't go that way. Usually the way it actually works out is if you don't pay your taxes correctly, they come after you for the amount of taxes and then some for like the inconvenience of making them do it. But generally speaking, as long as you work with them, they tend not to be that bad. If it is clear that you're deliberately trying to not pay taxes you should be paying, or you're a jerk or whatever, then they get nasty with you. You still don't mess with the tax man. The tax man plays for keeps. But generally speaking, unless you make a jerk of yourself, most of the time, they're going to be relatively not a big deal to deal with. Alright, so what we're going to go ahead and do is we are going to extend this highway here. I'm just going to go to the edge of the map and that'll be fine. Alright. Okay, and you are out, so you are in. That's sloppy. It's perfect. Okay, so what we could do here is they want more business. They desire commercial. So we're going to go ahead and do here. And the reason I'm setting it this way is I do not want them to build on the avenues going up and down. I want them to strictly build out. It's not extortion. You pay in taxes so that you get basic stuff like roads that are paved, and police that actually show up, and firefighters that, you know, they don't set your house on fire and be like, oh, it's an awful shame you didn't pay us, because those were things that happened before we did all that stuff. Very, very genuinely, there was the entire racket of the fire department, it wasn't a department back then, that it was your local town fire. If business was slow and people weren't paying in, you know, a couple extra fires would happen. So I know there's a whole meme about, like, people saying tax is theft and all that. It's like, no, you benefit. You may not like paying it. You may disagree with how it's spent and all that, and that's all fair. But like that. Because we don't have those things, we don't get all those things I just mentioned. I thought there was a way to say, hey, make the grid... Oh, I remember. It was you'd set this... There was a way we could set it to not put zoning along this main road. Because if I do that, that should fix that problem. I don't think I get the choice over here. It's a thing I have to set it to be basically a highway. That if I make this a highway, even if it's the same size, it can't have zones on it. And then they'll fix the zoning on the other side. That's fine. That still got us more stuff here. That also gave us another route to bring people in there that they're using. But yeah, no, it's definitely not extortion money. We live in a society. We all chip into society. That's how it works. Alright, so that gave us more businesses to start building in there. That'll help balance out the unemployment that we were starting to run into. It's still up a bit, but that should fill in. Meanwhile, we've almost got that loan paid off. Like, literally less than 1% of our revenue is now going towards loan interest, so we're getting to keep most of our money now. All right. Yeah, and we aren't going there. So how are we doing on our power? Our power is probably... Yes, our power is getting really close to its limit. We are going to want to eventually get that geothermal online. And when the geothermal shows up, those coal plants are gone immediately. And I like the geothermal for a whole bunch. It produces a lot of power for its thing. It's pretty expensive, but then I also don't have to ship in some type of material like coal or anything like that, you know, bogs down my roads with a bunch of coal trucks and all that. You know, and if traffic builds up, it doesn't mean my power suddenly shuts down because the coal truck was late. Alright, how are you doing? You're still okay. That'll be another 50,000 off. 0.5% is all the more of our revenue going into our loan payment. Our loan interest. And we're about to break 10,000 people, which is nice. And this is considered a busy town. I don't think I'd say 10,000 people is a busy town. Let alone would you have this many, like, large apartment buildings with mixed zoning and all that and call it a busy town. One thing I ought to be doing is I ought to be replacing... Now I think about it, these commercials should probably be the other style, but that's fine. I think the next thing we're going to do is unlock the highways so I can change this into an actual highway just so it doesn't do the zoning on sides, because that should let these buildings get to be larger and make a better use of our land. Alright, we're under 200,000 left to pay off. And then we have to save up for our next major investment. Yay! Yeah, our unemployment rate is still high. Like I said, I'm guessing the reason our unemployment rate is high is, I believe we're running into the situation that we need people of a higher level of education. Because right now, we only have up to high school. We don't go into college or anything like that. and I do believe we need to be pushing into college. So, like, the jobs of, like, basic engineering and all that kind of stuff, we just don't have anyone who can fill, so we depend entirely on people immigrating into the city to fill those jobs. Which is leading us to have a lot of people unemployed locally because they just don't have... They don't have the necessary training and understanding because we don't have the facilities available to do that training. Alright. Yeah, because out of the jobs available, there's about 6%. No, 10%. Math is hard. There's about 10% who aren't getting filled for whatever reason. And honestly, other than over here, for the most part, you can reach most of the jobs relatively easy. Some of those ones over there are getting a little bit long in the travel. My plan is probably around here to set up a subway station, have it go down to this main drag, and have a couple subway stops along here, because people should be able to get out to the subway stops along the main drag relatively easy, because it's only like 2-3 block walk, to then get over here, and then you're 2-3 block walk away from work. And that should cut down a lot on the people commuting through this main highway system here. It'd also be good to be able to take this and literally have like an on-off lane, or like a exit entry lane to the main drag going out. Like instead make this road go over, and then have, you know, the on and off ramps to avoid the conflict. We also just need to get the train station set up over here. Alright, almost paid off. Just a teeny bit more, and it'll be below... We are officially below 100,000 left to pay off. We are almost debt-free. Just in time for the next crisis to force me to have to build something else expensive and put us back in debt. But like I said, I think the next one is the college. Which, considering we're making about $750,000 a month now, we can more than afford the college once we can build it. It's just going to take us a little while to be able to afford to build it. Alright, you want more low-density housing. I really don't have many places I can shove that, but we'll go and do it. Low-density housing, we'll just expand this neighborhood that I've already expanded twice, and it's like I shouldn't expand this more. We're going to expand it some more. And the reason I'm worried about is this is pedestrian only back here, which does kind of give you a limit on how far people are willing to go, because they have to walk it all. And that takes us right up to the shore. We also need to go to our districts and take some correction on our districts. I haven't done that in a while. Okay, so that's all enclosed in that district. We need to go to this district. Oh, I see what's happening. It's this corner that's the problem. That's why we can tip that corner up there. So it wasn't up here that I was complaining. It was way down in that corner. Yes, this is the industrial part of the city. Okay. Or any of these other districts need to be adjusted?
Special news bulletin.
The Fire and Rescue Service reports that fires are currently spreading in the nearby forest. The billowing clouds of smoke pose a serious health risk to anyone nearby. At this time, all citizens...
Okay, so all the districts should be mostly adjusted by now.
...distance until the situation is under control.
There we go. So we got our districts adjusted, and with that, loan paid. We now keep every penny for ourselves. Hey, how you doing down there, Fire? You doing good? Thought so. It's doing its thing. Alright, so we've got that all stabilized. So what I am going to do is I'm going to get this turned back on as well. And we're going to turn off, or we're going to start exporting the trash out of here. Go back to doing that. Try and get the recycling and all that sorted. That is going to eat into our profits by a good chunk, but the intention is to shut down the landfill in the long run. And we have people who are getting unhappy. What are you unhappy about? Unreliable internet service, high taxes, and all that. Hey, look, man. I have the high taxes on residential, and that's just the way it be. We are gonna get that solved there. Shame that's an island and the fire can't reach your town. Yeah, it can get really rough. Oh. Well, this isn't a me problem out here that you got a car accident out there. But yeah, so we definitely need to we should get the college in order. After the college, I want to get the train set up, because that'll take a lot of the industrial traffic off of the main highway, which will help alleviate a lot of that. After I get that, I might try and throw in a passenger train over here somewhere. The passenger train and the subway kind of need to happen around the same time, the subway being the higher priority, because with the subway I can kind of connect this main road here with, like, you know, drop people off in this, like, the center over here. I do also feel like eventually we're probably going to want to start cutting back in the low-density residential. It's just not something we're going to want in the long run. I'm going back here and adding more low-density to satisfy people for right now. I do plan for a lot of this stuff is going to eventually go away. City Skylines is one of those ones that you tend to set up like temporary solutions that stick around for a long time. But as you run into traffic problems, that's kind of the point where you start going through and being like, okay, this area has a problem. How do I figure it out? Oh, I need to move people around from here, here, and there. Okay, so this area is the area that things are backing up. How do I get that back up to Delweth? Oh, well, I need to get them to go around this other way. So you end up making gradual changes to your city. But not much stays perfectly static. Like, the cemetery might stay in that spot, but the roadways around it might move around. You get roundabouts, that kind of nonsense. Alright. Oh, and do you have the parking meter set up? Yes. Alright, and how is our power grid doing now? Because we're going to be pushing our luck. Okay, power grid's still holding up for now. When we get back to the winter, the power grid is going to really be in a bad way. So my hope is through higher education and everything, we'll get more efficient jobs. They'll be less cumbersome on the power. And we can start dealing with a bunch of that. I also need a park or something down this way. Let's go ahead and get a plaza down here. Do I want something bigger than the plaza? I can add the campgrounds. And I give really high recreation. How much do you cost a month? 6,000? That's not that much. We'll add the campground. The other things I need to do, and I've been putting off, which is more expenses I probably shouldn't be spending, is I do need a road maintenance building. That's 75,000. And the road maintenance building, because you look at all these roads that are red, those are roads that the cars don't go on as fast and all that. Because the roads are, you know, full of potholes, that kind of thing. That's the idea. I need to be careful about putting it over there. If I put it over there, the issue is we're going to have more problems there, but I have nowhere I can fit you over here, really. Now without putting you too close to housing to piss people off. Because I want to avoid having more people going through that bottleneck there. We'll come back to road maintenance. Because that's the thing, is everyone crosses through this point right now, and we gotta fix that. Wait, are those pedestrian roads? Those are pedestrian roads. Hold, please. Having normal roads after pedestrian roads is a problem. There we go. Yeah, so realistically, when I expand this way, I could see putting the road maintenance off, like have like another city utilities function area, toss some like the park maintenance, the road maintenance, put all that on that to take care of that. We also need to get like the telecommunication tower or whatever to cover a whole bunch of stuff, but that'll be later. Water's fine. Electrical water's on the fence here. We need to go ahead and increase the water budget because that's going to be a problem soon. The electricity's got plenty of room. We can crank that up as needed. The garbage, we can actually increase that budget back up to its base. Alright. And how are we doing here? Trash is slowly going down. That's good. We are still very much profitable. We are making money towards the university, college, whatever it is. Where am I going to fit that? So college isn't as big as I thought it was going to be. I can't quite fit it against the road over there. That might be time to expand a tile this way. Like go one tile this way. We put the college on one side of the highway. We can go on the other side of the highway. Start putting the... Well, actually, that's actually one thing. So we can go here. We can look at our tiles of land. Oh, that's actually perfect. So I can go here. We can buy that tile of land. And then what I'd be able to do is put, like, the college on one side of the road, go to the other side of the road, do, like, the road maintenance, and any other infrastructure stuff we need. It has access to this main drag. And sooner or later, this area's gotta get some corrections. That's just a problem. It's just too much density going off of this one area here. Actually, traffic's not as bad as I thought it was. What are you turning around here for? Yes, that's actually not that bad now. That's starting to clear up. We've got some traffic piling up along here. Is it pedestrians that are the problem? No. That seems relatively okay, pedestrians-wise. This area is a little backed up. I could potentially take away this... Well, no, because if I take away this crosswalk, it's hard to reach any of that. I'm still surprised they're all parking there with how much I'm charging. Alright. We're making good money. We're already a third of the way towards the college. Unemployment is still a problem. Like I said, I think the unemployment problem is the lack of education opportunities. That we've just got to get to the college level. Pretty soon I'll start being able to shut this down, and that'll be another source of stuff popping in. That'll be good. Yeah, no, honestly here, this is getting it last out of here. Even if we weren't emptying this, it'd be fine. This does process some number of tons a month. So eventually it would clear itself out on its own. Alright. Yeah, and our population is still increasing. The thing is, it's mostly kids right now. If we look at our population density, it's almost 20% kids. Which is good. That does mean we're getting a lot more people in But the bad part is it does mean I'm going to have a lot of people hitting the workforce at once that I'm going to need those jobs to be ready for when they get there. If I don't do that, then they'll have problems that there won't be enough jobs. So I got to get ahead of that. But a college also delays them hitting the workforce to a certain degree, and it'll also give us the benefit of getting us higher income jobs that have more profitability with all that. And all of that helps the jobs stay around as well as helps the overall economy. Alright. How am I doing on time, by the way? Okay, we're fine. Pretty soon, our costs are going to start going up for the power. And then once we get the college, then will probably be time to start expanding more. Because, yeah, it'll be open a tile for the college and the park and road maintenance. Open up this for the cargo train, and then, you know, a bunch of area for industrial. Honestly, probably get a passenger train around here somewhere. And then we'll just, you know, have routes to get to site. Like, honestly, I could see putting a passenger train here and having walking paths down to, like, some of these arms. It wouldn't do much good for the rest of the area, but that's fine. The idea is to have lots of options for transportation so that no one thing is getting overcrowded too much. Alright, so we're almost at the halfway point of being able to build the college. How is our graveyard doing, by the way? Okay, it's still fine. Eventually, I'm going to need to make a crematorium. But for right now, that cemetery is more than handling what we've got. So one thing that could potentially help this area is having an in and an out road. That might even be something we just do now. Because the problem is I put it here, though. That'd be a thing. So maybe I wrap that around there as an out. So this becomes the in way, that comes the out way. So that should remove a point of conflict on this road. Or actually, it should be in here, out there. Because those cars are trying to come this way. It'll encourage the cars to go this way to get into the neighborhood. And they can just jump on that road to get out. Let's do it. Alright, so we'll want to take this, and instead of where we were before... Okay, so that's an out road now. And once you get onto that area, you're on the out road. And that's the in road. I actually went it the other way, didn't I? Oh, interesting. It won't let me. That's fine. And then we can go over here and just finish out this road. We can also go to this and have the mixed zoning. And I need to go there and adjust your... Alright, so we haven't actually built any of those buildings, and those could be good for a lot of things. They serve kind of the same purpose as parks. But yeah, so that should help with that. If we end up having people wanting mixed zone, or medium zone, we can put it here. We've been mostly letting the mixed zoning go back there. Alright, so with that, they go in here, and they go out here, and they just get the heck out of Dodge. Oh, that it works out really well, because now with them leaving this way, they're not getting back in this road. They can go right out here, and they just go straight on out. Okay. Another thing at Akazlipi is we make one of these roads go each direct. Well, actually, I mean, we could actually make these one-way roads that you hop off the highway onto the road, and then you take the highway back. Like, the highway can go either way, but these roads are only out. We'll figure it out. That's kind of not what I want to do. If I wanted to do it that way, I should probably have two separate highway that are one-way kind of thing.
We interrupt this program to bring you a special news bulletin. Increasing areas of forest are being engulfed by flames. The thick smoke rising from the fire makes the air dangerous to breathe. Citizens are advised to vacate any premises near the fires and remain at a safe distance until emergency services manage to get the fires under control.
Alright, so it's not backing up anymore that way. It is backing up on this main highway, which is not great. But hopefully that gets resolved soon. Let's see where it's actually choking up real fast. Yeah, so it is just literally choking up to get into that major neighborhood. That's fine. We'll get that sorted. The point is at least the output now isn't causing as much grief. Do I want to make it straight? So the problem is if I make it a straight one way this way, they'll drop all the way back, and then this will clog up. Because I could make it straight. Well, actually, they could turn on any one of these ones and just have to go past it. I could make it a one way. Let's see how that does ramp out. I'm not sure. I don't think it did at all. No, because so I'd have to change all of these to not be one ways. That'd go out there, and then this middle one wouldn't be one way. We can look at that later. Right now, we're getting pretty close to being able to get the college. I've been sitting here like letting it just build up. I think we go for it. So you all no longer have restrictions. Go either way. And now you have restrictions. Why does it say overlapping item? What is your overlapping item? I'll deal with that in a second. And then both of these are going that way, is the plan. I want to force them to leave through the middle. Alright. So why are you complaining about overlapping item? What is your overlapping item? Do you have a mailbox? That is exactly what you have. So we're going to take your mailbox. I'm going to move it there. And now you can go one way. So let's give that all a chance to settle in. And so my hopes are what'll happen is they can take this middle road back and forth however they want. When they want to get into the subdivisions, they drop back and they go that way. But then they'll get back, you know. This honestly probably could be 2 lanes going down. We'll see. I'm waffling in how it is. I don't think this is going to work better, having them all go this way. I'm just hoping to reduce the points of conflict. Because every time... Just one more lane, bro. Well, it's every time you remove a point of conflict, that's where you have less things that are resisting traffic moving forward. And that's what I'm trying to achieve right now, is just reducing that. Yeah, no one really has any reason to walk along this street for the most part. Yeah, there's like nothing along here. So what we can probably do here is if we go into our advanced road options here, crosswalk, we can get rid of that crosswalk. We can get rid of this crosswalk. We still have those ones for crossing the whole way. And that'll help a little bit there. We probably do need them on the ends here. So that's fine. And just the same, there's really no reason for them to have those ones on that side. And same with that. Because there's none of the businesses are on this middle area. Is the reason I'm making that statement. So if we get rid of those crosswalks, it's a little less conflict that can happen. I'll get rid of the crosswalk on that side, because they can cut across here and cross that side where it's not directly in the line of traffic. Do the same there. So I am limiting the number of crosswalks to try to alleviate a lot of problems. And also, I'd rather cut across this side. Same. Well, actually, that could probably stay. It's probably low traffic. Okay. So we got rid of a bunch of crosswalks that should alleviate things a little bit. It would be nice to get a lot more of these out of here, but that thing. But see, the issue is the distance between intersection is far too short between the center and the main on the sides. Yeah, I think you're right. I should have had, like, another half a block or whatever, because it's just getting stuck immediately in the next area. So part of the way I could work around that is to always give this one priority. Now the good news is because I've made these one way. Wait. Oh. Yeah, because I've made these one way over here now, it is helping those not back up for leading into town. So it should alleviate over time. But the other good news we have is it is time to expand. Finally. So we can buy that tile. And we can grab our highway, well, not our highway, but our main road here. And just like before, 1, 2, 3. I need to fix these. They keep being off by just a little bit, and it's been a perpetuating problem. Okay, so with that, when I connect them, even if they're off a little bit, they should be straightened out going forward. And I'll need to fix this all later. It's fine. Okay, so we've got that set up. Yeah, so that one was a little bit more narrow. Now they're even again. So I can go and fix these all later. It's just unfortunately the way it is for the time being. We're also going to need to go here to the advanced stuff, go to the trees. Don't get cozy. There's no parking on this area. All right. And what we're planning on doing out here for the time being is I need an area we can pull off the side of the road over here. Where what we will do is on this side, we're going to add the college, which doesn't fit until I buy another tile. It is what it is. I accept this. Boom. Purchased. Done. We're going to need to buy another tile of land. Okay. So we'll put the college here. And then on top of that, I have some services we need. Which is I want the road maintenance service. which will cost $75,000, and I can plunk that down over here. And that should get our roads to keep from getting that. You feel like the roundabout near the highway where it enters the city is causing problems? Yeah, so the problem is I can have the roundabout, and that can cause problems and conflicts of path, and then I can have it where it's like a light. And both of them will cause conflicts of different nature. We could try removing it and see if it helps. But it definitely is the main avenue in. Because we also placed it before we changed to have all the one-ways, so those one-ways might actually, you know, change what we got to deal with there. Alright, so come on. I just need a little bit more money real fast, and then we can get our road maintenance started up. Okay, any moment now. Alright, now start maintaining our roads. Okay, so we're feeling like... Oh, you're talking about this one? Or this one? I assume this one. As there should be no light, just the main road where the highway enters, and the sub-roads. Oh, that's not what I want. So you can go here, go to the advanced. No light. Just try your best. All right. So, why are you turning there? Okay, so you're being smart to go down here and then try and turn in. Which, you know, of course, does actually make sense for you to do. Here, this will probably help as well. Crosswalk, no crosswalk there. Or there. Because you just cross on the other side of the road. And that should have less conflicts. Okay, so right now everyone's bottlenecking here. This should hopefully help by getting the pedestrians to stop crossing this spot. We'll see. It's gonna take a little while, but we're getting that maintenance done. How is our finances going? The finances are in great shape. So the next one is to get where's our park maintenance building? Okay, so we got a park maintenance building as our next thing. So we can get our parks maintained and all that. So that's good news. And one of the other things we could potentially do is we'll get parking. Ooh, underground parking is 200,000. All right, let's wait to do the underground parking because I think the next thing I have business is we're gonna have to get that power under control. For the moment, that ate into our money a little bit on the short term. It should hopefully start making it back in the long term because what we'll end up doing is, again, increasing the wealth of our place, getting our education higher. Okay, they're saying we have ground pollution over here. Oh, and here you go. Goodbye, landfill. You're done. The landfill's outie. It's no longer needed. Let's see, have you tried asymmetrical roads? You seem to be getting lots of cars going one way and not many going the other. Yeah. Well, right now this is a one-way road. The problem is they're all trying to get in this area to go either up to go into that higher density area, and this is just blocking there. What type of... So your lights... Okay, let's try... No lights. May anarchy ensue. Because this is one way here. I could also make these 3-lane, but the problem is if we go 3-lane over here, then the lane math starts to fail. We will see if it'll let me. No, there's an overlapping complaint. Okay, so it's overlapping on the other side because the circle's too small. That's fine. We can leave that alone. Because that'll start messing with the lane math. Do you have a stop sign? Yeah, so you're not allowed to cross over here. So you're all crossing up here. But it looks like a lot of people split there, so let's go onto this road here and advance. So we do need one crosswalk crossing up here. We're going to take away that crosswalk. They'll cross on this side. So hopefully the cars can get in and out where they need to do before being slammed by the army of pedestrians. All right. I'm also trying to see, like, where do I want to make... I could see putting, like, over the top walkways, like, kind of like have, like, ramps up here and there that go across and then drop down here and here. It'll be hard to build that now that we've already got some stuff set up, but that's fine. For the moment, I'm thinking about trying to get some parking over by the school. Oh my god. That campus is already completely and utterly maxed out. Which does make sense. Honestly, all of them are maxed out. Which absolutely makes sense, because I have not been expanding our schools in a while. Okay, that's both a good and a bad problem to have. So we can build ourselves a new elementary school. Cool, we got a big town. And that unlocked what new zoning? High density housing. Just normal old high density housing. Cool. We actually have a lot of people wanting medium density, which I could easily accommodate. We'll just go right along here and say, hey, medium density stacking. And medium density stacking. Alright, so that should take care of that. We didn't get a whole lot of other unlocks that we're worried about right now, but that's okay, because what I'm going to go ahead and do is we have need for another high school, so once I get the money for another high school, we're going to put it here. So that's going to give us a lot of stuff here. We also got a bunch of more points. Let's get that for transportation. Transportation is our immediate problem. So, first, before we get distracted by that, I want the subway. So we'll unlock the tram, and we'll unlock the subway. And then we can also unlock highways. And the reason I'm doing highway is I want to convert this middle road into a highway so we can zone along it properly. So if we go to highway, it's 4-lane, 2-way highway. So that should be the equivalent of what's here already. Alright, so look at our zoning. So we can grab our commercial. I don't know what's happening with these zoning over here. Okay, so you're commercial. So we'll grab the commercial zones. We're all good there. We can grab our offices. We've got that. Grab our commercial zones. Cool. Yeah, so with that, these should be able to rezone to cover the whole thing. So those all can take up the whole tile instead of just part of it. So that's some good news there. The highway also has higher top speed, so they should start to prefer the highway a bit more than the other. The one downside is if I take the highway through here, that no longer leaves a pedestrian walkway, which honestly might not be a bad thing. We can probably make this work. Let's go ahead. I believe it was under here. We have paths somewhere. Where were paths again? There was pedestrian paths in here somewhere. Oh, was it landscaping? Yeah, it's landscaping. Okay. A bridge with a covered roof led by lattice structures at the side. Yep. There we go. Okay. What item are you conflicting with? What are you conflicting with? What is a conflict item? I'm not seeing anything highlighting red. That's fine. We can make this work anyways. So you can go here. Page down. We make one walkway that goes along here real fast. And what I'm going to do here is those are highway. And that broke our water pipes. Because those run underneath the highway. And it broke our power lines. Same reason. And that should fix everything. That should fix everything. You appear to be connected. Are you not connected on this end? Is that what I'm understanding? Alright. Try that again. So we can grab. I can't tell if this is connected when this is happening. That's always been one issue, is just connecting things. In City Skylines 2 is always very unclear. And that's complaining that it's not connected. Because it's not. Okay, so that's connected on that end. That appears to be connected on that end, as best I can tell. And we have the power line. We've started there, so we should be connected here. Okay. We can get rid of the scrap at the end of that. Are you connected now? We happy? Why are you this way, City Skylines 2? Okay. You are connected here. I can see that you're connected there. There's a connection right here. And you're just not willing to entertain it. Meanwhile, I can also... I honestly don't know if you're connected on this end. I just want you to be connected. Okay, so you're definitely connected there. Alright. I dislike how much you have to fight to get those connections to go. It's fine. So what should happen? Oh, they can actually walk in these shoulders. Oh no, that's probably them still not correcting their pathing yet. But the idea here is what'll end up happening. First of all, we need to get rid of that. The idea is I'm just trying to give them a so take the walkway here. Yeah, because then I'll cross over here, get over there. That should help having that little walkway to go along the highway. Alright. The bigger thing is will be when we get the subway actually hooked up, that it can get the subway over there. Hi.
This time I'm going to bed twice.
Mm-hmm. You sleep well.
You sleep well.
Never.
Do you not like your rice?
Oh, I'm gonna get to it.
Because I liked it. It was
Oh, it smells great. Can't stay what I'm not. I love you more. Okay. Oh, right. We're also going to build... Okay. So we've got the next thing to go on our agenda. I totally forgot it's going to go here by that tile. Pop in here. So we need a train maintenance depot. Which is here. That's not how I rotate it, no matter how much I push that button. So we need a train maintenance depot. That's one thing we need. There we go. So we need a train maintenance depot. So that's the side that goes the road over here. I kind of wish there was a snap this onto your grid button. So put that way over here on the edge. And then before that goes too far, let's cut down the speed. I also want a train cargo terminal. For a moment, it looked like it did try to snap to it. This is probably not how I should do this, but it's how I'm going to do this. I'm going to have them share a railway going in and out of here. This is a terrible idea. I'm going to regret it immediately, and I'm going to do it anyways. Especially since I did not see the ridiculous difference in elevation. Do I get my full amount back from deleting that right now? Refund amount 35,000 versus it cost me ha 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 ha. No. Well, that sucks. I do hate games when they like there's not an undo button. And it's like, okay, well I just deleted a bunch of money for no reason whatsoever. Oh, that's not going to work anyway. The rail only goes out one side. Well, that's just rip money. Goodbye. Okay, so meanwhile, I need to fix the ground here. That is way too much strength to start with. It should be free if it's an obvious mistake. Yeah, no, I could go for it where it's like you get, you know, X amount of time to correct it. Like, even if it's like, okay, you can undo the last thing you did kind of thing, that's also fair. And, you know, you'll be like, oh, but you could cheese it. Yeah, I mean, sure.
Move to a safe distance until the situation is under control.
So let's do this real fast, and I got a reason I'm doing it this way. Because then I can with the soften tool. And that'll give me a little bit more of a not cursed ramp. Yeah, it's like a plank face. Yeah, I could just, like, for me, it'd just be like, okay, just, you know, basically, don't commit until you're that far. Alright, so we can go here. Two-way railway. I may not be able to fit on this side either. Okay, so I've got the maintenance depot for the train. And what my plan is to put the other train station down here. So that way it can pull in, pull out. There's the maintenance depot and all that. We'll have to get everything hooked up here, but we're going to deal with that in a second. So cargo train. So this time I need to turn you the other way. Okay, we can grab you. All right. And so from here, just gonna mash that right on through. And mash that right on through. And I'll see, delete that. Well, actually, I think the road does need to go through here to give access to that area. Okay, so what the plan here is to basically do is you keep coming this way. And you go like this. And we're going to go ahead and make those all one ways. And the reason I'm doing that is so we don't have the vehicles colliding. They just go through, they pull in, they pull out, and they go about their way. And I shouldn't have to worry about too many problems here. For right now, I'm going to leave that open. But I will go and say, hey, have a whole bunch of industrial here just because we're in the area. Alright. So that should work now. Now we should have the cargo terminal able to drop this off, all that kind of stuff. There's a good chance there's going to be some significant traffic problems along this route, but we'll figure it out as we get there. But the hope is that this will now start taking all of the cargo from this area and have it going in and out through the trains over here. That's the plan on paper. We'll see if it actually works out that way, but you know, it is what it is. So we can go ahead and cross that over there. And honestly, for right now, you just beat that whole area. Okay, so that should help get a bunch of the industrial traffic away from this part. So that's some good news for us. How is our money doing? We're still making extremely good profit, so that's all good news for us as well. I do see that we've got our main power trunk from the outside over here that we could potentially put to use. And honestly, I'm bringing power pretty close to that. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is underneath the road, we are now hooked up to the outside grid. So in a pinch, I can sell power as well as potentially gain power. SimSport does a full refund if you don't leave buy mode. Yeah, no, I think it's fair to have like a little bit of a window that says, hey, you have this long that you can get your full refund. Just because of stuff like misclicks, or you build something and then the AI does this like ridiculous pathing. They're like, ah, that's really bad pathing. I very much prefer that. That's actually one of the things a lot of games I make the comment that I'm really happy that more and more games are doing the thing where you can click move and there's just no cost whatsoever. And I know people's like, no, but that's easy mode. But it's like, nah, man, there's so many things that happen, like misclick, or it's not clearly communicating what you want, and the room for abuse of it is not that sufficient. Alright, so now I got that. Now comes the big expense, which is I'm going to need a subway yard, and we're going to need to get the subway there. I'm going to put the subway yard over here as well. I guess you can get away with that in, say, Skylines. Said you can move buildings. Yeah, there's a cost to moving buildings. So it probably would have been cheaper for me to move it, but that's fine. Interesting that says that storage is food. That's interesting. I'll worry about storage when we get there. Okay, so we've got all the industry going on, so we'll be able to start shipping stuff out. Like I said, my hope is that that'll start alleviating the pressure on that main road a little bit. It's not going to fix our it's not going to completely solve our traffic problems, but the more vehicles I can get off of this main road, the better. Okay. So hopefully soon we'll start seeing these cargo trains doing their stuff. Yeah, so we've got some furniture and some food happening there. And what's your issue? Your issue is you've got garbage piling up. But also we're fine here. So the next thing I think we're going to do is we're going to try to get the let's also check our grid real fast, because the power grid, services, power, we can just turn that up to 100% now. And the reason I'm just going to crank that up to 100% is because any extra we get now, we're selling out to the network. So we are getting a little bit of money kickback, which really just helps kind of alleviate the extra spending we're doing. So one of our next big expenditures would be to try and get into the geothermal power, but I think first we're going to get the subway online. And I think my plan for the subway is it's going to be an end-to-end subway. That'll probably put one break over here by the schools. We'll swing it over here to drop by over here somewhere by... Well, actually, it might even... Yeah, no, we'll bring it over here somewhere for these residential to go in there. We'll run on down this way. Probably plunk it down by this parking lot somewhere, so again, it serves all this area. And then bring it all the way and scoop it over here somewhere to drop off over here. And then we'll have, like, the depot over there. And so that way the subway just goes right on down the line and back, and that should help people move around all these neighborhoods. They just have to walk out to the main street, which is, 3-4 blocks or whatever. And I could see adding some type of transportation here later. But to start that, we need the depot. And a depot here is 200,000. So we got to wait on that. How is our profitability doing? We're still sitting at about 650,000. So that's good news. And our unemployment is starting to go down, which is good. But right now we don't have actually any demand for anything, really. Like, really do not have any demand for anything at all. Let's see, if it works properly, remember so they apparently fix the imports and exports. I am getting a service trade here for exporting electricity. I'm making about $5,000 a month. So that should be working, because that was one of the major things they worked on. Was it used to be worth your time to just set up the imports and just let it go. And just be like, nah, I'm just not going to make it myself. Someone else can deal with this. So they made it so you could do that, but it's nowhere near as cost-effective, lucrative, or whatever. Okay. So, let's get the subway depot online. Honestly, I am literally going to just shove it right against this block. This will be like our transportation block going on here. Okay, and with that, it's time to start adding our subway stations. Alright, so it's 50,000 per subway station. We're probably talking somewhere in the area of like 250, 300,000 by the time we're done with all that. I'm going to turn that off in the meantime. I don't have subways to be running yet. We're going to go ahead and, like I said, we'll have one subway station like for the middle of the industrial park. We'll wind it down here, put one subway station somewhere over here by that parking lot. Bring it on down to somewhere in this general vicinity to serve both these neighborhoods. Time to learn a new game? Yep. No, City Skylines is a good time. And then we'll be able to get over here somewhere. There's I believe, iron up here that we can get at. In the meantime, I just need to let them continue making money. Yeah, so we do get that tile upkeep. The tile upkeep is kind of an interesting one, because on one end, it's kind of annoying that you have this increase that you can really do nothing to counter. But on the counter side of that increase, it is also one of those things that isn't that terrible, because it kind of makes you want to put your tiles to use well. Okay, so it also looks like we're going to need to be importing, like, getting more agriculture going. We'll want to get the carrots done, well, vegetables. The chickens are coming along. The coal's the big one, and that's almost entirely my coal plants. If we switch over to the geothermal, then we can get rid of these coal plants, and that'll massively gone. Is it? You never heard of it. It looks interesting. Oh yeah, no, City Skylines is excellent. If you think back into the days of SimCity, it's basically like the spiritual successor to SimCity. SimCity had their one multiplayer version that just tanked, and then EA, for all intents and purposes, just have not made another SimCity game ever since. Like, they made mobile ones that is deeply upsetting that that's where they went with it. But I'm trying to see here. So there's the first stop. Okay, I see. That's the first one. And I'll wait till I get at least 2 of those up to get set up. Those mobile ones are hot garbage? Uh-huh. Yep, I've seen them. They're really not a good time. Okay, so we can get the next one in place. Okay, so with that, we can start connecting our first ones up. So we can go here. Double subway track. Too steep. Well, crap. So we need to relocate you. We'll see if moving it across the street is enough. Alright. And then too steep. Yeah, so I can't quite get that one to work because it's too steep of an angle, but I can make that one. So for right now, that's going to have to do. I could always go for, hey, let's go for this one way on the end here. That'd probably be a bad move. That's fine. And meanwhile, let's rezone these, the ones I all shredded up doing this. So that's our first subway stop. Why? Okay, so now we go from here. The next subway stop is way down there. So we're going to need to go here. And we can get our next subway stop put in place. So that's serving these neighborhoods. We will get you there. And get the next subway stop over here. And then the last subway stop for right now is going to be down here by the college. Because I could also see adding a university here later and all that. And it'll probably be something like later on, maybe I make a second subway route that goes back here, and we make it one way so it pops back up here. We'll see that. Alright. Just need a little bit more money rolling in. We are starting to push what we can financially support. We're just trying to alleviate this traffic. Once we alleviate the traffic some, we should be in relatively good shape. Alright, with that, it's time to set up the subway route. I can't see what I'm doing. Alright, we go all the way over here. And all the way up and over here. And then we don't need to go to the depot. And then we go back this route. Back over here. Okay, and the route should be done. So now if we turn the depot on, we should have ourselves a subway. So it'll take a moment for people to actually start riding it, because they got to actually reach the stops and all that. And that should help. We have our very first singular passenger. Okay. It'll take just a little while. All the people who are currently commuting by car will get that. Meanwhile, I'm going to take 2 seconds. I'm going to use the restroom one last time. I'll go ahead and kick the ad break to make that happen real fast with all that. But I'm going to quickly use the restroom, be right back and all kind of stuff. And you can watch as the subway traffic starts to build up as people go and do all that. And I'll be back here in just a minute, so thank you again for tuning in. I did not mean to click off of that. I'm sure people want to actually see that happen as soon as I find the button. There we go. There we go. All right, and I'll be right back. All right, so let's see how we're doing. It looks like we currently have 112 passengers on the subway and climbing. 220, 222. You get the idea. The passenger counts are gradually skyrocketing, which is exactly what we want to see. Because the more we have those people popping on, the better it is for us. The big thing is, I believe we get attrition to see how many people are waiting. Yeah. So the goal here is if we start seeing that we have a lot of people waiting, then we know we need another subway train. So yeah, so it's good. It looks like we have like 50 or so something. We got a couple of stops that have like 100. Okay, so we can handle over 100 passengers per subway car or subway train. But that's good. That's that many people who are not on the main road. And would you look at that, our traffic is still a bit backed up on the main route here, but we're seeing no cars meaningfully going past this middle intersection. They are just flying through. We have a little bit of a conflict over here still, but that's not super surprising in all things considered. So that's good news. This is a traffic-filled mess over here, but that's fine. Our cargo train is not really getting much action yet, which is a little bit of a bummer. We still have traffic going along here. Yeah, I was curious about running another one up there. That's fine. The point is this main road in the middle now is buttery smooth. So we just got this one little backup here that's a problem, and that spot there. But that should start to alleviate. What is your issue? What is that saying? High rent. This building occupants have trouble paying their rent. A higher zone density or different zoning might be needed. I mean, you're at wretched wealth, so I don't know what to tell you. Meanwhile, let's take a look at our schooling situation. We do not have enough elementary schools. We do not have enough high schools. We do not have enough colleges. We do not have enough Okay, so I'm reading between the lines here. We are woefully not up to snuff on the amount of school we need. I understand. And I do not want to connect those through. So we're going to get a high school built over here as well. That'll be another 300,000. And then somewhere over here I might squeeze in a university as well.
What's the worst that could happen?
Alright, Luxray, you sleep well. So far the city's been going good. It definitely feels like a lot of these changes have dramatically changed the way I play the game, just dealing with a lot. It's also very alarming that I look over here and every vehicle over there is waiting for an ambulance. I do feel like we are going to need to put a medical facility in this area, because that entire area just needs ambulances. What I'm trying to see, yeah, so all ambulances are currently dispatched. We are starting to hit the limit on the patients there. Alright. So we have upgraded our medical clinic a significant amount to try and get ahead of this disaster. And the reason why this spot seems to have the most of them is this one neighborhood here accounts for 11,000 of my 17,000 people. So when you look at these other ones, that's 400, that's 100, that's about 300, this is about 4,000. You get the idea. Pretty close to like more than half of my entire population, like 2/3 of my entire population is this one set of buildings here. That the others just do not compare. So it makes sense that that has the most problems with everything because all that. Alright. We're just waiting on having enough money for our high school. We're still doing pretty much just as well for the money coming in. The services upkeep and all that is a whole vibe. The other thing to check out is, do we have water pipes for the edge of the map? I was kind of expecting to see where we can hook up the water pipes, but I was hoping they'd be like right below here so we could hook those up so that we could export extra water and that kind of nonsense. Pretty soon I'm going to have to expand our water, our power, our everything. That's basically where we're at in the phase of the game, is my infrastructure is going to kind of all hit their limits around the same time. Yeah, but you can see the area took the time to clean up a little bit. Like, we didn't quite get these roads lined up. You can see over here where they're off. But you can see how now that those chestnut trees are growing, how they make like a nice little border for the roads and all that. Like, we do that again here. So it adds like a nice aesthetic to the city. I would just need to take the time to do it. Which it will eventually. Like, right now we're kind of in the cycle of, I need the next thing, I need the next thing, I need the next thing. Alright, so got more high school capacity now. And one thing I will do... Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Please connect. Alright, because what I'm trying to do is give the students in that area a back road that they don't have to walk the whole way out to the intersection there. Yeah, so they can cut across, get to the high school and all that. I also just remembered they do have the thing where I can go here and just add extension wings and all sorts of stuff. Provide students a better chance of graduating. Yeah, so you should probably get a lot of these things to upgrade the school to improve its capacity and all that. That's recover from injuries. We don't need to worry about that as much. The playground adds to well-being. So we can go here, expand the school, and add a playground. Ooh, did we hit our capacity on water? Yes, we did. Okay. And I don't have money. Do I have enough budget we can go here and temporarily boost that enough to make it work? Okay, so the next thing I need to build is I do need to get another pump and another wastewater thing built. All right. Let's see, what are the post-patch thoughts now that you've had a few hours? I've been very happy with it. It definitely took a lot of adjusting, and there still is some pain things, like it's not really easy to see bits of information. And thank you for the follow, welcome to the stream. There's some bits of information, like the thing that got me in trouble earlier was we had a very high unemployment rate, and it was very difficult to see that early on. Because you can get to it, but there's not something, like, if you're just playing and vibing, it's really easy to just have that go under the radar for a long time until it becomes critical. I do wish with all the alerts over here, because these honestly, half of them, it's so much noise that you can't pick out the important stuff easily. I do wish instead of just having the constant, like, I moved into this place, you could set it to only tell you stuff that kind of matters. Like, hey, unemployment's really rough. Or like, hey, I can't find a job. Like, you know, something along those lines. But like this stuff, like, I love this weather. Okay, that doesn't mean anything. Get it out of here. You know, the rain. Okay, that, like, again, that's not actionable. I wish they got rid of a little bit of the fluff. And, you know, left it more just the kind of more useful stuff. Alright, so we can go to water. I need to... get you built here. Get you built there. And you're all hooked up, so that's good news. And then we also need to get the sewer outage. Okay, so that should stabilize our water, so we can go back to our budget, services, and turn that back down to its normal capacity. Okay. Cool. Glad they've been able to give it some love after PDX forced the launch. Yeah, I hadn't heard that the launch got forced, but yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me at all if that was the case of how it went down. That's something that's burned a number of games where they're like, here's the publish date, but we're not ready. Doesn't matter. Here's the publish date. And not Paradox, just in general. Because like Sony's done that a whole bunch, Paradox has done that a bunch of people do. It's one of the dangers of dealing with a publisher is quite often you are at their mercy, good, bad, or otherwise. Okay, so we're getting a lot of taxis in here. So one of the things I am going to do is we're going to increase the cost. City policies. I'm sorry, but your taxi fees are going up. Because all those taxis, all those yellow cabs are hurting us. Paradox has slipped the last 2 years? Yeah, they're gonna follow. Welcome to the stream. That's been a communication I've been having with a lot of other content creators, is that Paradox has had a lot of misses lately. And kind of the fear is that, you know, Paradox has done so many wonderful games over the years that, you know, you have so many misses, eventually that can become a real problem, that you could start having serious problems with your business. And it becomes a big issue in those cases. Do we have buses yet? No, I mean, I have where they're unlocked, but I have not built the buses yet. Generally, I find buses to be one of the least effective ways of dealing with traffic problems, because you're taking where your cars get all bunched up and you're putting other types of cars in there. And don't get me wrong, you can put a lot more people in a bus, so it does help. It very genuinely does. But generally, my approach is to try and get as many people off of the road in the first place as I can. Like, this neighborhood was made poorly because I thought it was buildings like this, not these ones. So it's just not designed right. But all these other ones, like, this is the only big traffic, is just this neighborhood is my big bottleneck. All the traffic jams we have back up here, it's that neighborhood. So we've got to deal with that. Alright, so we've got our water problem solved. How is our education looking now? We still have inadequate capacity on our elementary schools. They are starting to resolve that. You are at capacity as well. So once we hit 130,000, I'm going to go ahead and put an extension wing on there. How's our money going? We're still profitable. We're not as profitable as we are before. But that's because we're expanding our schools, and when you do that, you don't really get to see the payout of that effort for a little while, because people have to graduate from high school and all that before you see how all that goes through. I'd also like to potentially get the library on there to reduce the dropout rate. Because the more we can do that, again, the more people who have higher levels of education, the better all that can be. How are we doing so far as our job situation? I need to get you off my screen. So unemployment is starting to climb because there is actually a lack of jobs. What's interesting, though, is we've already got all this zoned, if I remember correctly. No, we don't. So that's one thing we could do. We're going to zone this for office spaces. Just because we had previously been doing a bunch of commercial, and I've got some mixed zoning over there. So let the offices pick up. We got a subway station just a block away or so. So we'll let that try and grow. In the meantime, let's go back to looking at our school here, because it's at capacity. So we're increasing the capacity of our school. It does mention that if we add the football field, it adds a ridiculous amount of outdoor recreation, which should be interesting. Considering it's not them. Oh, it's a lot. Okay, well, we're not putting that anywhere because it's a huge area, so that's not happening. But the library we could just toss on the other side. It'll be 85,000. I think that'll be worth it. I think decreasing the dropout rate that much more would be good. All right. And the college is at attendance, so we need to get the extension wings for the college. That actually might be more important than the library. Man, that's Paradox has had a bunch of misses. It had misses with some of the Stellaris DLC. It's had misses with a bunch of other things. And I do hope they come back because, like I said, there has been many games in the Paradox library that I've absolutely loved. I loved the first City Skylines. Stellaris is wonderful. You know, Prison Architect, the devs are basically ready to like put it away, so they sold it to Paradox, and you can argue that the updates to it were a bit more mixed, but they are making a sequel to Prison Architect now that I really hope, since it'll be entirely, you know, it'll be their own thing now, that from the ground up it could be in a better place. And for the most part, Paradox has done right, in my opinion, with their customers and all that. Now, I know a lot of people don't like the Paradox business model of release game and then the endless treadmill of DLC that they come out with. At least for me, I've never been that upset with it as someone who like jumps in the game and goes along for the ride. Unlike games like The Sims or whatever, where the amount of money it gets to is so absurdly high. And half of it's just like, okay, but now you have a new shirt. That's $100. I'm exaggerating. It's like 15. And so that to me bothers me way more. Now, I will say Paradox really should have a thing where, you know, once it's been a year or 2 or 3 or 4 or whatever since the DLC drop, instead of making you buy them one by one, they should have a bundle that's like, here's the year 1 City Skylines DLC or whatever. Or, you know, whatever. Like the last 2 or 3 DLC, like, put them in a bundle, reduce the price. Or have, like, you know, you buy some, like, pack or whatever. You know, like the season pass kind of things. Just because it can be one of those things that after, you know, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 years, and they've got, you know, a dozen or so DLC that are all substantial, that individually are worth the money, as someone, like, joining the game later, you just see that price ticker saying, I want everything, $350, and you go, absolutely the heck no. Because you're jumping in late. And that's always been the thing that I'm like, okay, there needs to be a way that you can play catch up as someone who is new, or you're not just getting hit with a sticker price. Breaking the game every DLC is also Paradox specialty. DLC is a week. Broke game. Yeah, no, there's always edge cases, but I would say that's not even a Paradox thing. Anytime you have those big sweeping updates in almost any game, like whether it's a DLC or just a straight up update, almost always ends up being one of those things that things get a little borked for a little while. Do you want more medium density? All right, I was trying to hold off doing this because I'm worried about power becoming a problem. That's fine. Oh, wait, no, don't change that. Don't change that. Leave that the way it was. But we are running into the situation where you want more housing. This will also put it relatively close to all the schools, so that'll be good positioning. And we should be able to get that sorted out. I definitely wish this was more mixed zoning, because I like the mixed zones way more. It saves you a lot of commute time on your people, and they're like, I want to go out for a snack. Well, okay, so you... Alright, no, it was the college I wanted to do the college. We were saving up the $300,000 to expand the college capacity because we're trying to get everything handled. I mean, the elementary school's also maxed out. That's kind of the thing with the schools that I got myself into. All of the schools are under capacity. We don't even have a university yet. But the more education we get, the more higher end jobs we get, the more we can start moving everything trajectory up. The better we should be doing at reducing our unemployment rates. Because we already have the taxes so far as on the businesses very low. So that's not really a big worry here. And you got plenty of spare commercial. The industrial's fine. Just right now we're not seeing a whole lot of movement on that. I'm going to need to... One of the near things I need to do is we need to go over here and start getting some more local natural resources. Hey, FG, how's it going? Hope you're having yourself a good day. For those who don't know, FG Squared, an absolutely fantastic content creator I highly recommend checking out. Plays a whole variety of games, a lot of stuff similar to us, you know, RimWorld, a whole bunch of fun stuff, did some Go-Go Town and a whole bunch of other stuff. And so I definitely recommend checking them out. It's one of the places, like, I say it's one of the places. It's the channel I end up into the most after my own streams when I'm winding down for the day. Yep, and every day is their birthday, no matter what they say. Chad is right, that's how this works. And she's like, no, don't do it. Alright, so we need to get some more natural resources going. So I've got in the middle of one of my subdivisions, oil. That just checks out. We've got oil down here, we've got some agricultural stuff here. Both these are kind of in a bad spot where they're bisected. We got the ore up here. It might be worth me trying to go down here to get that, because at least the agriculture is renewable. I also noticed that I can actually claim more of this. So if we can do... Oh, wait, no, I can't. I didn't realize we're already at the perimeter's edge. That's fine. Yeah, so we're got all that. What is your complaints? What could we do to make you happier? Nothing really. Cool. All right, so we're still just waiting on the 300,000. We definitely cut into our money in a big way. Doing great though. Finally finished the silly sponsor YouTube video you've been working on. Yeah, I remember you mentioned you were stressing on that one. But it's good to hear that it's done. As a random question, do you think you'll be playing the City Skylines update, or probably not? And also, if you're undecided, don't feel pressured. I've been pretty happy with it. It has absolutely kicked the crap out of me. Like, we had a rough go of it to start with. Not in a bad way, in a me learning how the economy has changed. I do think it's a lot better. But, it's definitely harder. It's absolutely harder. But for those who don't have FG Squared, again, check them out. Good times over there. Highly recommend. While we wait for money, let's keep dolling up our place. I mentioned I'd do this earlier, and then I haven't done it for a while. So we can grab our chestnut trees and start framing things out to make them all pretty. Because I like having my ground covered in stuff so it doesn't look plastic. Let's be honest, you know, you're not feeling it today, maybe later in the week. Gotcha. No, it's totally fair if you're just like, nah. I will say I've had 0 crashes which when the game released, I was super bummed that I couldn't play because it was blue screening my computer when it first came out. They definitely warned everyone, if you try to load up a city that already exists, it will work, but your economy as it, like, you know, gets itself into position will basically catch fire and burn down, and you'll just kind of have to ride the death wave and all that, and then it'll stabilize, because it just functions totally differently. I'm just not even worried about the other trees, but just having a couple that are, like, off position and all that, that's fine. Have I tried workers and resources? I have not. I actually own it, and I have not played it. I've heard good things, but I have not got, like, it's on the list. I haven't played it quite yet. You haven't played since release, so you definitely have to start over. You would, yeah, that's the thing. When they mentioned it's going to have all these things, I'm like, I'm not that attached to any city I started with, so I'm absolutely starting over. But yeah, so I do like these little touches. So you notice where these chestnut trees are all grown in, and they do this nice framing out. So you can see here's some brand new ones I planted. Here's some that are like middle of the road. So I really like doing a lot of stuff. I'm still annoyed that I cattywampus that road, and it's just gonna... Just don't look straight at it and it won't hurt you. And this subdivision being totally wrong, but that's me being out of practice with the game. I am still trying to get my college capacity higher. My elementary school capacity needs to be higher here. That's a thing I could fix now. And to improve the well-being of our students while we're here. You're okay. We will add a school library on you as well. Keep those graduation rates as good as we can. I should have put on this one. I thought I already did this one. Alright. Strider sees it, it burns his eyes. Hey, I told you to not look straight at it. If you chose to look straight at it on, like, anyways, I only see one person to blame for that. I am going to go ahead and make that mixed zone medium density. It's probably a mistake, but that would put some businesses over here. So there's restaurants and that over by the schools. It also give people a place to live over here. I'm really starting to worry that our electricity is... Oh, we are importing electricity. So our electricity is not just not where it needs to be, it is actually not stable. That's the reason my finances seem to be slowly getting worse, is I am importing an obnoxious amount of electricity. We can't look straight at it because it isn't straight. Hey now. Alright, so new priority. My power grid is inadequate. So we've known this has been coming for a while, and I was like, huh, I forgot we're able to import electricity and all that. So we are currently paying through the nose to get electricity from our neighbor. Now, ideally, what I would like to do is get the geothermal down. But the geothermal, I think, is it 750,000? Because I think we've reached that point that it's worth doing. Yeah, 750,000 for the geothermal. And I really don't want to borrow that much money. But at the same time, if we're paying out $100,000 a month, 7 months, do the math. 7 months, this pays for itself by not being in that debt. Not paying that money out. Oh, right, you need groundwater. That's right. What do you cause? So you cause medium air pollution, medium noise pollution, medium ground pollution. That's honestly pretty rough. I could definitely plunk you over here if we buy the tile. Yeah, you can export. It does not make a whole lot of money. We're currently we were exporting our power. We were making a couple of thousand. So the import is definitely more costly than the export, unfortunately. That was one of the balance things they did because a whole lot of people were just not going the other way ever. So I would be able to build it over here. I'd have to buy a tile of land, which is fine. Oh, is it 1 or 2 tiles of land? Be 1? Okay, that's not ideal. Can I have that where I can see the resources and at the same time? Oh, that's not what I want. Water. Okay, so it is 1 tile land. All right, so I am gonna buy the tile of land. I'm gonna regret this, and I know it, because what I'm about to do is the same thing we did that got us in a lot of trouble earlier, because I have a power problem that's costing me everything now. Where is your which side goes the road? You have too many icons. Which side goes the road? Which side goes the road? Hey, Ash, how's it going? So, I'm really not sure which side goes the road, and that does matter. Okay, so what we can go ahead and do is... The painful thing that I don't want to do is we go to this loan tab and... it hurts. It hurts. Not quite that much. Yeah, that should be plenty. We're gonna pause the game because now we're trading paying $100-something thousand for power for $50,000 for loan interest. None of that feels good. It feels terrible. I'm hoping so the problem is when I place this, I don't know what side the road needs to be on. That's what's worrying me right now. Can I? Oh, okay, never mind. We answered that question. Okay, so I do have it correctly oriented. So I want to shove this way over here on the edge. Oh, right-click rotates it like that. Okay, that's fair. I should leave a little bit of space just in case I need it for the power towers or whatever. Alright, and that's why we did that, because there's the power right there. I forgot I can put it underwater, so it doesn't matter. So, what we can do is underground. There's our main power junction. We can go here. And we can run that right along there. And where are we going to connect that to? Alright, we can go here. Alright, so it's all hooked up. So we now have that active, and now our power should be absolutely ridiculously on point. So we've got our main power going all the way into the city, so that should be all good there. We've got a massive amount of power being exported. So now if we look at our exported power, it hasn't ticked up yet. But when it does update, we should see this flip from service trade minus 115 to suddenly being whatever we export. It is all connected up, right? Yeah, so you're all hooked up here. You're all hooked up there. Cool. And it's basically showing that these other two power plants are sitting here not really contributing anymore. Well, I take that back. That is some serious cash. Regardless, you two are donezo. We no longer need that clean coal. And where... There you are. So coal is out of here because that's going to save me needing to deal with all that. We still have the transformer down there so I can bring in the main stuff. That is way more money. So we earlier we had it set up and it was just not good money. That said, the amount of power that's producing is like 5 times as much as one of my coal plants, so it could just be sheer volume is the magic. Because that's making 152 megawatts, whereas my coal plants are making 20. So it's basically, give or take, like 8 of my coal plants. So that makes sense. Yeah, it makes sense, because we were making a couple thousand. So that's good news. Yeah, so we got our geothermal up there on the mountain side. Okay, and the good news is that made us way more profitable because we not only did we cut off 100,000 that we were buying from our neighbor, we turned around to make that to 200,000 we're selling to them. And we are dealing with problems of not enough ambulances to get around, which has been an issue. I'm also going to go in here. Well, first of all, I'm not going to go and do anything else. I'm going to start paying off that god-awful loan. Because the loans don't, when you pay them, they don't pay principal down. So you just pay more and more money for literally nothing. And it scales the more money you borrow. If you borrow just a little, you get like 1-2%. If you borrow a lot, suddenly it's 12-15% interest. The good news is having almost $1 million a month, we should be able to pay off that loan quickly. And we're also about to become whatever the next size up is from Big Town to Great Town, which we can then get high density commercial. I notice we haven't got these offices yet. Honestly, they want medium density and commercial. I'm just gonna go with the thing of, hey, you houses over here on the edge, you're now mixed zone. And we can go to our district. What district do I want you to be? Do I want you to be your own district? I feel like you should be your own district now. You're far enough over. That's fine. I found I could do that. And just drag it till it matches up. Cool. And then this district, we're going here. You are going to have parking meters. You're going to try and manage your power. Not gated community. No heavy traffic ban. They're reducing their free time. We're going to leave that for right now. Our trash is more than able to handle it. The recycling center, that is. Yeah, our recycling center is barely being tasked. We still need to upgrade the college. It can't handle the capacity. The elementary school, we need another elementary school. We can't handle the capacity. The high school is right on the edge of not being able to handle it. I'd like to get the library to reduce the number of people who drop out. Always something. How's your cash flow? Cash flow's going pretty okay. Considering I've got a big loan on me right now, it's relatively fine. We're making close to $1 million a month now, but it doesn't seem like it lasts very long. Go through that money pretty quickly. That's good. How is our seeing a big farm in the middle of the city feels odd? Honestly, that's more common than you'd think. The number of times you'll have like a farm and then the city kind of grows around it, but the people don't want to give it up. Especially when you're talking, a lot of this is low density, so you got like suburbs and they're just butted up against a farm. That's actually not uncommon. Now, seeing that kind of farm up here would feel real weird, but this happens. You just tend not to notice it because, like, if you're visiting this town and you don't live in those neighborhoods, you're probably going up along this main drag, visiting all like these restaurants and retail stores on the middle area. You might visit your buddy in this neighborhood. And even visiting your buddy in this neighborhood, you would still not see the farm because all these houses are blocking your view of it. So you can be amazed at how close you can be to a farm at a given time. Cool, so we got a bunch of money. Like, to give you an example, if you go to Universal Studios, they used to have like a cow farm across the street from them the longest time. It was like this narrow like lane between these two roads that there's just this cow pasture between it. Or very famously at Disneyland, like right next to it, there was a strawberry farm for the longest time that just the people didn't want to sell. And it was just kind of their choice. I'm not looking to do the high density commercial. We haven't had a need for high density commercial. You just don't tend to notice it because, you know, why would you go to the farm in the middle of the city unless you're actually working there or, you know, purchasing stuff from it? And then usually it's tucked back in between stuff that, unless you happen to go along the road that's on, you just don't see it. And usually it's residential that butts up against those farms. Alright, so we're still sitting at $1 million. The loan interest is going down. We did get a bunch more points we could do stuff with. Like, for instance, you have a solar farm, like Stone's Throw. Oh, yeah, no, there's areas you go, and then you just go over the right hill, and you're like, wait a second, there's this giant field of solar panels. I didn't realize those were over there. So what do I want to get next? So the hospital might be a big thing, because we're starting to deal with that. We haven't built the university yet. I haven't had need for the bureau or anything like that. The nicer parks could be a big thing. We could also certainly go for, like, the telecom, because we're still providing no internet access to anyone here. So understandably, some of the people are starting to get pretty miffed about that. So I think the hospital we need, because we're starting to hit the limit of what our ambulances can handle. Our little medical center, I mean. And we still have 7 points left to work with. We'll go for the telecom tower, because that'll be useful. And I still got 3 points left. Let's get the large roads. I don't plan on using them right now, but we'll probably want that. And then we have 1 point left over, and I don't think there's anything 1 point left for me. Oh, wait, yeah, there is. Fire watchtower. Okay, so we unlocked a bunch of stuff. So we've got bigger roads here. I'm not worried about using those. I don't have need for them. The medical, we will want... Oh my god, the hospital's 1.8 million. Alright, so we're not building the hospital anytime soon. That's painful amounts of money. We can also make the... Oh, that's what I wanted. Right there's what I wanted. Okay. How much do you cost? 125,000? Your upkeep's a little rough. But you know what? That is totally a-okay fine, because that means we will actually have that handled. What I'm trying to do is figure out where I'm shoving this thing. So what I could do here is we'll do that same thing we did earlier, which is you'll treat this like it's, you know... just some, like, utility kind of thing. And then we can go over here to communication. Oh, you actually do a decent amount of noise pollution. That's a problem. I wasn't expecting a radio tower to have noise pollution. How bad are you? How much is this going to be an issue? We'll have to wait till it updates. It might be a problem where this subdivision has an issue. But the thing is, that provides internet to my entire town. So now when we look at it, we see that our green arrow over here, and where I had the -2 bad internet service, we now have a +2. So the only thing that's still got them mad is high taxes, and that's just too dang bad. That's just the way we roll in this town. If you want to live here, there's one thing you got to realize. The taxes are pretty astronomical. We have our nice casual 20% residential tax rate. It's fine. Let's see. You know exactly when they got there because there was a fairly recent addition to your town's power grid, and mostly none of it goes to the customers themselves. They said it could produce 10,000 homes worth of power. You were being annoyed listening to them putting them in. Well, I mean, any construction, it still all supports. That's one of the things that's made me really happy. It's just looking around the area. When I say the area I live, I'm not talking like my neighborhood, but broader. I would say we've gone up to something like 1/3 to 1/4 of the houses have solar now, which makes me really happy because Florida is pretty much one of the best places you've got for solar, you know, in the southeast. Sure, we get rain in the afternoons, but even when it's overcast, it's not that bad. So pretty much year-round, we're generating really well. Power companies hate it because it's that much money they're not making now. But hey, you know what? The more money I don't have to give to the power company just makes me happier. Especially the power companies here in Florida where they have tried to screw us so many times. I think I need more medical. What do you all think? I think we need more medical. Judging by the fact that I see pictures saying that I need ambulances everywhere. It's just blinking red, hey, you could use an ambulance here, icons. And that little medical center is completely taxed. Alright, so let's go here. As much as I'd love to build the hospital, I don't have a casual $1.8 million just laying around. I probably should still be paying down the loan. I really should be paying down the loan. But I want to get that. Why are you... Electrical bottleneck. But you go to a transformer. You're connected to that line, which goes directly to a transformer, so that should be able to work around that electrical bottleneck. I understand you have electrical bottleneck. It's also weird that the entire power grid shut down on this whole... Oh, there's your problem. The transformer's actively on fire. Yeah, that'd dampen the whole electrical grid, the main transformer for the entire city being actively on fire. I was curious, like, but why? I've already got a route around that. We should be good. That fire truck is not going to get there in time. With the traffic we've gotten... Well, no, actually they might, because they have a pretty straight route out of here. You want to get that fire truck in here? Nope. Oh, I still have to put out the burning rubble. That's probably fair, honestly. Sometimes you gotta save a foundation. Hey, fire truck. I really need you, buddy. There we go. And it's like nothing ever happened. Who did it? You bet, Jerry. I mean, honestly, transformers under stress actually do just blow. It doesn't even require anyone to have done anything wrong. I mean, there's being under spec and all that's certainly something to argue. But it is a thing that does happen. I have a brother who works, like, does a bunch of, like, the environmental stuff for a power company and all that, and they definitely deal with their fair share of that kind of thing. Alright, so we're just gonna go ahead and get you extra ambulances now, and let you get to work. But yeah, it's one of those things, like, they had, like, record temperatures this past year, and he goes, yep, every one of us was sitting at work going, what is the expected load this network gets? That? Oh yeah, we're at 140% of that, and everyone just staring, waiting for the transformers to blow. He's like, yeah, little ones popped, but we were just waiting for some major trunk to pop and then the whole city go down. Didn't happen, but they were all stressing about it because they're like, we couldn't have predicted this heavy of a load. Like it was record temperatures for that area, like and major record temperatures. The area was normally around that time of year like mid 70s and it was in its upper 90s and sustained. Oh no, this isn't even a matter of money, it's just you build your infrastructure for your needs. It's wasteful sometimes to build, like, overdo your infrastructure can actually be a negative in its own right. Like, it can cost you more resources so far as, like, burning more resources that you want to save. Performance still struggling? A long time since you heard of this game. I have not had any performance issues the entirety of me streaming today. For what it's worth. We're not in a gargantuan city, though, so... But I haven't had any noticeable like hangs or hitches or slowdowns or anything like that. But I'm also at that point where the city might just not be big enough to be pushing there. All right, so I need to keep paying down this loan. We got only 100,000 left before the loan's paid back off. Now with our geothermal plant online, it's actually making us pretty good money. The big thing is, it feels like no matter how many schools I build, I need more schools. We're working on it. And hopefully we start getting all these things. Let's see, how much did you have to slash budgets, raise taxes to leave some people wanting? Early game, it was pretty rough. It definitely feels like with the current implementation of the game and all that, the early game, you very much need to really pace yourself on adding services. That you'll be tempted to be like, I just unlocked this thing, let me stamp that down. I just unlocked this thing, stamp that down. The thing I noticed that got me in trouble was the unemployment rate. That I had to be very careful on raising my taxes on businesses, because it felt like it's very much a switch that the moment you got over a certain amount, just the businesses imploded. And that got me in trouble that we got ourselves in a pretty bad debt for a little while. But it definitely feels like the economy is much more challenging than it used to be, but it's also a lot more stable than it used to be. It used to be just randomly your economy would just flip a switch and the whole thing would catch fire randomly, and you had to like finagle it a lot before. Versus this time, you know, it's not always easy to see what you've done to break it. But once you go in and say, oh, there's my unemployment's getting high, which it's very genuinely getting high right now, that once I managed to identify that was the problem and I adjusted the taxes to encourage more businesses to move in, you could almost just watch the whole thing swing back into good health. But yeah, there's definitely the temptation to slap down your police department, fire department, all that as soon as you get it, and your city at that point just isn't financially able to support it. So we had to do a lot of struggling with that earlier. Please, I'm begging you, get all these sick people in. You heard this had a rocky release? It did have a rocky release. Let's see, do you think they fixed the main issues people had with the gameplay? You don't remember what they were? So there were definitely some major economy issues. Those seem to be fixed. A lot of people had performance issues. My difficulty in saying anything there was I was an unfortunate person that when the game first released, it was blue screening my computer. So I very genuinely just didn't get to play. So I really don't know what to say in that regard. Versus I haven't had so much as a crash this entire time. Which means now they've said that we're 100% going to crash in the next 5 minutes. That's just how it works when you're doing content creation. So our loan is all paid off. We've got a surplus of $1.2 million. So we're doing good. We're probably going to need to go for that hospital. Because these poor clinics, I've got all the ambulances going full force. I mean, the big problem right now is the traffic, which we do have a subway. Okay. So I'm trying to see what we can do to help out with this. So it seems like they're cutting across here is the big problem. It's making this one go here. I believe, can we set these as priority roads? How did that work now? Because it changed a bunch of the ways, and I don't remember all the ways you deal with some of the new ones. Because I was kind of thinking if we could set this as a priority road here, then that would do a lot for us to make sure this keeps going up and down. Because I'm trying to avoid having them do the thing where they're cutting across this way. I honestly wonder if getting rid of the roundabout and then setting the ends to either stop or yields or whatever would work better. One thing that could help that maybe we can do is go to our advanced signs. Where are we at? Advanced. No straight through. No straight through. So they're not allowed to cut across this way. They either pull on or they go about their way. This goes the whole way down here. They could jump on and just everyone pile down this main avenue. So right now it's gridlocked till it sorts itself out. Okay, so that's definitely not working. Yeah, it definitely made it worse. Remove cars. There's things you can do to reset it. Pedestrian bridges? Yeah, the pedestrian bridges could definitely help. Probably put a pedestrian bridge this side and just get rid of the crosswalk. That's not a bad call. So let's take you down. Let's grab you here. Can a bridge be lower than 30 feet? I have no idea. Oh, weird. Oh, I forgot. You can adjust the step. I forgot that was a function in the game. That'll help. So let's go ahead and get rid of that. So it's not high enough. Up one more. Not high enough. Up one more. I forgot. Can I build this directly on? That'd have been interesting. I'll need to mess with this tool to get it. Okay, so it's not as high as it was before. Now I can try going down here. Slope too steep still? Really? Sure. I'm not going to ask questions of why that's allowed, but the other one wasn't. It's okay, chat. The slope is not too steep anymore. The slope is fine. It's A-okay. Alright, so now we can go ahead and go here. Go to our crosswalk. No crosswalk over there. No crosswalk over here. If you want to walk across this major highway, you got to get through this area. And honestly, for that matter, well, no, we probably need that to still reach these businesses. That's fine. So we have to wait till the pathing figures out that the crosswalk's gone. And then in theory, they should go up and over that. Come on, I want to see one of you go over. I mean, the good news is we're making a boatload of money the whole time this is happening. That was a weird pause in audio. And they're still struggling with all the ambulances. I don't know where you're trying to go right now. There's no crosswalk there. Okay, so the AI has gotten out of the road. We should start seeing the corrected pathing soon, I'm hoping. There's something else I can actually do to force this issue even more. Let's go to highways. 2-lane, 2-way highway. That's not what I wanted you to do. You shimmied over a little bit too far. What even are you? Oh, you're not where you're supposed to be is what you are. It's bothering me so much. Now I suddenly remembered that you can actually sit there with this tool. I thought there was a way you could shift it over slightly. It's fine. I can live with it. So this building is going to go out of business. There you go. Because it wasn't supposed to be there in the first place. So by making it a highway, they shouldn't be... Oh, I forgot. There is still like a shoulder on there. They shouldn't be allowed to cross over here. Like, regardless of the pedestrian walkway, they shouldn't be allowed to cross. Yeah, no, even if that's not using, they shouldn't be able to cross here. What they would end up doing is, like, going way out of the way and going around. They're definitely not using the bridge. Alright, so let's try and fix the bridge again. Where are you connecting to? What are you... Stop. Like, oh. It's weird that it puts it there even though it can't do that angle. So what I'm trying to do is find the lowest I can make this and cross over. Alright, so we're clipping the back of these buildings. Alright, come on. Stop fighting me this one. Let's get rid of the snapping. Turn the snapping back on. Turn it back off. Okay. That should be a viable bridge. They should remove them from the game and to fix it like they did with the Landlords. Yep. There we go. There's gonna be that many fewer cars running across the highway. And the other thing I'm gonna do then is we're gonna go over here to the advanced. Get rid of the crosswalks on those sides so that they're not doing any of the stuff on the highway tiles. They can go over here. And honestly, yeah, they got those over there. That's fine. So the big thing we're waiting on is for all this to get sorted out. Yeah, so the big issue is getting into this pedestrian road here. The amount of people walking around is just overwhelming the cars. So that's a problem. And unfortunately, this is a pedestrian road. So that's just the density of people, and that's just the way it is. Hopefully that gets itself sorted out relatively soon. It does look like it is. So where are you choking up on now? All right. So turn off the snap. Turn on the snap. And turn it back off. And go here. No crosswalks. All right. Do we have a good enough hierarchy and exits early? Nah, at the moment the problem is over here, it's all bottlenecking getting into the city. I'm trying to clean up a lot of these areas where they're getting bottlenecked here, so I don't actually have space to put this here because of the parking lot we got there. I could probably replace that parking lot with a better one. We probably do need more parking lots to reduce the distance that people need to walk. Because that'll help reduce the number of people walking around here. That'd honestly actually probably be a good idea, plunk down a parking lot, like an underground parking lot around the entrance of the major neighborhoods. I have the money, now I look down and suddenly my money counter is just in the sky. We can do that. We can go here. Parking. Underground parking. Can't see what you're even looking like. Gotcha. So you go back a little ways. You have low noise pollution. So building that directly into the neighborhood would be probably a problem, but I might be able to get around that by building it and then putting like a park next to it. I keep hitting all of the wrong buttons and it's not helping my cause. So the hope is by having this here, we'll get all these people who are running around along here. We'll get a lot of these vehicles to pull into that parking garage. And then they'll walk to where they need to go. That's the idea, at least. But that's usually the thing, is just getting your traffic pattern sorted out. The good news is these vehicles are managing to get some movement. Yep, everyone in. The more we can get them out of this area, the better. You stop the pedestrians going across the highway. Now it's just a matter of all of you are trying to turn right. And we've got way too much stuff here. Alright, so we are just loading up all the cars into the parking garage. Well, what they'll do is they'll park way out there and then they'll walk forever, which is, you know, not the worst thing. But you can actually get to the point where your pedestrian traffic is enough to bottleneck things. So it is trying to get people relatively close to where they want to go and then try and keep the cars to a minimum, which is where a lot of the parking comes in. By having that parking garage, I'm going to be pulling a bunch of the cars off the road, and then the people can walk around, and that'll help a lot in the long run. The city isn't well designed. It's just me trying to remember the game and going for it. There's also a whole thing. Time for many new traffic experience. Oh yeah, there's going to be a lot of tinkering. Getting that all sorted. Yes, everyone's pulling into the parking garage, so that's good news. And that'll go till we get, you know, 200 cars in there. We'll want to go and do stuff like in other major intersections getting... Oh man, that used to be completely bottlenecked there. It's everyone... Oh, I see what happened. The area back here that was our high density that wasn't built at the time, it got built. So it's all the people trying to get into this high density housing back here. I forgot those back there. Yeah, no, I need to be wrapping up here in a minute. I just kind of want to see. This is one of those games that you can get yourself in trouble where you're just like, well, let me just do that one tweak. Let me just do that one tweak. Let me just do that one tweak. And you really hope you get it all settled. The good news is it isn't backing up as far. But yeah, we are dealing with a city that's growing quite a bit. We're at 25,000, which in, say, Skylines might as well be 250,000. But, yeah, so I'll just pulling in the parking garage. Anyways, with all that said, it is going to be about that time, and I've snoozed the last ad break as much as I possibly can, so if I don't wrap up soon, I'm going to hit you with a bunch of ads, and then we're going to have to wrap up after that. So we might as well do that before the ad break. So if you're watching on YouTube and TikTok, the stream will be ending abruptly because there's no such thing as rating over there. But for those over here on Twitch that we will be rating out, if you have enjoyed tonight's content, you aren't already following the channel, don't forget to follow the channel. That way you can find your way back here in the future. That said, I am Rual. I do play games 5 days a week, from 7 p.m. EST till 4 a.m. EST, every day, but Thursdays and Fridays. And with all that said, what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to go ahead and go to the ending stream screen in just a moment. But I do play a variety of games here on the channel. I do city builders, settlement builders, all that kind of good stuff. Okay. They added a new prompt on the YouTube thing. It's like, you're ending the stream. If you end the stream, you won't be live.